Today's going to be a day full of rematches.
Last time we played against C9, we actually had a really strong early game.
Coast having a great early game, but I think this might be it. Cloud9 taking a victory, and it's going to be at 40 minutes.
As long as we're playing as a solid unit, I think we can beat them.
CLG forced to run 4-for-1 to Evil Geniuses.
We have a lot of history with CLG. We beat him once.
We can beat him again.
Yes! That's what's going to be the game. Evil Geniuses picking up their first win of the North American LCS.
The week 2 against Dignitas, we lost to them.
A lot is riding on Dignitas. Oh, he got Crumbs gets it. They try to get the re-steal. Coming out very strong. They're able to take out XDG.
We got a lot better, and I think we're going to beat him.
And he's going to go for it.
Oh my gosh. He actually grabs it.
Last time we played against TSM, I think we failed to prepare.
Great game by Team Solo Mid.
That's a thumbs up there from Dyrus.
We're looking to break the second winning streak this week.
Hello and welcome to week 4, day 2 of the NALCS Spring Split. The audience is fired up as we beam out to you live from our studios in Los Angeles, California. I'm Rivington Bizzle III, and with me is the man, the myth, the Joshua Chat Leesman.
I think you're going to be a bit too much credit right now, Riv, but I'm pretty happy to be here today.
We're going to be cleaning it up.
Really good rematch game.
Let's get the crystal ball cleaned off. We got another day of big matches coming up. Let's jump right into it. Starting with the headline for CLG today, Houston, Dexter has landed. After rotating Link to the jungle, sliding subs into the mid, first with Hotshot, and then with Chowster, they're finally locking in a player that mains the jungle.
Yeah, finally for CLG. Dexter is coming to CLG. There's a lot of hype behind him. From EU, he was a force with Lemon Dogs. CLG fans are really hoping he'll be able to turn their season around and make them a force to be reckoned with instead of just a middle-of-the-pack team.
Something else for them. It's going to hopefully be good. And when it comes to teams to be reckoned with, a few would argue that TSM is at the top. They hold first place, and they've claimed the MVP title for one of their players 3 weeks in a row. And they are edging closer towards another milestone, the record for the longest winning streak in the NALCS. So far, they've won 8 straight games.
And that record is currently held by Cloud9, who won 13 games straight in the summer split. TSM's getting strong play from every position, so we'll see if they can continue that streak.
Absolutely. In their last game against Evil Geniuses, Bjergsen died more than ever than he has in this split. Is that showing vulnerability?
Yeah, I don't think TSM has to worry about Bjergsen having 4 or 5 deaths in a game because Dyrus picked up the slack and then some in that game. The whole TSM crew can help around him if he gets focused.
Yeah, after that game, a lot of people on Twitter were like, weren't there nerfs to Shyvana? Yeah, Dyrus doesn't think so. Well, Curus is no doubt hoping to start a streak of their own after a successful debut of St. Vicious as support.
Yeah, there were so many questions about St. Vicious. Is this going to work? Is this permanent? Why is the coach putting himself in the lineup? But he was impressive yesterday. He had a lot of early aggression. He gave Dignitas actually their first loss since week 1. So his Alistair was a big part of all that, and maybe he'll see it again.
Well, if it's all up to the coach, then nobody can say no, right?
Absolutely.
You're in. And with their win over Dignitas, Curse was able to move up in the standings. But let's take a look at how the whole league stacks up coming into today. In first place, 8 wins and 1 loss, it's Team Solo Mid. Right behind them in second is Cloud9. Third place, it's going to be Crumbs and Dignitas. They're sitting at 6 and 3.
Yeah, and then it's a tie for 4th place. Counterlogic Gaming and Curse for that spot. 6th place is held by Evil Geniuses at 3 and 6. And the place no one wants to be, the bottom of the standings, Coast and XDG at 2 and 7.
Then turning to our schedule today, it kicks off with Dexter's debut in the NALCS as Counterlogic Gaming takes on Evil Geniuses.
Then Curse will look to topple the juggernauts that are TSM. After that, Cloud9 will take to the Rift against Coast, and we'll wrap up the NALCS with XDG versus Dignitas.
Indeed we will. Then stick around for the North American Challenger Series. Tonight we have our second semifinal, Determined Gaming versus Cognitive Gaming. Now let's check in with some of your highlights from yesterday's action. That's right, it's the hashtag LCS Big Plays. First up, we have a clip from TSM versus EG with Pobelter doing some fancy footwork to outplay Bjergsen. At BO1, James says Pobelter is such a god. The Fizz playful trickster bait on Bjergsen was amazing. Here's your number 2.
But this was the fight right here. Okay, let's see, because he gets damage on Bjergsen. Bjergsen distorts, and as he jumps back, he knew he was going to come. Flashes over to Chase then and finishes him off with an ultimate. That was amazing. Yeah, right there you could see, even though he did give up the extra assist, the flashiness of that play was absolutely worth it.
Playful trickster indeed.
Yeah, very playful. Next up, the Curse versus Dignitas game. With a Saint Vicious, really OP headbutt against Curse. The tweet was from Sierra Nos. Holy cow. Saint Vicious' headbutt denying Baron steal attempt. That's 2 Saint LCS big plays in 1 game. Here's your number 1.
He does take it down. That's a bit of gold. Here comes the teleport in. It's going to be Cruiser. Do they have it? Oh, no, that is not going to happen for you, Crumbs. They get in. It's going to be getting out of the fight that's going to be tough. It's Cruiser right in the back line. Crumbs tries to, I think I can help you. And he may be able to on to Void Boy, but the focus is there from Curse. You can almost hear the comms. And we see that, anybody's up to make big plays. It's for you guys to really find them.
Even the supports.
Even the support. Yeah. So always hit us up at lolesports.com. Use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. We may share your favorite play on our next broadcast. While you're at it, at lolesports.com, browse a while. There you can find the most up-to-date news and analysis, interviews with your favorite players, stats, box scores, and every NA LCS game we broadcast this season. Plus, all that chat can be safely stored in one place.
Yeah, also you can click on tickets to reserve your spot in our studio audience, and then also 2 big events which are coming up.
Absolutely. On February 16th, you can see the NA Challenger Series players in the flesh when we host their finals here in the studio.
And immediately following our LCS show on February 22nd and 23rd, we'll be hosting the North American Collegiate Championship.
It's been going well. I'm excited for a lot of those teams. It's some good play. Then let us know who you think will take today's games. Click on matches at the top right, go to Week 4, and lock in your vote. Now for a little perspective on Week 4's big developments, let's send it over to Freak and Kobe at the Analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm David Freak Turley with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and we're joined by the one and only Liquid from Curse. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're excited to have you here. So I got to ask you, Curse, Saint Vicious on support.
I know, crazy, right?
Why?
So we've been doing okay, right? We're like middle of the pack, forever 4th, right?
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully we want to change that. I'm not comfortable with these middle of the pack results. I want to be the top team in North America, and I felt like if we put another 2 weeks in analyst sessions and mentoring and coaching and trying to improve the team with the current set of players that we had, we weren't going to just like suddenly jump into first place. I felt like we needed something that was really going to impact the play style for the guys as quick as possible so that we made the change early on during the season rather than the later part of the season. So for me, the most important thing was shot calling. Like if you change the shot caller in a game, you can get people to move towards objectives more quickly. You can go for towers or go in and invade red, go in and control their blue, and you're forcing the whole team to go and follow that call. So that's something that Saint did really well.
So he's in there as a shot calling role. He's there to get everyone going in the right direction.
Absolutely. I mean, from my standpoint, the mechanics from Zekent to Saint, they're both good players, right? They understand the game, they play well, but Saint definitely has more of a authoritative kind of commanding voice in game, and I think that's going to actually lead us to more victories.
Did the extra fan base that Saint brings to the team have any effect of him going back to the starting lineup, or is that just an added bonus here for Curse?
Just an added bonus. I mean, for me, it's 100% about results. I want to win. I want to win, and I want to go to Worlds. Like that's the goal. Everything else is secondary.
So obviously you're happy with the first win that they got, making this change. That always sort of backs up the decision that you made to make it in the first place. But really, how was the team's reaction after the win yesterday?
Oh, it reinforces that behavior that, oh, well, everything that we just did is now going to keep leading to more victories. So they were really happy about it, and so was I.
Even Zekint? I just have to throw that in there.
Yeah, the conversation with Zekint was he's a really smart kid. He's very tactful. He's a mature guy, and he wants to win too. He cares about this team just as much as everybody else on the team. So when things are explained that we get more benefit from a shot calling standpoint by having Saint try things out and see if they work, nothing is really official yet. I'm just kind of seeing how things go, and he's totally cool with that. And I think there's lots of opportunities within Curse and what we're doing from a management or coach standpoint to have him help out with that stuff. So we're kind of seeing what roles fit best.
Okay, so just one more follow-up on Zekint. What type of coach is he actually going to be? Because you're also a sort of coach / manager. Are you going to have a hands-off approach and let Zekint sort of run the show there as a new coach, or are you going to be in there right with him?
So we're still figuring those things out. I mean, one of the things about Curse is that we have so many resources. We probably have more resources than most of the teams that are in LCS. What does that really mean? It means that we have a manager, we have a coach, we have a few analysts, we have all the proper equipment from our sponsors. We have everything that has the recipe to win, right?
Yeah.
So I got to figure out where those pieces fit to result in success. And if that means that Zekint is going to spend more time coaching, then we might do that. But we're just going to get a feel for it. I mean, this is relatively new for everybody, so we just got to see what fits.
All right, well, it seems like you guys are doing pretty well so far. We'll see you guys again today. But actually, I want to switch gears and talk to you about our Twitter question of the day. Today, we're going to ask everyone else, what has surprised you the most in the North American LCS this season, and why? And Steve, I actually want to ask you the same question. What surprised you so far about this NALCS season?
For me, there's just I think the caliber of the teams and the seriousness of the play has just went up a level from last season. I think these guys know that there's a bunch of challenger players that are ready to take their spot if needed. And
LMQ.
Yeah, the stakes are higher than they were last season. So I think that creates a little bit of fervor with all the teams and gets some excitement going. I think that's really the biggest change from last season.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, and of course, congratulations on your win yesterday. We'll see you. We'll see you again throughout here. But now it's time for us to see what you guys at home think. These surprises could be teams that have performed well, roster changes, the occasional unretirement.
Yeah, so send us your answers. Hit us up at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We're going to be combing through the answers to find the best responses, and we're going to read those later on air today.
Yeah, so we're just minutes away from our first match of the day, Link and CLG versus Pobelter and Evil Geniuses. Don't touch that mouse.
Welcome back to the NALCS Spring Split. It is time for our first game of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Evil Geniuses. And this is a rematch from Week 1 where EG picked up their first victory in the North American LCS, but this isn't the same CLG that they faced back then.
Yeah, it's almost never the same CLG from week to week. But not only is Dexter joining the team in the jungle, we got to remember Link is moving back to the mid lane. Link was one of the NALCS's strongest mid laners with a very deep champion pool, but he's been covering the jungle for about a month now. We have to see how he can jump back into the mid lane on a competitive level.
Versatility is a good thing, and he's been showing it. And while it is appropriate that it is Dexter's first time in the NALCS game, because he's going to be against some familiar EU LCS faces.
Yeah, just like the Evil Geniuses, who, by the way, yesterday had a very strong early and mid game against TSM. But they started to fall behind. They began making some desperate plays, and they didn't work. So they had some struggles coming back in that game and ended up having a scoreline that didn't look very impressive.
One of those things that just you try, and you keep getting put farther behind. Some things you need to do is what they do on Snoopy, is try different things. The Pantheon and the Mundo both worked fantastically for him, and it seems to be giving him the surge they need.
And that's going to be one of the big questions for Evil Geniuses, whether they continue to go with Urgot and Soraka, whether Snoopy tries to play the different junglers, or whether they just try to continue what got them some of their wins.
Well, for a closer look at this matchup, let's send it down to Freak.
Hey guys, welcome to the show here. I got the CLG coach MonteCristo with me here. You guys finally have your full roster. How much of a relief is it to have Dexter back in the jungle?
I mean, obviously a tremendous relief. We didn't plan on having all these substitutes this season. It was really hard. I feel fortunate that CLG is in the middle of the pack, given how many kind of role swaps and guest stars we've had on CLG this season. So I'm pretty damn happy.
So how has practice with Dexter been going then? Have you had much time to practice with him? Did you know he was coming this week?
Well, you really got to hand it to Dexter. I mean, he had a 20-hour flight layover in Moscow, came in. He wanted to scrim that night after this long flight, so you can really see his dedication. He's got a great, winning mentality. Great guy, and so practice has gone really well. It was a little shaky the first day, but second day of scrims, we rocked.
So coming into this match, you guys are feeling really confident then coming into the game?
I mean, as confident as we can be. Obviously, the team hasn't practiced together for that long, but it's gone as well as can be expected.
Okay, so last question for you here. I noticed you've come actually with your strategies here for all to see. If you'd like to show us your strategy document.
Oh, yeah. So Esports Express actually recently revealed the secret behind CLG's decision-making, which is, of course, magic spinners. So I've got our strategy spinner here, and it includes such CLG classics as pick Vayne, fall behind early, wait until 50 minutes, and then win. Solo split push with AD carry, Nidalee shot GG, win one game, to give the fans false hope. But, you know, we've as well as trash talking, but we've got some new strats prepared as well, such as Dexter goes back to jail and we sub in Kobe again. We're really looking forward to playing as a Mumu. So we're going to give it a spin, see what comes up today.
All right.
It's split push with solo AD carry, so I'm going to go talk to Double Lift and make sure we can get that going for you guys.
I think you would have done that regardless, MonteCristo. I don't think you could convince him otherwise.
I mean, this is pretty much my entire job as a coach right now. I just spin the wheel and read it to them.
I'd love to see you on Price is Right. I figured you'd win pretty much all the money there.
Yeah, well, I'll get on there someday. I'll move on up, Freak. I'll move on up.
All right, well, thank you for your time, MonteCristo. Good luck with your team. And let's find out how Double Lift does do that solo split push and send it back over to the guys at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Freak and MonteCristo. Let's check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side, it is Counterlogic Gaming. In the top lane is Nien. We may see him on Trundle today. He's been trolling a bit there in the interview. Dexter in the jungle, finally. Link is back in mid. Double Lift at AD carry and Aphromoo on support.
Yeah, and on the red side is, of course, Evil Geniuses with Inox in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Pobelter on the mid lane, Yellow Pete and Crepo taking up the bot lane.
And what MonteCristo just said kind of fuels also the coach's interview when we did previously, where he's like, I feel all right giving Double Lift his Vayne and letting him go on Vayne mechanics. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Yeah, Double Lift might actually be playing a lot more Vayne. I actually got to check him out playing against LMQ's AD carry last night. He had a very powerful game on Vayne, so he's fresh with the practice.
The early strength, or was it the 50-minute?
We're going to come back. 16-4, and then he lost. It was Double Lift. Yeah. I don't know. It happens sometimes.
Well, when the team takes the Nexus and you're still farming the side lane and you're in the Double Lift environment, when you're in your own atmosphere, I guess.
Sometimes that happens for him. It depends. That's the strategy MonteCristo spun up on his.
Yeah.
Spinner.
So we have to figure out what is EG going to do here, because we don't have the convenience of having a spinner strategy given to us right away.
No, it's going to be hard to make a 117 champion large spinner for all the champions being led. Soraka, though, is an interesting one. Just not even letting Crepo
right to the heart of that strategy.
Exactly. They're the only team in the LCS right now that even plays Soraka, and they're just getting rid of it right off the bat.
The Gragas cast, seeing a lot of things that are usually on that ban list. Dexter played Elise and Olaf back in Boda. We actually see the Elise being banned out right now, so got an eye on him and see where he goes today.
Yeah, COG also had a preference of first picking Elise fairly frequently. I do kind of like the COG bans in this game, though, only because they very heavily target the strengths of EG at that point. The mid lane with Pobelter's Gragas has been probably the best thing they've ended up playing. And the Soraka has also been very strong for Crepo.
Those are picks you actually see EG, the mid lane at least, leaving for the last one. The Thresh being picked up here, going over to Afro Moo. He's got a win on that so far, but this will be the second time on it.
Yeah, it allowed Doublelift to kind of do what he wants. Thresh is the ubiquitous support, it seems to be in the LCS. Although, having Olaf coming through, Snoopy had a very strong Olaf game the last time they played. One of their keys to victory, I'd really have to say. Got a lot of early ganks off that were successful. Already locked in.
He's definitely banned out quite a bit, so Snoopy's feeling good about grabbing that up, as well as Jinx on the team. Yellow Pete had a great game for himself yesterday. The quadra kill to finish. The team was right behind him, cheering and jeering on that one. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, Yellow Pete's been really up and down.
That's true.
It has to be. They're laughing about something, though. Somebody just cracked a joke right there on the EG side. Geez, COG picked so fast as well. Vine, Shyvana being locked in. No real surprises there. Obviously, Dexter
wants his jungle right away.
Didn't have Vi in the Battle Atlantic champion roster, but he's got her now.
He actually spent a lot of time kind of just hanging out in the brush, waiting for the waiting patiently ganks. See if he's a bit more aggressive. He was able to get CLG first blood in the Boda games and have a hand in the second kill there. So he is working the lane for Doublelift back at Boda. See if they do it again.
Vi is one of the champions who, if you want to camp a lane, is fantastic at it. I really wonder, though, what EG is going to be throwing with this Jinx. We got to see some Alistair yesterday from St. Vicious. Crepo has played it once already, was victorious.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very interesting lane. His only job is really going to be to protect Yellow Pete, not necessarily to go aggressive unless he gets a little bit of gank support. Alistair's not extremely potent against Thresh, but that's actually the matchup St. Vicious played yesterday, and it worked quite well because they had so many Pantheon ganks. I don't know if Olaf's going to have the same type of gank support.
Yeah, you're just kind of just walking into the lane with him. Can't do too much gap closing. Sivir for Doublelift. That will be a first-time pickup for him onto Sivir, at least here in the spring split.
Yeah, he's always been the type of person who has played a lot of Sivir, just never brought it out in competitive. He's been so seldom to use that. They are obviously synergizing the Sivir ultimate with the Shyvana move speed. We saw that very potently yesterday from TSM when Wild Turtle and Dyrus played Sivir and Shyvana. No wonder here, though. That's a potent lineup. We get to see Lynx, LeBlanc. It's so funny for COG how Doublelift or Hotshot was their mid laner forever, and LeBlanc was completely banned. And then they bring in Link, their permanent mid laner,
who people haven't seen.
Might actually be better at LeBlanc because he mains mid lane professionally, and they get to pick at that time.
MonteCristo said that they didn't have much time to scrim, so if they don't have a ton of synergy, Link can carry a bit on that LeBlanc. The team can get together with the On the Hunt, and they can still get the fights that they need.
Absolutely, right here.
Look at the size of EG. Yep.
They're waiting to counterpick for their mid laner, but picking against LeBlanc is a tall task. That is pretty much the pick against LeBlanc. It's very hard to burst Orianna down. It isn't necessarily Pobelter's winning style, since Orianna doesn't necessarily put a team on her back and carry them like Pobelter has done a few times with Gragas, but it's kind of what he was forced into based on the matchup.
Orianna's enough of a champion to at least get a 3-man shockwave and change the game. Like you said, not carry, but does have that impact, and Pobelter loves those champions, something that he can have the team on his back with in some way, shape, or form.
So if I look at this COG composition as well, I can see a lot of lane pushing potential right now off the bat. Shyvana should push in Mundo. Sivir and Thresh can potentially outshove the Jinx Alistar lane. And I think COG is going to try and take control of the map a little bit there, so Dexter can kind of do his work in the jungle and camp the one lane that he needs.
It's something we have to watch. Dexter is finally here. He is finally with Counter Logic Gaming. The team has swatched so much. Every word you can figure out to turn something around and flip it back and forth.
Yeah, he's
and
coming.
now finally
no,
with
he's
the team.
not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's here.
Turns
Oh
out
wait,
it's
it's
week
Hot
4.
Shot.
Yeah.
We'll
Chester?
see. There could be more. Always. While the teams load into the rift, we'll check out who you guys are predicting to win this game. According to LOLesports.com, it's pretty close. 59% of you are in favor of CLG this game with a solid roster that they'll be bringing in for the rest of the split, we think.
Yeah, well, 59% considering it's a 4-5 team versus a 3-6 team. Only one game separating these guys in the standings. And I don't know how much of a saving grace Dexter, or people can expect Dexter to be. It's, yes, he was a good jungler in Europe, but he is not having synergy yet with COG. He wasn't a superstar, all-star jungler. He was just a very good, solid jungler. Still, obviously, a lot of growth to do if he wants to take it to the next level. And on what, 2-3 days of practice with the team recently? It's going to be tough.
How often can you scrim with somebody, you know, the time difference, the zone, the lag's going to be there, and you may be able to get a few in, but you're not getting the results you would here. Everybody in the house communicating at the same time. You got to remember, EG won this first matchup. It was their first victory of the LCS Spring Split against Counter Logic Gaming. Can they make it too? We are on to the Rift. The fans are ready for the matchup. CLG on the blue side, EG on the red.
Can see a fairly standard starts here. Bunch of Doran's items for everyone. No extra wards, which you would make you think that both teams are going to put up this defensive strategy. You can see CLG already going 5 wide. However, EG is a team that likes to send 5 people in the same spot and invade. It's actually very clever what they've just done. Because Yellow Pete was pushed up, Doublelift would not have gained vision of EG sneaking through here. So with the Alistar, if they were to catch a flash pulverize, or even just a straight up pulverize onto someone, it could result in a kill. They're not necessarily going to check in that brush with Dexter, though. This would be, they would have to be rather lucky. I feel like Dexter's going to see them and back away.
Very sneaky indeed. They were looking for attacks right off the bat. You see Yellow Pete, he's got the rockets out already. And they back off of this one. So they're
still a nice move.
Yeah, they tried to get it. I mean, EG's really, like you said, the only team that's trying to do things in the early part of the game here, at least in North America.
And they had the Alistar, obviously, so if they would have done a 5v5, it generally gives them the edge. Everyone getting knocked up by the pulverize. COG, though, would have had an opportunity to go aggressive. They could have done something with Thresh if they had felt so inclined. But that's just the state of the game at the moment. These teams not wanting to take the early risk, instead opting more for later invades. Like that ward.
The Ward of Knowledge. The early wards being placed down by both teams. No sweepers coming out. We saw a few yesterday in the early part of the game, mainly from supports. Looks like we'll get the regular start. Afromu not getting his ante this game. He's going to be taking that Thresh with a double lift. We see his first game on Sivir, so that'll be an interesting lane to watch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We get to see how EG's jungle start was scouted by CLG. But EG won't necessarily have eyes on where Dexter is. I'd like to get this game underway.
Yeah, we'll see what the deal is. Looks like Neon is trying to chat it up here. He's going to be reconnecting to the game right quick. Right in the beginning of the game, and as we're looking at Neon, he has Shyvana, and we're not going to see much of the top lane with it being a Mundo Shyvana, but we have to talk about Dyrus a little bit, of to what effect in the strength he got yesterday to completely carry the game. Neon has that possibility again this game.
Yeah, well, Neon's had a couple better games. He is this somewhat unforgettable player, or not forgettable. He's a forgettable top laner in many of his games, and that's what he needs to make sure he gets himself away from. He switched over to the top lane very early on, or sorry, not very, last season, summer split. He hasn't been there for too long, and he wants to try to learn this role. He feels like he's there at this point, but he hasn't necessarily shown it by taking over games or really trying to take his mechanics. He was one of the best AD carries in North America directly to the top lane. I think there's still a lot of transitioning he has to do before he gets to, Dyrus' level of Shyvana.
The first thing he said when we interviewed him after the game when CLG won, way back when we first had him, like I said, was that he had everything in front of him to do the best. He had the computer, the team, the house, people around him to help him, and he had the time to focus on it. And he did. He has shown us things that have put him at the top of the list. Back at MLG, saving the Nexus, obviously. Everybody remembers that.
He's absolutely motivated, and
Yeah.
he has had his moments. In this situation, being on a Shyvana against a Mundo, we've talked about this matchup fairly frequently, but he needs to get extremely aggressive early, shove up the lane as much as possible, and then either stop Mundo from getting involved in the game or pull jungle pressure up into that lane and just keep every lane shoving. That's his job this game.
We've seen a few teams going after the Mundos real early, just saying we're not going to allow you to have a safe game. We'll see if CLG does that up on NACS. NACS has also been a place of carry for where EG looks for it to come from. It's not pole belter. NACS has had great games on Nidalee, a few good games on Renekton, so he is also somewhere you can find strength on EG. Right now in the bottom lane, Yellow Pete's taking a few hits, but Crepo trying to play that zone style right now. Link's passive popped in mid, pole belter really walking up, getting a nice bit of auto attack on and stacking those passive shots.
A lot of aggression coming already from Pobelter in the mid lane as well, because Orianna is definitely considered one of those lane bullies. It could be the reason Pobelter picked it here against Lynx LeBlanc. Wants to shut him down right from the get-go. Nice play.
Ooh, the boomerang. Both sides. Great catch there coming in from Yellow Pete, but he is not too happy about it. Sitting about 250 HP. It's getting dangerous.
Something I want to track in the bottom lane is whether or not Crepo does not necessarily a flash pulverize, but a pulverized flash. We've been seeing so many people flash at the end of skills to make them work, like the Gragas when he flashes mid-body slam. Alistar can technically do the same thing. If you start your pulverize and flash right at the end, it will be an instantaneous knock-up. I was talking with Snoopy, actually, saying, oh yeah, Crepo loves doing that on Alistar. Then he didn't do it the last Alistar game.
Nian getting a bit of focus. It's almost a solo kill onto Inox. It basically is. The Ignite is down. Oh, he gets the heal. The potions pop. The first blood coming in from Snoopy at just the right time.
League of Legends definitely being like a game of pixels right there. That was barely a gank. Dexter too late to the party. Nien needed to try and take his pressure early on the game. That's why he did Doran's Blade, but he got baited right into a gank. It's very rare nowadays that you see a jungler gank top at level 3 like that. Snoopy completely caught Nien off guard.
Simply the right place at the right time. That was going to be a solo kill coming in for Nien. He burned the flash. He burned the Ignite. That's going to be a tough top lane for him. The teleport back into the lane for Inox. He's not missing too much off of anything there.
Now, Inox is going to be quite strong early on in the game. We'll have to see if that early assist, obviously the kill is going to be going to Snoopy, can curb Nien's aggression, knowing that Nien burned his flash and his Ignite just to try and get in on that.
So does this do anything to Dexter now in his mentality? Does he have to catch up, or he can
Not yet.
just play it slow?
I think since it's just the first kill and it was so early on in the game, it hasn't really changed much. He didn't die. He didn't lose double buffs. He can still just kind of go back to his path. If the Snoopy ganks continue to happen, then we'll reach a point where Snoopy can just obliterate him in 1v1s, and then he'd have cause to panic. But right now, I think he should just continue on his initial plan.
All right, we'll stop the bleeding for now. Try to keep some vision up. They do have that blue ward now for Nien in the top lane. He is still trying to push Inox in. Kind of forced here because that's where the minion wave is. He's going to play Burnout to keep it safe in the long lane. Doran's Blade into the long sword for him. Looking at the Ruby Crystal bought up by Inox. Switching around the lanes, we see in the mid lane double Dorans for both Pobelter and Inox's. They're just going to keep going head-to-head here for a while.
Yeah. Definitely like how Pobelter is playing this matchup early. Once level 6 happens, I think is when this lane will really get interesting. Pobelter hasn't necessarily shoved him in too much. Snoopy should not still be up here. He was spotted earlier by the ward. But now they're going in again. They did land a cleaver. If he can land another one, that would have been a gang.
Those slows. One more. The Cleaver into Undertow. Might be a little too close now. The Undertow hits as well. Reckless swing to come down. There's another kill onto Nien. He just got back to lane.
So here's the thing that Nien is doing. He was trying to play with relentless aggression, and he wasn't expecting Snoopy to come up there for the gank, because theoretically for CLG, Link should be pushing on Pobelter, and Doublelift and Nafamu should be pushing on Crepo and Pete. But since that's not happening, Snoopy is getting these non-punishing ganks for his own team and just punishing Nien. Nien is falling behind because he's pulling off a strategy that the rest of the team isn't in on.
Needs to keep that aggression up, so Snoopy has too many tasks on his plate. But right now, the communication isn't there. Crepo trying to play a little bit of zone. He is really doing the behavioral thing. He's always been big on that. Whoa! Nien getting some damage onto Inox under the turret. He's out before he gets aggro.
Well, he was 2 levels ahead of him at that point. He still could have popped off his ultimate. Now Snoopy trying to chase down Dexter. Pobelter on the chase.
Dexter looking to get back into this, maybe slow down Snoopy, but that would have been just from taking raids.
They might kill him
Was it worth it? Oh, there's the shockwave, and they're gonna go for Link here. He's forced to get out of this one. Bad things happening for Counter Logic.
Snoopy has just been all over the place. Inox now bullying Yen as well. Let's see what this all can do.
Seda isn't on. He's got the ultimate. The Ignite is kind of halving it out
Scared
there.
him off.
They're not going to go for it. They both respect it.
Yeah, so you can see Nien continues to try and play aggressive in the top lane, but it's really all about Snoopy and Pobelter in that last play. Dexter was trying to make a comeback play because he felt bad about getting his lanes ganked.
Yep.
He says, okay, Snoopy was there. I'm going to try and steal his jungle along the way. But he overstayed his welcome. And then, most importantly, Kobe talked a lot yesterday about how counter jungling is a team effort. Dexter was trying to counter jungle there without his team. Link is going aggressive, though.
Yeah, he knows that shockwave's down.
And when you try and counter jungle without your team, you get collapsed on right there. If Link had been pushed up to the turret against Pobelter, instead of a 1v2, it would have been a 2v1, and Dexter would have been able to kill Snoopy. But Pobelter came first, he collapsed onto Dexter, and that's why he died.
Great movement from EG. Pink ward right up by that Wraith camp, really keeping them safe. And they already have a few deep wards as well. They're going to be looking for a little bit of blue roam that Link would make. They have that right down by Wolves. And Pobelter gets his blue now, so he knows that transfer is going to be happening on the other side of the map as well.
I also like how Pobelter went back and got that null magic mantle just to save a little bit extra and stop Link from being able to destroy him. Right now, Snoopy is just completely ahead of the game on Dexter. Dexter's off doing a blue buff. Snoopy's taking the dragon after giving off his blue buff. Big lead early for EG.
What the lanes are doing as well. Doublelift is winning in farm right now, but they're down 3 kills. He needs to be doing that for his team because that's the lane we're looking at to kind of carry this into the mid and late game for CLG right now.
Yeah, you can see everything is just a little bit out of sync or a step slow for CLG. When they're trying to do counter jungling, Snoopy beat them there. When Nien is trying to play aggressive top lane, no other lanes are pushing, therefore the jungler defaults to killing him. You know, when even that last time Nien tried to go counter jungle, well, Inox was there because there was no pressure when EG wanted to take the dragon. Everything's going perfectly for EG right now.
And they don't look to be pressing that advantage at all. They're keeping it going, but they're not doing anything dangerous. They're making sure it's always in their favor, and they have the 99.9% chance to come out on top. 10 minutes into the game, they got a 2,000 gold lead already. This is going to be a BF sword, which is actually matched right now by Doublelift in the hands of Yellow Pete.
Yeah, this is the lane in the game that has been non-impacted by either side's jungler, and in that case, you can see Doublelift is beating Yellow Pete by a few farm. It's nothing major. Since they haven't completed big items, if Doublelift can get enough lead that he finishes Bloodthirst while Yellow Pete does not have it, then it will be important. But at this point, it doesn't mean anything.
See how Link can play this. This is the first time we're seeing him come back to the mid lane now. He's been in the jungle. They put him on the Assassinator LeBlanc. So far, not yet able to roam, but he's still getting that Deathfire grass built up.
And Pobelter has been one of the most impressive mid laners. New mid laners in the LCS for sure. He went toe-to-toe with Bjergsen yesterday. Shut him down on multiple occasions, and he's doing really well against Lynx LeBlanc right now.
Both junglers feeling
Might
this
see a
one out.
3v3.
Yep, Crepo is going to stay on that side of the Chompers, though. He's no. Very nice job. They do not bait back through. I thought they were going to try to at least go for Crepo, but the Chomper's keeping him safe.
Yeah, well, Crepo popped his ultimate right there, and I feel like if COG engaged on him, they risked the counterattack. Both junglers just showing up at the same time. No ultimates blown from the junglers. Just an 80 carry and a support ultimate blown. One for COG, one for EG. I wonder if EG is going to stick around and push this because Dexter is long gone.
Nian's in the top lane trying to cause a little bit of trouble here, getting behind the turret and doing some farm, but I believe he's going to be all right. Inox knows nobody else is coming because of the wards. He will now, though, and that bottom pressure could continue to happen.
That's relentless pressure by Nian. He's going to tell Snoopy that he needs to come up there again and again if he wants to shut him
base
down.
farming.
Oh yeah, he's in between the deeper set of turrets right now. Just trading farm. There's a flash!
There it is. They get the flash pulverized down. It's all about Afro. He flashes out. Still has the box to go up as well. Very calmly played there. Snoopy with Ragnarok. These guys just trading back and forth, saying, look what I can do.
Yeah, not very much crowd control chained right there onto Aframu, so he gets out of the flash pulverize. That just makes bot lane a more gankable place because both supports are down a flash now and therefore more vulnerable.
Finally, haven't seen too much down here. Just a whole lot of hubbub. Everybody's partying back and forth. Not too many kills. 103 CS is Yellow Pete's kind of been shoved off of this now. We know Alistar's not too much of an aggressive support, but the zone control definitely by Aframu and Doublelift down there.
Showing their superior bot lane right there. I'd have to say Yellow Pete and Crepo haven't done the most impressive things in a 2v2. Crepo's more about the team play at this point. Ooh, that's a lot of minions to be going in on.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Just a bit of damage. Yeah, good call. The Siege Wave put out quite a bit of damage. Doublelift backing now. He should have on the hunt when he returns to lane. We'll see if Dragon being up in a few minutes.
Yeah. Speaking of dragons, Yen is behind the mid lane turret right now. This is what he needs to do if he wants to try and take a bit of an advantage over Inox. Just farming between the turns doesn't do much until he starts counter jungling. He's taking the Wraiths, and they are planning a over-the-wall assault. Both of them would fly over, I think, once Pobelter returns. Let's wait for it.
Shockwave is up here. Snoopy's Ghost is down, looking at
There
some of
they
the summoners. Oh, they go right past him. He goes for the double distortion and explosion as well. What a combination there. Dexter running out of this fight. Snoopy's going to be coming in. Like I said, his Ghost is down, so it's up to the Undertows. The Cleaver misses, and they don't have the chase capability.
Yeah, that was a nice gank by CLG. They just waited for Pobelter to kind of be on his own, and they flew over that wall. Good lord, Pobelter didn't have a chance.
Talk about gap closers. Link going for double distortion, like you said, over the Wraiths. They're getting at whatever they want, however they want right now, and they needed that kill. A little bit of momentum here. They were 3 kills down, bringing the gold lead to 1,000 deficit now, better than the 2K deficit.
Yeah, Snoopy has definitely slowed down. With his early kills, you know, he rushed that Spirit of the Ancient Golem to get the conservation stacks going earlier, but he still has no boots. And Olaf is very, very move speed dependent. He is not that effective until he gets some boots.
Very nice boomerang by Doublelift there, pretty much just zoning out the lane even more. Since we last looked, it was 81 CS, now 14 more to 95 only.
Yeah, and remember how we said if Doublelift gets a Bloodthirster before Yellow Peak can complete it. Doublelift did a very good job of going back to base right when he could complete that Bloodthirster. Now he's using the power advantage to put even more punishment on the EG bot lane.
He's not really boomeranging the waves down either. They're making sure they stay off the turret so they can deal the damage if they want.
Yeah, he's punishing as much as possible. But he's still pushed up, therefore daring EG to come down. And at this point, COG has 2 lanes that are very successful. Yen has regained power in the top lane, farming in between turrets over Inox, and then also that bottom lane. So it means Snoopy has a little bit of interesting places to go.
Ooh.
Speaking of which,
Dragon's Descent, so close to being up, but it's not.
Because he
Worse than
had
the Flash.
shopped.
Yep.
He was sitting on 1,800 gold, and Inox had his Sunfire Cape. So that is going to happen if the other guy has 2,000 more gold. Won't happen now that he's got the Bladed Rune kick.
Still doing quite well in that top lane for being focused so much. There's the On the Hunt coming in from Doublelift. Good damage onto him to start that fight, but Aframu puts himself in as a personal sentry. 1-2 on the distortion. Link plays it safe, but it looks like we may have a little bit of a Dragon Rumble.
Yeah, they're daring this 5v5 to happen. Inox has roamed down. The end is a little bit late. They're getting that dragon down real quick.
Oh, he misses the chain. A little off to the right. The sun was in his eyes, and the dragon's going to be going over to Snoopy. Very nice control here by EG. 2 out of 2 dragons throughout the game.
And that's what EG focuses on, it seems like, dragon control. They had a lot of good dragon control yesterday against Team Solo Mid, especially early on. In this game, obviously with Jinx, they scale a little bit better into the late game. You know, Orianna also can bring a huge amount of damage, and the fact that Inox is ahead in farm on Nien while still not losing his turret means Inox has most definitely won that lane over Nien.
And how does this work for Link, really, when he does get the Deathfire Grasp? Because it only looks like he has Yellow Pete to be killing here.
It's basically the item LeBlanc gets to try and burst down whoever.
Yeah.
But if she actually does want to get a kill, it would have to be onto Yellow Pete. It could still work quite well if he gets harassed down onto Pobelter. The Athene's Unholy Grail isn't complete immunity against it. It'll depend on whether the ball is on his head and whether he is shielding properly.
Got to make sure Link has that correct eyesight. There it is, going in fight. Aframu, Link is
Pete
from behind. It does he have Pete? The exhaust goes down, but he puts himself on the outside of the box. Oh, he splits the uprights. That's not going to be the points you're looking for. Kill coming in for Doublelift. Link as well, and it's going to be the run coming out here by Yellow Pete.
The timing on that gank was absolutely perfect. The fact that Link was coming up through the lane as EG initiated is the perfect storm for a counter gank. Link just completely capitalized, got the DFG on the target, thought he wanted to, and they're going to get a turret to boot.
CLG playing these fights like they've considered what's going to happen and then some, easily dodging out everything that was thrown at them and making that gank look like they had it set from the beginning.
So easy.
So easy indeed. 17 minutes in. It wasn't easy in the beginning. Nian had quite trouble in the top lane. There wasn't a lot coming from Pobelter or Link, and I just said, when's Link going to start blowing up? Now he's 2-0-1. That was big for him.
Yeah, he had to do a lot of farming. Really just the timing of that gank was very fortunate for them. It looked well planned, but there was a lot of luck that came into that one too, just having it fall the right way. Link, though, blue buff LeBlanc is one of the hardest things in the world to catch.
The ward that could have killed you. Will he be able to get out of this one? He's got the shoes tied tight. He's trying to do the moves, and he gets hit with another cleaver. He does not have a distortion to return to, and they do find the kill onto that one. Fancy moves, though.
You can juke as much back and forth as you want, but if there's 4 people chasing you down, you're probably gone. Didn't even have his flash to try and juke that one. Now EG's going to try and power push the mid lane right here, but Sivir is there to clear the way.
They got a big team. They got the Cow. They got an Olaf and a Mundo up here. That ultimate for Mundo is up. You see the level differences here between the teams. That is a level 12 NACS. He's the highest in the game right now. He's the guy they're looking to get that first damage on the turret.
He's gotten very strong. Got all his summoners up as well, plus a red buff. A lot of power in EG sitting here, but you're not pushing on double Sivir at this point in the game. Bloodthirster completed. The wave just melts.
Link just losing that blue buff. There it is on Blue Cow. He's going to be quite happy with that. Yeah. Nope. Yeah.
I think that was actually one of those situations where he walked past the ward because he had his camera off screen, and someone else said, "Dude, you just walked past a ward."
Yellow Pete
and he has to go back into it.
Oh, there it is, Jat. He tries to get to Yellow Pete, but Crepo, a split-second decision of headbutt. Very well played.
Yeah, Link missed pretty much everything. I think he used DFG.
Hit DFG, and then
that's about it.
You're out of here.
Crepo completely shut him down, and Yellow Pete did some juking.
He got the horns on that one. 19 minutes onto this. 4-3. They're looking to make it possibly 4-4 here. Crepo keeping that 75% damage on the ult.
Yeah, that was an interesting interaction. I think COD is going to try and continue onto this one. Nice pulverize,
What?
Though.
Oh!
Doesn't matter.
As soon as the ult wears off, though, he kind of sentenced himself to death there by headbutting in.
Yeah, and there's no turret behind them. Flash ult!
Oh, beautiful assaulted battery after the flash, like we saw the Vault Breaker going down, but they are just making it work still. Dexter coming up with the help for the team.
Yeah, just a really good rotation there by CLG. They realized that EG had completely overstayed their welcome. They weren't the team with better running capabilities. That's the team with Sivir for chasing people down. And once CLG realized they could get more people there, they just brute forced it, got all the kills they wanted, and get a turret out of it.
This is what we pretty much expected to see once CLG started a group. You got Sivir's on the hunt, grouping with the rest of the team, able to follow up on just that, the assault and batteries that keep the fights going and keep EG on their heels.
Yeah, Nyen still going to want to be a big factor in these team fights because he's 0-2. Link, though, on his return to mid lane, has not disappointed. His laning phase was not spectacular against Pobelter, but his roam bottom lane has proved to be the most effective. Jinx is an incredibly immobile AD carry, and as hard as Crepo is trying, he cannot peel off a LeBlanc like he wants to, and it is being very punishing right now for EG.
Yellow Pete really has to keep himself safe.
He's down a lot in farm, too.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's really kind of considering being forced into the Banshee's Veil right away or something to mitigate it. But yeah, you're right, he can't. He needs the damage, he needs the match, at least what Doublelift and the rest of their team is bringing to the table.
AD carries need to get at least Bloodthirster and Static Shiv before they can think about going defensive if they want to have any type of impact in the mid game. So for this next, I'd want to say 4,000 to 5,000 gold for Yellow Pete.
Yeah.
He is in a bind where Link can decide to destroy him, and it's going to be about him keeping himself safe.
Crepo taking into consideration the fact that On the Hunt's been up for a while, so the Talisman Ascension is finished up quite quick for him. He doesn't go for the fast boots there.
Hello.
Hello indeed. Nian finding Inox here. Not too much vision on the side of EG on this part of the jungle, so Inox is roaming out, and EG is slowly ready to give him some protection because they don't know what's over there either.
He got so much damage onto him right now, though, that COG is going to force the dragon fight.
Oh, just trying to see what's in the brush. Get a quick clear out on a pink ward there. CLG puts another one in, and they start to poise here for Dragon.
EG focuses a lot on Dragon Control. They're not going to give this one up easily.
No.
But COG is bursting it down. Let's see if Crepo tries to flash in.
They're 2 for 2 here. Crepo's looking to get into the fight. Talisman Ascension goes down. It's going to be the Assault Battery going down. Dexter actually getting some good damage in, but they focus him very fast. EG is looking to win this fight pretty hard. CLG's with big health, but they're on the outside. Link goes in for 1. He's right next to Yellow Pete and calls back the distortion. Great control. It's going to be Crepo over the wall with the pulverize, but he might have gotten himself killed here.
No.
Link, Yellow Pete. Oh my gosh, only 1 distortion coming out.
And it was the big one right there because Yellow Pete blew up. 4 for 1 right there for CLG. They forced the fight at the right time, and they're pushing objectives afterwards. They don't care about the Dragon. That was only a vehicle for that team fight.
CLG, we were thinking that they were kind of falling behind in the mid game, but they had the mentality. They knew when they needed to turn the gas on, and they started hitting the pedal about 5 minutes ago. They have been in complete control now.
A lot of it has just been about Link's roam on the Blanc and how much impact he has had on the game. Additionally, Double Lift accumulated a huge farm advantage over Yellow Pete. But this fight, it was basically the fact that Link never made Yellow Pete feel safe in this one. Yellow Pete can never... See how he's out on the side of the team fight? That's maybe the second shot Yellow Pete has gotten off. Inox can tank all day when he's in there, but if he's never able to do damage, Link was just going in and out the whole time. And as we saw yesterday, when TSM played LeBlanc with Shyvana, everyone wants to focus on LeBlanc because she's such a threat, but it's the Shyvana who is whipping the team apart, and no one wants to come and focus on that. And it has been working so well for CLG this game.
Oh, that mixed damage flying around in the form of a dragon can be painful. 9 to 5, 23 minutes on the clock. It's 4,000 gold now in favor of CLG. They were 2,000 gold down around 5-6 minutes into the game. So very good pressure they've put on to turn the game around. You know, like we saw in their video with the coaches, Monty was saying they've been doing the right things to adapt and turn the game around. They've done it again.
Yeah. Well, they've been saying they've been doing it in scrims. This would be the first time we get to see it in actual LCS. They did have that one nice comeback against Curse already this season, where they lost so many early turrets and pulled off a nice flank attack in the mid-game to come back. They don't need any comebacks in this one because they are in the driver's seat right now, just trying to get ward control of the Baron area. They have shown they control these 5v5 fights as long as Link comes in from the proper angles. He can do it.
We see Yellow Pete actually going for the Phantom Dancer here for that single target damage. Hoping to maybe heal off a little bit of that burst. See what they could do in this fight.
We talked about how EG overcommits when they're behind in games. They're not where they should be.
Oh, he gets Yellow Pete! He gets hit apart. The barrier's off immediately. They are looking for him still. Nien has a radar in Yellow Pete right now. Snoopy goes down just from AoE damage around the fight. Inox is falling very low right now. A few attacks. The sadism is on! Oh, the boomerang just misses!
Oh, Link is right where he wants to be. He's waiting for that distortion kill.
He is patiently
They need
waiting.
minions.
They all feel the pressure onto this one. They're like, we can walk out as a group, I think. Hold the hands, we'll be safe. And they are. They get by. The minion wave is there as a shield, too.
Hand-holding and friendship is very real. That's what saved them in that situation. But they still lost the fight pretty badly. Oh no, here it comes.
Oh, double distortion again from Link is going to be giving people nightmares on EG tonight. 11 to 5 here at 25 minutes. They've broken open the base.
Yeah, Double Lift has gotten very strong as well. It's just all those ricochet damage stuff, AoE, Shyvana just sitting there. Everyone is just kind of dying right there for EG if they get in these clumped up team fights. EG had to play against the same thing yesterday.
Yeah.
It's so difficult for them. But yeah, EG shouldn't have been here. They get the ult onto Yellow Pete. You can see Link gets peeled great by Crepo, but it didn't necessarily matter because the rest of COG was so far ahead. That was a fantastic headbutt, by the way, by Crepo.
That was great.
Yeah, but obviously COG was too strong at this point. They nearly overstayed their welcome. And now a desperation Baron by EG. Let's see if COG can stop this. This would be the one thing that gets them back in the game or the thing that breaks their back.
They're missing a few ultimates, definitely from the bottom lane of Double Lift and Afro move here. No. Oh my god, he didn't even get to go in on that. Going down is Crepo. That's the crowd control they need. That's the cow, the tank. Snoopy is on the outside swinging his axes to look pretty, but he's not going to be able to help in this fight. Inox is going to be chased down, or are they just going to turn on Baron?
Well, they don't need to kill him. Everyone else has went to Baron.
Oh, Link! Wow, the Thresh Express monthly pass coming in for Link there.
How far can one champion go in a short amount of time? That far, because CLG, the rest of the team was taking Baron. That, I think, is the backbreaker for EG right there.
That is going to hurt.
That was cool, though.
Yeah.
I want to see the little jumpy jump next time. It's like he distorted onto the lantern and then just went a monstrous distance. All right, so the actual team fight was over before it started. Link stopped the peeling. Yen got a perfect ultimate onto 3, and at that point, the AoE damage just wiped out EG immediately. But this was the cool part. This is what everyone wants to see again. Let's watch. They get the Reverie prac. When he lands it, he's like, come on, Link. Come on, come, take the lantern. So far. It really wasn't all that much. It was just a distortion onto a max range lantern. You just don't realize how far that thing can take someone.
A bit like an LCS fun plays.
Yeah. There you go.
15-5, few more kills just going in the column for CLG. A great turnaround in this game, and we really can't say it enough. The new lineup being brought to the table is showing very strong.
Yeah, so far, you know, Dexter picking up 8 assists on 15 kills. Not the craziest co-participation. He actually hasn't had that crazy of a game. Yeah. I think the big win for CLG is getting Link back in the mid lane. When they didn't have Dexter, they didn't just have one player playing out of position, they had 2. And this is such a mid-lane focused game nowadays, with all the priority being placed on the Blanc and such. The 7-1-4 LeBlanc has been a huge part of the story. It's allowing the rest of CLG to really shine because, you know, Yen got ganked so heavily. And before, when they would have Hotshot in the mid lane, Hotshot wouldn't pick up the slack after all those ganks. And now it's happening. It's allowed Doublelift to get more farm. Everything is starting to tick together.
I felt the pain on that one.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Link going in once again. He has that blue buff on, possibly. I haven't seen him quick enough. He is just flying on and off the screen. The Talisman of Ascension, the on the hunt. Everybody's got to bait it into using something right now, but nobody's going to do anything.
How fast are you? We're faster. And they just decide not to turret dive because that's the smart move. They still have the Baron buff, though.
They have so many options to just be pushing this mid or the bottom. Mid's down, so they don't really want to get in, but they can squeak around here and start to even side flank.
Yeah,
EG.
they might try to get Link around the side and just push EG back with maybe the next minion wave. They're not really making much progress right now against the wave clear of Orianna, Olaf, and Jinx combined. So I would expect Link to try and get something off the side if COG really wants to initiate this one.
See Link in the mid lane, 10,800 to 8,900 on the side of Pobelter. CLG really came together in the mid portion of this game to synergize, get kills, and snowball each other. We saw EG getting a lot of the dragons, but CLG was able to find the fights they've needed just after the laning phase. And now we're here in front of the bottom inhibitor turret, 30 minutes in, and looks like they're just going to get it eventually.
I'm really surprised CLG didn't try something more creative on that one, because they tried a previous minion wave with no one coming in from inside the base, and it got pushed back. Now they're just kind of standing here. The fact that they're here for the 3rd time in a row makes me think they're going to put a lot more commitment onto this next wave. Like, they're going to go much more aggressive. And finally, Yen makes it inside the base. Here it comes.
Looks like it's going to be the ender. Oh, Link. Doublelift does have the red potion on for this fight. They're looking to close it out. Dexter so far behind, and they lose Yellow Pea before Dexter even really takes damage. Link going into the fight. He does get himself quite hurt, but he's able to really just cause enough chaos to kill the focus of Evil Geniuses. It looks like they're scattering here, and CLG is just pulling them back in, reeling them in for the kills whenever they want.
EG has nothing to fight back with at this point. CLG cleaning up.
Oh, another one!
Where's coming? Where's the lantern?
Where's the lantern?
Oh.
Last one was better. What was that?
Flick it when he goes in.
He keeps him alive, though. He's got to make it look good somehow, pulling out the swagger on the exit of the Nexus turrets. The first one's going to fall. A very methodically won game here by Counter Logic Gaming. 30 minutes in, the new lineup looks crisp and solid. Pobelter looking to go down here. Oh, just the tip. Not enough.
Yeah, 30-minute game right here. CLG, once they got an inch, they took a mile. Game on for them.
Very good win by CLG. They even up the head-to-head with Evil Geniuses at 1-1.
Yeah, you could definitely see the difference there with Link in the mid lane instead of in the jungle. Even if he was a strong jungler, his mid lane is much better. That's what he plays League of Legends for.
Dexter having a very strong game as well. Elise and Olaf, we said, in the Battle of the Atlantic, but he brings up the bye here. And he definitely broke open some vaults. He gave the team some gold.
Yeah, right there, Dexter. Probably not super happy with this first game. When they have a dominating victory like that, to come away as a 1-3-8, kind of like, yeah, I was part of that win.
It was me, I helped.
But he doesn't feel too much personal investment with that. It's still a good start for CLG, winning their only game of the week, their first game with Dexter. It puts them on a very positive track.
Yeah, like I said, you know, there's other games you have a low score. Maybe you're the guy guarding the bomb. Maybe you're the guy that doesn't get the kills, but you still have a huge impact in winning the rounds for the team. There he is. He has that smile on his face, and I bet you he's happy to be here as well.
Yeah. 100%
It was a long
win
time
rate.
coming.
100% win rate in the LCS.
CLG's
right
getting that with their subs,
Not
and they
many
always
players can
have.
say that.
Back at
St.
MLGs,
Vicious,
Wings.
St. Vicious and Dexter, 2 players with 100% win rates in the LCS right now.
I guess it's all about subbing each week. We'll see
Yeah.
what teams can.
Just keep swapping in players.
Who can sub
over
the
and over
best.
again. Yeah. Get those 100% win rates.
So not a very good early game for Chronologic Gaming. Nien
No.
was harassed wholly in the lane. He comes back to lane and he died a second time after first blood. And in that, he almost did get a first kill on NACS in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Snoopy was just on the level 3 gank right away.
I feel like when COG looks at this game again, they will realize they could have done more in the early game. But for all the lanes to fail early, Nien's lane is the one that they can come back the most from. Top lane is very isolationist regardless.
Right.
Shyvana has, or rather Mundo is just so non-interactive for so long that even if he gets a few kills early, you could see Nien just took it right back. I'd say Nien did a very good job of kind of playing from behind in a sense and pulling himself back in that game despite the early failures. But obviously, they would like it if those things didn't happen.
And there was a really good amount of things targeted coming into Pobelter on this game. And I just got to say, this kid is crazy. He has the most champions played out of anybody. And that Orion attacks on another one.
Yeah.
He's only doubled up on his Gragas play.
Yeah, Pobelter definitely coming to play. His early laning was very strong. But as we said, when EG wins, it seems to be like Pobelter has to carry them. And Link actually got into the same problem last year. He was so good at Orianna, but he couldn't necessarily carry the team with it.
Ultimately.
And even if Pobelter had a good laning phase, he could not transition and he could not carry EG.
All right, well, we've got to take a quick break. When we come back, CLG's Rush Hour, bot lane, Afromoo, and Double Lift join Freak and Kobe in the studio. Then Cop and Curse will take on Wild Turtle and Team Solo Mid. Don't go anywhere.
Down. Let's see if Crepo tries to flash in.
They're 2 for 2 here. Crepo's looking to get into the fight. Talisman Ascension goes down. It's going to be the Assault Battery going down. Dexter actually getting some good damage in, but they focus him very fast. EG is looking to win this fight pretty hard. CLG's with big health, but they're on the outside. Link goes in for 1. He's right next to Yellow Pete and calls back the Distortion. Great control. It's going to be Crepo over the wall with the Pulverize, but he might have gotten himself killed here.
No.
Link, Yellow Pete. Oh my gosh, only 1 Distortion coming out.
I think supports should get nerfed because they're really hard to abuse now. Like past seasons, AD carry was a lot stronger than supports, and you would be able to catch him off guard and kill him sometimes.
Welcome back to week number 4 of the North American LCS Spring Split. We want to welcome CLG's bot lane duo, Doublelift and Afremu, to the desk. So you guys fought against EG. You banned Soraka. You afraid?
Yeah, a little bit. I came in thinking that I was going to play Sivir, and Soraka does really well against Sivir because she's pure physical damage, and like she has a lot of annoying like pokes with her silence and her star call spam. So we just wanted to get rid of it because also her late game is really strong too.
So why'd you want to pick up Sivir against EG?
Well, bunch of reasons. Their bot lane's kind of passive. I don't want to say weak, but they're really passive in lane. So I had a free laning phase on a weak champion like Sivir, who's not very good in lane. But another thing is their team play kind of is like iffy. So like when we get into 5v5s and we have Sivir and they have like a random Jinx or something like that, then we just are superior. We can rotate faster. We can team fight better. We can just zerg their backline. We have so many more options.
All right, so let's set the scene for the early game, though. You guys are slowly increasing this CS lead in your lane, and then it pops up on your screen, oh, red, Nien just got killed. Uh-oh, we give up first blood. Okay, then 40 seconds later, it pops up again. Nien got killed again. What happens to your lane at this point? Do you just go to your happy place and sort of meditate, or do you have to change your game plan at all?
It just means that we have to do that much better in bottom lane to carry the game for our team. But it's all right if Nien dies a couple times, misplay happens, it's okay. We don't blame him for that, but in bottom lane, it was just a super easy lane. We had our game plan going into it, and there's no need to change it at all because we already know we're going to win.
So you guys don't decide to go like extra aggressive because the jungler keeps going top? You're just like,
oh yeah,
same old.
well of course. If the jungler shows top, then you can just skirmish 2v2 bottom whenever you want to, just because it's safe. So.
Cool. And you guys took a couple of good trades and of course got ahead there. So then you guys got into the mid game, and Link took over that game. What happened?
Link, he wanted to pick LeBlanc this game for sure versus EG, and we were scared that they might do the Lulu mid that everyone's been doing recently in the world meta, but they didn't pick Lulu, fortunately, and LeBlanc versus Orianna is a really good matchup, and LeBlanc can roam around while Vi pressures middle as well, so LeBlanc came bottom a couple of times and picked up some free kills too, so it was really good rotations by Link.
Cool. So then we actually have a replay of a big team fight around the Dragon area. It's one of the big swingy team fights for you guys, if we can get that on your screen. And I want you guys to sort of talk about what you guys were thinking about coming into this fight.
Well, this was the point in the game where we thought that the lead that they had wasn't significant, and we didn't know exactly how much, but you can see right here, it's only 600 gold. So as we're coming into this, we're like, we can actually fight them 5v5, and Link is getting the flank right here, and I pop ulti just so we can reposition in a better way. And the Ori ulti only hits our front line, which is the worst thing that could possibly happen to them, so we just clean up really easy. Basically, the saving grace of their team comp is that the Ori ulti has to hit either me or LeBlanc for them to win the fight. Because if you look at the frontline champions, Alistar, Olaf, and Mundo don't do anything. Like, they're hitting me, but they're not doing any damage, and so we can just zerg their backline. And the only thing that's stopping us from killing them is the Ori ulti, which, only hit Dexter and Nien.
Cool. And you guys, of course, played the entire fight pretty well right there. So basically, so Link runs around. Dexter, he just holds the mid lane for Link to make plays, or what's Dexter doing for your team?
Well, Dexter had a misplay mid where he died. I'm not exactly sure how that happened early, but then he just says, I'm going to recover, and just tell me where and when to gank, and we just said bounce between mid and bottom, just looking for some kills, and eventually we got a counter gank going, and we started coming back into the game. So, I mean, his job that game was really just to stay even. Doesn't really matter how far ahead he is, he's just going to dive the backline.
Have you guys been trying at all to sort of set up just communication with Dexter over Skype or something before he came over here, or did you just wait until he arrived to have in-person practice?
Nope, we didn't do anything.
Just wait till he gets
here. Actually, Dexter was kind of consulting with us on our LCS matches. He was watching from Europe in sadness. He was like, dude, I wish I could play for you guys. But yeah, he would just tell us, you guys did this wrong, you guys can do this better. But, honestly, with a messed up roster, there's only so much you can do.
Okay, so Afremu, we have a replay for you specifically. You haven't been talking enough at the desk. Double's been taking it all.
God, I'm sorry.
True 80. No, it's an 80 carry style. He's got to take all the farm. He's going to take all the questions. Exactly. So Afremu, for you specifically, you had a nice Thresh play. You hooked in Mundo. You lanterned in Link. If we can get that replay on your screen, because it's awesome. I like watching it again.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Well, right here, we saw that they were going to do Baron for a desperate Baron play because we just won a team fight and went down middle and got mid and hib, if I see that correctly. So I'm like, we can stop this, we can stop this. So our team's coming in, and they're all really low, and I'm like, okay, we can do this, guys. And I get a nice 3-man play here. My team comes in with Sivir ult and just dives the backline, and they get demolished here. And when the last kill comes around where Double thought he was going to kill Muno right here,
I'm so bad.
I'm like, oh,
I
God.
am so bad.
And I'm like,
I thought he
okay,
was
guys.
dead.
Okay, guys. No way, dude. I can land this hook. And I'm like, Link, come here, dude. Come here. So I hook him, throw my lantern over here for style points so Link can W and fly off.
That was
And then
not
we
planned.
kill Muno.
There's no way that was planned.
Dude, the synergy between me and Link is greater. than
Wow. So
I am sad now.
So now if Doublelift is missing and he gets deported, Link's going to play AD carry,
Yeah.
and Hotshot's coming back to mid?
Yeah. No, Kobe's jungling.
Oh, yeah.
Kobe's going, okay.
Did you not see the spinner?
Yeah, well, it didn't land on that one. The spinner landed on Doublelift split pushing by himself, and that didn't happen this game. You didn't listen to your coach.
Yeah, sorry. Monty's pretty upset about that, actually.
At least you won.
At least we won.
Disregard coach, acquire wins. I think it's working out for you guys. So you guys are looking a lot better now. The team worked pretty well. You came back from an early game deficit. You guys thinking good about your season?
We're looking forward to many wins.
Many
For
wins.
Sure, yes.
Now that we have our full roster, it's
Yeah.
just going to be a lot easier.
Awesome. Well, congrats on the win. We'll see more from you guys throughout the week. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you.
We got more games, though. Let's send it back over to Riv and Jat to take us into our next game.
Thank you very much, Freak. Gotta love those interviews, man. Of few words, but it's just we're
Few
gonna win.
words. Doublelift talks all the time.
Oh, I meant after me.
Yeah, that's true.
From Mew. Moo. He's not a Pokemon. Let's dive right into this one. It's Quas and Kurz versus Dyrus in Team Solo Mid. Two teams that are coming into this game riding a wave of momentum.
Yeah, Curse had a good game yesterday. They managed to break Dignitas' 6-game winning streak. You know, they're showing an ever-expanding champion pool as well. Quas picked top lane Gragas. He's made some big plays. We've actually seen Quas pull 5 different champions in 9 games out in the top lane. And something that's so interesting about Curse is when they're on blue side, since Quas and Voyboy can switch up champions. They pick a Gragas early, you think it's going mid, it actually goes top. It gives them a bit of a pick ban advantage there. Normally you get to see the red side pick a mid laner last.
Right.
You can't really do that against Curse because you don't know where they're going.
I liked it. Usually it was like a pick where you're like, oh, it's ambiguous. It's a jungler or the support at least or something back in the day. But now it's because it's the players on the team, not the champions in the game. Our interview with Crepo, he said Evil Geniuses had tried to ban out Odd One's favorite champs. Then in team fights, they focused on Bjergsen to shut down the mid lane and jungle duo. But in the end, they didn't have much luck.
Yeah, they really cut into Bjergsen's game in that one. They gave him the most deaths he has ever had in one game. But obviously for every action, there's a reaction. And Dyrus just took over that game. 10-0-14 on Shyvana. Became the largest Shyvana we've ever seen. I think he's coughing or sneezing right now.
Bless you.
But he's ready to play Shyvana.
He is absolutely ready. We've seen that the mid lane can set the pace of the game. But oftentimes it comes down to their chemistry with the jungler to really get things going.
The jungle mid synergy is probably the most important thing as a mid laner.
By having good synergy as a jungler with your mid laner, you can create opportunities that otherwise wouldn't be there.
It's really important that you're able to make 3-man roams, dives on the mid laner, maybe potentially a 4-man gank bot.
You'll see a lot of 4-man plays bottom where the jungler and the mid lane will come bot together and then dive.
Mid lane is definitely about having a lot of pressure, which is also why a lot of teams choose to gank mid a lot.
Usually they'll ask for ganks a lot. I have to do it or else they take my raves.
You definitely need to have a good relationship with your jungler.
I'm basically stuck doing everything he wants.
If you get a lead on your mid, then you can start placing aggressive wards and roaming around the map. You can really only do that if you have good synergy with your jungler, so that's why it's really important.
You need to be able to communicate well, and you need to be able to understand like how to fight together because you'll be in a lot of situations where killing's a must.
Bjergsen and Odd One there with the love-hate.
Yeah, that seemed like a very abusive relationship so far between Bjergsen. Odd One's supposed to be the general. Take charge.
Opposites attract. Let's check out the starting lineups right now. On the blue side, it's Curse. Quas in that top lane, Dominate in jungle. Voyboy at mid, Cop at AD carry, and St. Vicious at support.
Yeah, and of course on the red side it is TSM. Dyrus in the top lane, clean his glasses. Odd One in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle on AD, and Xpecial on support.
And that brings us to our featured matchup in the bot lane. It's the All-Stars, St. Vicious versus Xpecial.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup in part because they've both been in competitive play since the start of it pretty much. They were also on the All-Star team together back in Shanghai with the St. Vicious picking the jungle role.
Yeah.
Saint did great on Alistar. He brings a very aggressive style to their team. And Xpecial, he's been just like the perfect support for so long. You can't really pick up many flaws in his game. It used to be maybe, oh, he tried to make shot calls when Reggie didn't want him to. But now, team's much more open, and he's free to do whatever he wants.
And we'll see if Wild Turtle can get another section on his shell. It is his birthday today.
It's true.
See if he can get out of here, not on his backside. TSM can get him upright and they come out with a win here. It's kind of a special day there. You can see he was really happy waving at the camera.
They got the big win streak already. You know, they've
They
knocked
do.
out every
They
LCS
do.
team consecutively.
It's good to get a
Genius
birthday
is
win.
twice in a row. See if they can get twice in a row for Curse.
At least they're all back in better health. Another question of the game, who is support Vicious going to be playing this time? Are they going to give him the Alistar again? Because usually you're like, oh, the new player played something, we won't ban out his champion. But he had an impact on Alistar.
It really seemed like it was heavily dependent on the success of Pantheon, though.
It was
So
big ganks there.
seeing if
That was big ganks.
if the Pantheon is banned or not, I think that would be another first pick for I Will Dominate if TSM doesn't do that. And then they would probably combo with Alistair. But if it doesn't go that way, I would expect something more along the lines of Thresh or Leona.
Yeah, talking to Dominate yesterday, he's like, yeah, leave Pantheon up. Thank you very much. Take that right away. The LeBlanc, Kassadin, they're always sitting on the bench. We
Yeah.
actually got to see some LB last game. Very
Few
surprising.
people have decided to chance Bjergsen's LeBlanc play. 4 times they have tried, 4 times they have failed. It's 4-0 on that.
Don't let it happen.
I wonder if Curse would want to ban Shyvana away from Dyrus, only because he has such a comfort on it. You almost never see a Shyvana ban because, especially someone like Wild Turtle just says, oh yeah, top laners can't carry, but we've seen a few of them. Dyrus definitely carried last game TSM played.
We were talking about the top and the mid lane pick for Gragas, but Dominate also uses them in the jungle too. Oh, it could go anywhere if they actually get that pick. But they ban it. Thanks, guys. It means nothing what I was talking about. Curse versus TSM here as we hop into your second game of the day.
All right, so Lee was the last ban.
Yep.
Curse could pick away the Shyvana. It would put, you know, it would put Quas on something that's not necessarily as creative, but wouldn't take advantage of his huge champion pool. I would like to see a Wukong here, actually. Odd One broke it out for the first time. Obviously, there were a lot of jungle bans against him.
Yeah.
It just fits, even though they're 0-2 on Wukong. Love to see something like that right here from Curse. They're taking their time with this first pick. I don't necessarily know why, because the bans from TSM seem fairly straightforward. They banned Pantheon, which is the most banned champion against them, and then just lock down some for St. Vicious.
They do quite often pick support first. They get that Thresh on St. Vicious. It's been kind of talked up as his main on the support, as people that know he's been playing. So
yeah. It's not too hard to scout St. Vicious' support role. You just look up his solo queue account. You see he's played Thresh more than anything else. He's averaged a lot of deaths on Thresh, though. We were talking about that yesterday. 6 deaths a game in solo queue on support. Had a very low death game yesterday on Alistair. But this Thresh is a dangerous guy to be playing.
Odd One on Vi, 2-0 on that in weeks 2 and 3. Looks like he'll be bringing it out in 4.
Yeah, those are 2 very standard picks for TSM. It doesn't seem like they're trying to do anything creative against Curse, and I think that's generally the smart move. Curse is the team that's going to be trying
formulate
the crazy things.
Yeah.
They're the ones that bring out all the changing champion pools. And if you're TSM, the way they've always approached these is they just stick solid with their game plan. They just react to what Curse is trying to bring at them, and they play that way.
Dominate loves the aggressive junglers, and Wukong,
Oh, yeah.
like you said, has fit into the composition twice for them.
And honestly, St. Vicious was on the jungle Wukong train before it was even a thing. He had a guide long, long ago when he was the coach of Curse, and he's transferred that to I Will Dominate. Everyone on Curse loves that channel.
Jungleologies.
Jungleology.
You gotta figure out. Now it's supportology, as we saw on social media.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that. It was funny. Kudos to him. You see the pics of Leona and Caitlyn coming in. Wild Turtle's been quite good on Caitlyn this season. 2 picks for him. It's just get in the face.
Oh, Wild Turtle. Caitlyn Leona, strong lane right there for TSM. Just picking lane champions to maybe make up for the weak laning of Dr. Mundo at the start of the game.
Yeah, that would have been an Annie.
Surprised they didn't pick Shyvana, though. I'm actually very surprised by that, since Dyrus has so much success with it. Curse ends up locking that down. Ooh, that's a dangerous Curse team comp.
Kale actually has not been played by Voidboy. Although you may think it, but this is going to be his first time. He and Pobelter have played so many champions this season, or this split, I should say, already. Keeping it versatile, and we are looking for the last pick of Team Solo mid here. We have seen some Karthus coming back in, mostly from Dignitas. We're still waiting on the pick, though.
Dignitas. I don't think that's Bjergsen's type of champion. Zed would be something that he loves to play, but it's very difficult to play against Kale.
Yeah.
Maybe expect something. You know, he's got. There's a lot of physical damage already on TSM, so he might not want to go for
Yes,
Riven or
Syndra.
Zed.
He hasn't brought that out yet.
Yeah, he might definitely have to play an off. Yeah, definitely something that he hasn't played before.
Yeah, that's true still.
Yeah,
Italy is his
because
first. Or this is his first
All the
maybe.
stuff taken away, or that just wouldn't work in this situation. Interesting. That puts a much new dynamic on TSM's team comp. It almost immediately makes it more of a poke composition. Right away, they can synergize the Caitlyn, the Nidalee, and the Mundo to all just try and throw in the long-range poke, and it puts much more emphasis on Curse to really force the initiations.
Yeah.
They generally can with Wukong, but it will be a little bit tricky to really lock them down, because Wukong's knock-up is very short, Shyvana's knock away is really very a short drag as well, and it's going to be hard for Curse to really lock TSM down if TSM doesn't want to get caught.
I'm interested to see how Bjergsen does on Nidalee. Nidalee can still somewhat carry a team, but it's not that dive in LeBlanc and get out. It's going to be on somebody else to really get up the kills this game.
Nidalee will carry through the fact of if they get ahead and start sieging turrets, that's when Bjergsen can really use his ability power to get there. It just takes a while to reach that point.
We'll see if he can handle that in the mid lane. The champs are locked in and loading, so let's check out who you think is going to come out on top. LOLesports.com says 88% of you voted and think TSM are going to rack up another win.
TSM gets some rather high percentages so far. Big winning streak so far for them, trying to make it one more against Curse. Curse is on a winning streak of their own. They won yesterday.
And the big thing is they shut down Dig's streak.
They're
And
trying
now
to be
they're
the streak
looking to cut
breakers.
the streak of TSM.
Yeah,
So
they could become the streak breakers.
they have their own little mini train they're coming down the track with.
Yeah,
It's not
right
going to it's derailing a few people. We'll see how big TSM's is, though. They've had quite a few wins, 3 straight MVPs coming in on their side, so that locomotive is moving fast.
If Dyrus has another game like the one he had yesterday, he would be set to make it 4 MVPs for TSM. Cannot say enough about his 10-0-8 Shyvana. We just kind of looked up halfway part of the game, like, holy crap, Dyrus is huge.
And then he actually had all defensive items, but was still shredding everybody in the fight. It was like he was putting out Hydra damage all day. We see the teams face-to-face there on the screen here in the studios. The fans are ready, and so are we as we get into Curse versus Team Solo Mid. Can Curse break TSM's streak here? We'll have to see. It is the head-to-head in favor of Team Solo Mid. This is a rematch between these two teams as each team plays 4 times. This is the second match.
And I will mention right off the bat that X Special has a Relic Shield
dun, dun,
right off the bat. So he will be sharing some farm with Wild Turtle. And if at some point we say Wild Turtle is down in farm to cop, we're probably wrong because the Relic Shield is shared CS, and oftentimes it is overlooked.
Worth.
We're not going to do that.
We said we're wrong,
We're going to
so
do
now
it right
it's
this
okay.
time.
Yeah.
We're going to get this right.
There's no Adoration stacks, no NACS stacks. We got everything.
But the most interesting thing about the shared CS thing is just because of the Relic Shield, even when you add them both up and get an equal number, that means TSM's winning by even more because the shared gold that he gives back to the AD carry
It's like that
is just
and then
bonus.
some.
Just money out of nowhere.
And a bag of chips.
Making money.
Wow. Dyrus is pretty BM here. Usually they kind of sit and dance it off in the brush, but he pushes Quas out right away. He definitely wants all of that lane.
Control.
Yeah. Cleaver control is max control in the top lane. Dominate, hugging the brush. Not going to see anything cheeky like we did from EG last time, which was pretty nice. But we see both teams kind of going back to just laying low.
Yeah, maybe a delayed invade, but I really want to see what happens in the mid lane between Voyboy and Bjergsen right now, because Voyboy should theoretically be very strong early on in the game before Bjergsen gets access to his cat form, which may leave him open, well, Cougar form, may leave him open to odd one ganks very early. I think that's going to be the big threat. Voyboy loves to play extremely aggressive. Nidalee needs to play passive early. That's why you see the barrier on Bjergsen's Nidalee, and it's going to be a big thing actually for TSM early on in the game, because if you look at both their top lane and their mid lanes, their main goals right off the bat are just to survive and keep their farm even, which will give Curse a lot of freedom if you're considering both of their solo lanes are pushed up very hard. It actually means that I Will Dominate can think about counter jungling, even though Wukong isn't a strong counter jungler, but it definitely enables him to gank bottom lane freely.
See what he prioritizes here as they get themselves through the jungle. Looks like Wraith and Wolfcamp are going to be the deciders to get themselves to level 3 as they get to their red camps. 2.5 minutes on the clock so far. We'll see what Voyboy decides to do in this lane, if he can get a little bit of roam on. Whether he levels Q and just beats Bjergsen down, or levels that E and keeps pushing this wave.
See almost all Kales nowadays just max the Q.
Maxing the Q.
It's a huge amount of burst damage. It's on an incredibly ridiculous AP ratio. 1-0. Cop doing the stutter step. Hey, that's actually an advanced form of last hitting. You just cancel until the very last moment where you want a last hit, or you're risky and you do the double shot.
Get the ultimate freeze. See what they can do. Wild Turtle isn't really looking to get too much harass in here. He doesn't want to get bullied out by a few of the passive shots. But he'll use a Peacemaker to say, hey, get this wave out of here a little bit.
Yeah, and I really like watching the really good Caitlyn players like Wild Turtle when they play, because at least when we'll see this later in the game, when they're trying to push, they don't waste any time. There's so many kind of long animations on Caitlyn. Like when she shoots her Q, you'll see good Caitlyn players always use it right after an auto attack or right after their E, because they can cancel the animations and save time with what they're doing. Likewise, if Wild Turtle ever places a trap, it'll be right after an auto attack, because then he saves time and it's not actually costing them the time of W. It's an efficient play that comes after hundreds and hundreds of games on Caitlyn that we see these pro-tier Caitlyn players do.
Well, he definitely has enough solo Q in him to get those mechanics out. Always playing,
Oh, yeah.
always training. Some of, I believe, the most accounts in Challenger, if that has been beaten recently. Haven't been able
Here's
to
the
check.
gank.
4 minutes indeed. The gank comes out. The red buff is on. It's just going to be the heal and the lane harass for now.
And
trade.
Voyboy actually ends up taking more from that one. Bjergsen was far enough back. The positioning of the lane was good for a gank, but there were too many minions that Voyboy was stuck trying to last hit. He didn't want to have full support of a gank that wasn't going to get any kill generated. So actually not the best movement there by I Will Dominate.
He sticks around Wraiths. They may try to go back towards mid again. We see the odd one backing. We may see him into the lane quite soon as the buff's about 3/4 of the way done.
Yeah, I Will Dominate's trying a lot of pre-6 ganks on Wukong, which aren't necessarily that successful. Great ward timing by TSM.
Oh, St. Vicious grabs aggro in the bush. He gets all that he needs here. They're going to get a nice attack onto a special, and they force the flash.
Because of the nice hook there by St. Vicious, they were able to burn the flash, and it's not an inefficient gank by I Will Dominate. But the ward was really well timed by Xspecial. He just couldn't dodge the hook on the way back to the lane. All in all, though, this early game is kind of expectedly slow, because TSM has picked two very passive solo laners, and then they're playing their bot lane passively as well, because Lucian Thresh has so much inherent threat. The only thing to track in this one is if TSM is up in farm, they're actually winning by a lot. Because they're in passive lanes, if they're out farming, it's a fantastic job.
See that Quaz is not having the same time as Nien did, at least in the early part. He is not able to kill Mundo 1v1. Dyrus is getting the upper hand. They're showing his strength in the top lane. He backs Dyrus, not even going to use teleport to get back to the lane because he's pushed it so well.
Yeah, it's very surprising that he's up 39-30. Obviously, it's a little bit because of the push lane, but Quas doesn't have many minions left up there. Really, the lanes so far from Curse haven't been pressuring that much, and I Will Dominate hasn't been farming spectacularly either, just on the cusp of hitting level 5. Nothing going too well for Curse. I'd say a very solid early game so far by Team Solo Mid.
A lot of vision being picked up here by Curse that has been put down at least by the Wraiths, and just on the bottom side of Nidalee as well. They want to make sure that Odd One is not in the back pocket of Bjergsen if they try to go for him.
Yeah, absolutely right there. You can see Nidalee now that she's level 6, even harder to gank, knowing there's barrier flash and the constant jump aways.
There's those wards coming into play.
People often underestimate as well how much damage Nidalee can do in Cougar form at level 6 because they see her as a super long-range, fragile poke champion. But her upfront damage is actually quite lethal.
They choose not to go for much there. Oh, Odd One level 5, that is why. So they just kind of walk out of this. Go ahead and get the lane pushed out, and this is going to be a back from Bjergsen here. He's out of mana. He's out of a lot.
He's definitely just going back to shop. Got enough gold for an extra Doran's, Chalice of Harmony, and a ward. So he is just going to continue to try and farm that lane. And really, Curse is going to want to make something happen, but they do have to wait for I Will Dominate to hit level 6 before they really start creating any type of action. This is one of those games where the jungle invades will be quite important.
No way! Wow, a game of cat and mouse ultimately played right here. The Odd One was half a second away from seeing this come down. First blood, and the Ignite goes to Voyboy. Quas wanted a piece of that one.
Yeah, that's the move they had to make. They wanted to wait until they could evade an objective. Think about how TSM was playing passively in both of those solo lanes. That leaves your jungler open to being counter jungle. Counter jungling is a team game. That's why all of Curse was in there. The timing of the vision around the red buff was ridiculous as well. But they generate the kill, they steal the red buff, and they gives themselves their first advantage of the game.
That's what it's about, having the timers
go for the other
of your opponent to knock him down and lock him down. 8 minutes into this game, Curse looks to do more.
This is the one that's a little dangerous, though, because Dyrus could potentially teleport down and force a 5v4, knowing that Quas is not walking that way. Let's see if they can get in and out with this one, because they're in a lot of danger.
Well, Dyrus is in the top lane alone. Quas has no way to break that teleport if he wants to get down. He is trying to teleport far behind them. He's going to come in with Turtle, and they jump onto Turtle. They're going to find a Dyrus, though. Dyrus is in. Dominate flashes out with Cyclone in the fight. Voyboy's left to his own divide, and a beautiful teleport down to gain control of the fighting dragon.
Yeah, that is one of those not worth invades right there by Curse. TSM just reacted to what Curse was trying to do. 5v4, gets a kill, and a dragon.
Dyrus holding that teleport in the top lane pays off. Coming in now, first dragon going in here at 9 minutes. A little bit of a gold lead obviously is going to come from that, and Quas is going to do his damnedest to get as much damage on this top turret now.
Yeah, we just got to take a look at this again. It wasn't really a fair fight. TSM flanked around them very well. Once Curse ran into Mundo, they realized how bad of a situation they were in. The instant flash away from Owl Dominate. It's just every man for himself at that point. It ends up being Voyboy that gets the short straw. He's the one that ends up getting shot down.
Turtle's just like, pull, got him. Pulls out the ace in the hole, doesn't get the kill for himself. That goes over to Voyboy. Or Voyboy had a kill, I should say. It does go to Turtle. I was looking at the wrong inventory. We're all right.
It's 1-1.
It is 1-1. 9.5 minutes on this one, and it's 71 CS. So Bjergsen in the mid lane. So even though he's being pressured into his turret, he's been able to get back in and pounce on these minions now. Trying to do the same, give Voyboy a little bit of his own medicine.
Yeah, also, while we were showing that replay, there was a blue buff stolen. That's how Bjergsen got his hands on that one. So not only did the counter jungle fail for Curse, they ended up losing both blues.
Oh, Burger King getting it his way. It's going to be lasting quite a while from him with the Chalice and the Doran's Ring. He's going to be nicely poking out Voyboy in the mid lane with those spears when he gets the chance. You can see him quickly in and out of Cougar form here to make sure he can get away if necessary. 7 to 8 in that mid lane. And looking at the bottom lane a little bit, which we have not. St. Vicious and Xpecial were kind of our match of the day. As Bjergsen and Voyboy duke it out, and they're both doing pretty well. We got the Xpecial assist so far, but Saint has been trying to capitalize on these moves. Always has aggression in the brush, and it looks like they may get a kill. Cop dashes out of the damage a bit there from Dominate. Great job.
All right, face full of Caitlyn right there. They're still going for him. Turtle fighting.
They're gonna be out. They're gonna be out.
A bunch. They were able to finish off Xpecial in that one. We can see the farm though. Those 18 farm that Xpecial has are actually back towards Wild Turtle, so they are winning that lane just by a little bit. The gold will push them over the top. But again, a good gank by I Will Dominate. That's the level 6 Wukong threat. Even through all of Xpecial's armor from that Leona W, they were still able to finish him off.
Seeing what Bjergsen can do here. Odd one coming in from the side. It's going to be the Vault Breaker. Full charge into Assault and Battery. It looks like the low mana, Voyboy did have enough for that intervention.
Yeah, just enough. That thing costs 100 mana. He was running himself a little dangerously low there. Now we need some lane cover by Owl Dominate.
We're going to run this turret dangerously low. Dominate, like you said, coming to protect. Looking at Cop. Actually, yeah, the mid turret, or top turret rather, not being taken down. Cop buying up the Cutlass to start out on Lucian.
That's a interesting choice. We're probably going to see a Blade of the Ruined King Trinity Force eventually from him.
Right.
It's very interesting that he wanted to finish his Cutlass so early, though. Just a little bit of an upgrade over the regular Vamp Scepter we would see. Not your standard build-up there for Cop. I'd say he's maybe trying to heal a little better. If Dyrus gets on top of him, he could use the Cutlass for a bit of a slow on him.
Right.
Other than that, unless he's finishing his Blade of the Ruined King right after his Phage, odd move.
The ultimates, odd one so far, have been going for Voyboy. So like you said, Cop is probably going to need some peel because Voyboy ults have just turned into intervention so far, and he's been safe throughout all of that engagement. 13 minutes, coming up on 13 minutes, there has been quite a bit of focus on the mid lane, and that's kind of how we see Team Solo Mid playing, is Jungler helps Odd One helps Bjergsen tilt the mid lane in their favor, and then they run from there. But like we said, he's not on that LeBlanc.
Yeah.
He's not on a super kill champion this time.
It's not necessarily what he would do with Nidalee. So at this point, Odd One's just capitalized on a few invades. Plus, Odd One's been in the difficult situation of having passive laners this time, and his jungler getting invaded by the enemy solo lanes. As Voyboy gets another deep ward. Maybe they can collapse on him this time, though. Hits the spear, maybe
Good
an ult
there.
too. Oh,
he
he's
got
dead.
big wings. Oh, the wingspan. Can he get him out? He's flapping as hard as he can. It's going to be Voyboy going down. Bjergsen coming up with a kill for himself.
Yep, that was a solo mission by Voyboy that he should not have partaken in because he had no support. I Will Dominate was in his own jungle. That ward was theoretically supposed to protect him from the very thing that killed him.
Deja vu for
aggressive.
Dominate. Back to the mid lane just to clean up farm that's crashing into this turret.
Yeah, it's not the worst person to get farm to, though.
That's true.
Jungle
in the end,
Wukong.
best of the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. Jungle Wukong can be very, very potent once he gets a little bit of farm, as long as I Will Dominate is willing to go all the way in. And he is. He's a very aggressive player.
Pretty aggressive on those wolves. That's mean. Dominate's going to be moving out. Back to the mid lane. He just wants more farm. He does have 68. We've seen him get a better clip here now than the odd one as he's been trying to focus a few assault and batteries to come in and help the team. Bjergsen transfer blue buff over to him. That'll be quite nice as he's just going to stay in that mid lane and try to keep Voyboy from roaming around.
And also just now, at 14 minutes, Curse is clearing out their blue buff that had been stolen away. That's going to definitely hurt Voyboy in the mid lane and his chances. You can see Bjergsen already getting quite far ahead of him in farm, knowing that he has blue buff control and that Athene's Unholy Grail versus Voyboy, who has none of those luxuries.
Should do all right for now. Got the Fiendish Codex for himself and that mana ring. He's going to have the cooldowns. Hopefully he doesn't deplete the mana too quick because he's definitely going to have some trouble just keeping those farm or waves off of the turret.
Yeah, Voyboy's build is definitely delayed a little bit. He's going to want to get to that Nashor's Tooth and Lich Bane as quickly as possible, but he is very much gold starved right here. Tough start for Voyboy. Great timing on the Dragon by TSM as well.
Right
Everyone
through.
on Curse is back in the base. If they get this down early, they get it uncontested.
That first move from Dyrus down into the bottom lane has, the teleport I should say, has Curse shook, and it's leading to Dragons now. Team Solo Mid is starting to control the lanes a lot more.
Yeah, perfect timing. Their early laning phase is starting to get out of there.
Yeah.
And remember, we talked if TSM came out of the laning phase with their solo lanes being up in farm, they were winning by a lot. Even if it was even, they were winning. But it's actually Bjergsen up by 25, Dyrus only down by 10 against Quas's Shyvana, and that bottom lane,
The Targon's is there, so
take the Targons is dead even, plus the extra gold that X Special will have got. So good stuff.
Quas bullying through the top lane, doesn't let Dyrus push him off this time, so they get a little gold there for themselves. That's the first turret that's dropped in the game. It's been pretty champion focused so far. This is getting good. Odd one. It's just creeping on the side. This isn't going to be able to be countered by Wukong here, so we'll see if Curse, Cop, and St. Vicious can do enough as two.
It's a dangerous place for them to be right now. Bloodthirster is completed by Wild Turtle, whereas Cop is just still building components of items.
So patient.
Odd one, forever patient. He's built a Brutalizer this game as well, which is something we've been seeing a lot more of from junglers. We'll often see the Brutalizer comboed with a Spirit of the Elder Lizard item because it's just a whole bunch of damage, and a lot of junglers can just take over the mid game with that. Oh dear, there's a lot of spears. It was actually Bjergsen who tweeted last night. I think he had a bit of solo queue frustration. He said, "Jungle's the best role in solo queue. Just build Lizard Elder and Brutalizer and take over." Said something like, "I'm a little salty right now." So that's what Dominate wants to be able to do. He just hasn't been getting enough farmed on Wukong right now, and Bjergsen's at a point where he's farmed so much that he can really start pushing Voyboy out of the lane and never be in those 2v2 situations.
And the odd one actually chose to go Golem for himself. We saw a lot of European play seeing the Lizard as well going on to Vi players. So he chooses to be a bit of a tank for the team too. Get that crowd control in early. Nasher's finally finished up, as we were saying on Voyboy, but still a bit gold starved in that lane.
Oh yeah, way, way behind right there. 1,000 gold fully. The team is only down about 2,000, so most of that deficit is sitting on Voyboy. Kale obviously scales tremendously if he can get to the late game, but that's not going to be until 40 minutes, maybe 45 minutes at the rate we're going right now.
Heck yeah, there is still playmaking to be had in this game. The champions will provide for it, coming from both teams. We're going to see that Phage and the Sheen being picked up here by Cop in the bottom lane, so it does look like he's actually going to build up that Triforce quite quick. Quas and Dyrus in the top lane, back and forth. Still just going for the wet noodle fight here.
Here the turret was taken by Quas, so Dyrus can only hold it for so long. Here comes Dominate. Lantern gank!
Oh, but it doesn't use the Lantern. They just go for the Cyclone, but cannot get through. Very nice job coming in. The solar flare is still up to be used in this fight. Are they even going to need it here? Odd One looking pretty scared in this 3v1 situation.
Bjergsen is on the way.
Special looks to get out. Oh, Bjergsen with one from the side, and that is going to deter the rest of this one.
Even so, great gank there by Curse. Lantern, Wukong, surprise attack. And at that point, Bjergsen used so much time to roam down just to save the Odd One that it actually allows Voyboy a little bit of pushing time in this mid lane. Might look to punish.
Not as much damage
Not
as he was
much.
probably hoping that came out of that.
Yeah, needs a few more items there.
It shows you just how he's behind a little, so how little he is behind. Coming up on 18 minutes, they finally get aggression in this bottom lane. Curse is going to drop the second turret of the game, but now they're going to group. We'll see how coming out of this laning phase does for them.
Yeah, it took 18 minutes of TSM playing back in their lanes for Curse to start getting something back. Being up 2 turrets to 0 now, we'll see if this increased map pressure can make up for the fact that they haven't been farming that well.
Right.
And maybe give them some of that gold back.
Bjergsen knows he has a bit of the upper hand here. 13 to 11, Voyboy out of mana. He knows he can take advantage of that.
Blue buff experience, the fact that he is just out farming him so much, and Voyboy desperately needs that Lich Bane at this point. He's still only sitting on 1,000 gold. He couldn't even go back and buy Sheen at this point. Voyboy is getting starved hard right now.
And although it being Nidalee, you get that passive movement speed and the brush, Bjergsen has skipped boots completely throughout the game, knowing he also has such an advantage there.
Yeah, he can jump around a little bit on Nidalee. I like the fact that he's built Void Staff early.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't see that build out of mid laners often, but Void Staff is one of the strongest items any AP champion could just hope to build. Let's check out actually what runes he would have grabbed as well. Stacking Magic Penetration. He has actually not too much flat Magic Penetration, but the percentage will still be 39% when you factor in his masteries.
Completely having an impact in these fights. Looking down at our support matchup for the day, we do see they're going for the coin on St. Vicious, trying to get that Talisman of Ascension built up. It's not too much the engagement here from TSM. They're not really coin-oriented right now. They have the poke comp to work with.
Yeah.
Bjergsen's still trying to get to that point where they can get to these turrets and really start harassing down Curse from long range.
And St. Vicious has also just built that. He spent almost all the early game sitting on a Dorn Shield, which theoretically should try and give them a bit of a bully advantage over TSM's bottom lane, because X Special started with the gold generation item. And at this point in the game, the Targon's Brace has given TSM 920 gold. That's how much that item by itself has generated. Very, very big play, the fact that Curse wasn't able to beat up on X Special starting with gold generation. It's giving them a generous gold lead.
Teleport is up, and there are a heck of a lot of wards down here. Saint doing what he can with the only sweeper on his team right now. TSM looking around with 2 sweepers, and Dyrus starting to roam a little bit here. You might not even have to teleport.
Yeah, there's been a lot of big items just completed for Curse, though. If they want to fight to get back into this game, it would be this one. The Sheen was finished by Voyboy. Trinity Force even completed. There's a Blade of the Ruin King. The Brutalizer we talked about on the junglers. If I Will Dominate can get a clean Wukong ultimate, it would be massive for them. Let's see this fight.
It'll be a very scary fight for Curse to lose. The minion waves are pretty pushed up here in mid for TSM. They go in deep. The Cyclone's going to be hitting good. 2-1 down from each team. Now Dominate getting hit up pretty hard. Bjergsen finds himself a double kill in the fight, and they are going to be pushing Quas out. The flash is in. They're going to keep going for the cleavers. Another kill for Turtle here. They're putting the shells on and going hard.
Yeah, that was just TSM finding the fight for them.
Oh, my lord.
One more, and Bjergsen's getting out. He might just jump
going
into him.
deep here. Blue buff is there. The bush right there for him to get the passive movement speed in. He may be able to trickster this. The outplay is not there. Cop bullying him in this lane. He's got some minions for his shield, too, and they're doing their work.
Even so, a huge win there for TSM. That was how Curse was supposed to turn this game around, but the fight was just a complete disaster for them. Watch how St. Vicious missed his hook and then takes a brunt of damage and actually gets the Kale Ult burned on him. Curse needed this Kale Ult for I Will Dominate. Watch how hesitant he is. He stepped on a trap and cannot get off a good Wukong ultimate before getting nearly wiped out by the rest of TSM. At that point, once the front line was no longer a threat for Curse, TSM could just roll through their entire team. It was all because of a sloppy initiation by Curse, a decisive one by TSM, a poor Kale ultimate, and a steamroll by TSM.
Bjergsen doing what he can to get the kills in, even from the outside, triggering those pounces and spears just at the right time, brings himself up to 303 in that fight, 210 CS. So, I said in the early part of the game, will he be able to get that LeBlanc-style kill play out? Although he's not distortioning on people, he's still making the kills come.
The laning that he's pulled off against Voyboy's Kale has just been tremendous. Nidalee can be a very good pick against Kale in the sense that Kale will basically out all-in most of the laners, but you never get a chance to all-in Nidalee.
He did an all-in right here, 2v1. Now it's going to be a 3v2, but no, 2v2. They take down Odd1 instantly. Dominate still quite low in this engagement. The headshot coming out of the brush. Wild Turtle puts himself right back in for that engage. Special's just kind of zoning here.
Well, teleport behind him.
Oh, Mundo. Dyrus coming in. He says the party still continues. I just came a little late. Voyboy is down to 400 HP, but he walks past Voyboy, knowing the team is going to flash in. The communication is fantastic.
2-4-1 is how TSM turns that one around. Total control right now for TSM. Just got to sit back and realize how well TSM is winning this game right now. Really, after the last Dragon fight, everything going their way.
See Cop getting a little bit of maybe a jut on his mouse. Simple thing is, a hair or anything on your mouse pad is going to make that laser go crazy. So just getting that cleaned out real quick. Don't look at the laser. Don't look at it.
It's bad for you.
Dangerous. Wow, that was close. We could have needed another sub.
Let's see what he... Curse. Pull Z-Camp back in.
Z-Camp, where are you? So, Kwas in the top lane, doing what he can here on Shyvana this game. Interesting that we figured Dyrus didn't pick that in this one, having the beast of a game he did last time.
Dyrus, I think, is still winning this matchup.
But, of course.
We've gotten to see Shyvana versus Mundo for both games today. In the first one, it was... Nian getting ganked over and over again on Shyvana, but still coming out with a large impact over Inox. And right here, Kwas hasn't even really been ganked. He's just been pressuring Dyrus as much as he can. Dyrus has been able to come with clutch teleports, turn things around, and never once really be punished by Kwas. Dyrus is up in farm, up in kills. This is not the best performance by Kwas. You can definitely tell he has a tendency to want to play the off-brand things. And when he's pushed onto these things that are very much what everyone else plays, he doesn't seem to find too much success.
Yeah, it's usually that Jax that can stay in the top lane. The Shyvana needs to come down, help out at the Dragons a little bit more when Mundo teleports. But when you got that pressure of the Jax, you're like, whoa, my turrets are gone. And yeah, they got Dragon, but we lost 2 tiers of turrets. So those off things work for him. The Karthus ults where he doesn't have to be with the team again, like you're saying. It's really his forte. And it's something that maybe they need to look at with the swaps again. They played it perfectly yesterday. It was great with the Yasuo Gragas and then swapping each other out, so they were facing that magic resistance and then armor in the different lanes. So they have the ideas. They just got to put them into place.
Yeah, and we can actually take another look at the last fight that happened right before the pause while Cop's mouse gets looked at, because it was just TSM continually getting ahead in this game. They're able to do extremely well. Obviously, Dyrus 2-0-3, teleporting in behind the team.
Yeah.
As soon as Chris tried to make a little bit of aggression happen, it got turned right around back on them.
When you get shook that quick in the early part of the game, it's hard to keep the communication up. And if it drops a little bit, then everybody starts to get quiet, and it's very chaotic. A vicious cycle starts to happen. Hopefully, it's all on Saint right now. The calls are still coming from him. They said that's the definitive voice they're listening to. So we'll have to see if they can get themselves back into this matchup.
Well, knowing they just got a couple kills, they can just go straight for the Baron. It's a easy call for them at this point. They can burst it down the Baron extremely quickly. Mundo Cleavers accelerating the rate at which they can get this down. Great call by TSM at this moment. They're actually peeling off of it, even though there's no real smite threat up to steal.
Calling from the backside. Cop not able to do much on that. You can still see people down from that engagement as they are spawning up. We were talking about the Baron goes over the side of Team Solo Mid, and they a lot more gold than they need right now. These next fights are going to be real hard for Curse.
Yeah, Curse definitely playing from way behind, if they weren't playing from behind already. It was a nice peel, actually, by TSM. They were able to grab the kill without actually threatening their securing of the Baron buff. Getting one extra onto St. Vicious. I feel like this could be a fairly quick game from here. TSM played such a long and passive laning phase because they had to, but now their champions are really coming around. I feel like even without the death cap, those Bjergsen Spears, more than half of Voyboy's health.
Those Bjergsen Spears, indeed. Half health right there for Voyboy. He doesn't even have a chance to say anything about it or do anything about it. He must continue to heal himself. His flash is down. Cop's flash, Saint's flash, everybody's flash is down on that
Dyrus
side.
is just eating the turret. They're not having to wait for the minion wave. Mundo with Baron buff is one of the most absurd things in the game, because not only does Mundo's passive regenerate max health each second, the Baron health regen is based on your max health, and since Mundo has so much max health, he just always gains it. 22 a second right there. Just all the time.
Sounds like it's a lot about the health, and Dominate's not really going to matter on that. Tries to fake out the clone. He goes in and he just gets back out. Special right on the outside to help and peel for anybody trying to get to that back line.
Yeah, those spears chunking. And just for context, the HP 5 on Dyrus' character sheet right now is just 219 health every 5 seconds just because he exists.
It's hard to kill, especially when you're coming from behind. Dyrus, next special, trying to be this front line right now. They have the initiation to get behind a turret. They have that Leona ultimate, but right now they're working the spears. They're just slowly whittling down this turret, and it's going to be the next few shots from Wild Turtle. Curse has to answer, or they have to give it up.
They do not have good options right now. I think if Curse fully initiates, they will lose, and if they do not, they are going to lose their inhibitor. Even more so now. They just have to back up on this one. The thought of a fight is completely out of the question.
You get the chance to do that every few seconds, and it completely zones out the entire team. You're losing people here and there, dropping like flies. They got to go back to the base. The home guard's being purchased out now from Curse as they scramble to save the base.
Yeah, one inhibitor down, and still a lot of Baron time left for TSM. They have about a minute and a half. They're deciding to go back and shop just because they're all sitting on generous amounts of gold. There's about 10,000 unspent gold on TSM right now. So they're actually doing that before they even built up their item advantages. There we go. Death cap completed. Or the Burger King.
Wild Turtle. You know, you'd get damage out of the last Whisper, but it looks like he just goes straight into an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's not that much armor on the majority of the Curse team. Owl Dominant went for a bit of a Glass Cannon Wukong. The only guy he'd really have to worry about is Quas, and there's a chance he might try and ignore him. Definitely an aggressive build thus far by Wild Turtle. Oh, look out, buddy.
Oh, he tried to get over the wall. He had to flash it. Dominate put himself right on that Vault Breaker. Great placement, but that Baron buff is still ticking, and they're in a bad spot.
They're going to turn this one around if he can get in range for a Vault Breaker.
Oh, he does. It's going to be St. Vicious. They'll take what they can get. It looks like they're going to eat it up immediately. Cake can have it, too. Dominate's going to be going down in this one. They're going to find some more. No bread buffs. It's not going to be in range for anybody to take this one down. Quas is going to be burning himself out of here. Maybe. He does have the Dragon's Descent coming in. It looks like they get the blade on to Nidalee. They're safe.
And instead of taking the Dragon that's going to be up in a second, TSM are using the 2 down members of Curse to continue this push. They have a minion wave right there, and they're going to try and make this 1-2 inhibitors. TSM is not wasting a second.
There's a heck of a minion wave coming down from that top side, too, so they can keep going and play around in the base if they want. They're going to take the inhibitor, see what kind of they can do. They have 9 seconds without Dominate, and they don't have to be too afraid.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want right now. They'll take the open door. They've just smashed through in the middle of the base. There's a lot of jungle if they want to take it. They can rotate to the bottom turrets, and that's actually what they're doing right now.
You can see X-Special, just how much money that team has. He's already starting to build into the Randuins, and Saint still sitting on that Talisman of Ascension. The Sight Stone, everybody on Curse is so far behind from TSM's first engagement. That teleport from Dyrus down to the Dragon has really swayed this game, and TSM has not let go of that stranglehold since.
And it's one of the nice things about doing the Face of the Mountain on Leona. She ends up becoming immensely tanky in her own right. She's got 159 armor to sit with 2,600 health. That's before she turns on her Eclipse, which because of all the armor he's got, gives him 85 extra armor. They're just not letting up right now.
There's a fast Mundo coming in. Dyrus is ready to participate in the fight. He's done his taxes. He's back from business day. It looks like they're going to try to set out some cupcakes here. This will only help him out so much. Not going to get engaged on too much, so they're only going to look good.
There's just too many tanks on TSM right now. X-Special has as much gold this game as Quas does.
Oh my gosh.
That was a spear as well.
Coming and going for the fight. Odd one goes for the Vault Breaker to the Assault Battery. Again into St. Vicious. The box goes down, but everybody's coloring outside the lines on this one. Dominate's going down to the fight now. Comp is the focus. The fadeaway culling. Ace in the hole. They're going to follow him to the fountain, but he finds solace there on the back. Oh my God!
Quadra
kill coming in for Bjergsen. The Nexus turrets will fall behind the 30-minute clock. 16-6. Team Solo Mid drops out Curse for 2 times in a row.
Quadra kill just came out of nowhere at the end of it. TSM just surged right into Curse's base and destroyed them. That winning streak continues for TSM, and they do not seem to be slowing down.
I'm still catching my breath from that Nidalee spear.
Well, you were talking for a while.
Oh, man. What an awesome throw. All game, Bjergsen showing that he can still carry just as hard as any, even from the poke champ of Nidalee.
Yeah, it was a team effort that time by TSM. You don't see often in the LCS anymore. The crowd is really behind TSM. Teams successfully turtling that much in the early game to explode into a sub 30-minute victory. As soon as TSM had the ability to turn that game around, they did. And we knew they were ahead in the laning phase because they were keeping that gold even. It wasn't even for long after that.
Dominate was kind of left struggling a little bit in that game, trying to get around, but so was everyone else. It was kind of the story of the game. Always behind a little bit, trying to reach for what you can't get. And that's what we said. It's what causes them problems when they push themselves a little too much.
1-4 and 5 on I Will Dominate right there. Specifically, you know, the red buff invade early on in the game by Curse was good. Then they pushed it. They went for the blue buff on the other side without support of their top laner. Dyrus teleported down. That got turned around, turned into a dragon. Knowing when to stop is really a key thing. Having the killer instinct, but also having the game sense to know when to hold back.
It's good that TSM has got those down. If we remember last split, it was kind of the Dyrus, you need to know when to teleport.
Yeah.
And he's got it down.
Which is really interesting, too, because we were so curious about how Team Solo Mid was going to transition without Reginald in the mid lane calling the shots. He was the most vocal leader of any team. If you listen to their team conversations, you listen to them interact, everyone was looking to Reggie for what to do. And they weren't necessarily having minds of their own, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah,
when Bjergsen comes in, they're much more willing, it seems, to make their own decisions. The teleports are on point. Maybe X Special is doing it. We actually don't know. We have to ask TSM about that entirely. But it definitely, from an observational standpoint, looks like TSM is just more cohesive because everyone is acting on their own instinct, and they just happen to all be on the same page.
It's a really good way to put it. Well, right now we have to take a quick break. When we come back, Dyrus joins us in the studio to talk about his day on the Rift. And then Sneaky and Cloud9 will face off against Wiz Fusion and Coast. The NALCS continues after this. A very scary fight for Curse to lose. The minion waves are pretty pushed up here in mid for TSM. They go in deep. The Cyclone's going to be hitting good. 2-1 down from each team. Now Dominate getting hit up pretty hard. Bjergsen finds himself a double kill in the fight, and they're going to be pushing Quas out. The flash is in. They're going to keep going for the cleavers. Another kill for Turtle here. They're putting the shells on and going hard.
Yeah, that was just...
I think the strongest point about C9 is that the rotations are always solid. Their laning is obviously very good, but they always seem to out-rotate other teams, and that's kind of where they do, like, from.
Coast
Chan says the most surprising. And everybody's really found anything yet. There's no test. Everybody's happy. Only Pantheon, our next tweet, says, support Vicious. From the jungle to the bench to the mid lane at level 3. I don't think anyone's expecting these changes.
How can you not be surprised by Saint making a comeback from retirement as well, following up the comebacks of Hotshot and Chowster? I guess we should have seen the pattern.
At IMB Sign says, definitely Bjergsen. A juke here, a juke there, outplay here, an outplay there, and chains everywhere.
I have to say, I'm not surprised by it because I was expecting that coming in, but man, he's definitely onto something there. Bjergsen has been showing up huge.
And he doesn't even need LeBlanc to do it still. He's going to be getting that high kill probably in the rest of the season. Thank you for all the responses. Be sure to keep them coming along with your highlights from today's games.
You can send them to @LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS Big Plays.
Be sure to use that hashtag. Now let's send it over to Freak and Jet at the Analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv, and we're also joined by TSM's top laner, Dyrus. How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
So you come off of a pretty convincing win, a bit of a slow start, but you really turned it on once you came into mid-game. Is that the TSM plan? Do you guys wait for team fights or what?
Well, personally, with the plan of Mundo, he has better late game. So we had poke from Mundo, and then we had our 2 engagers, our tanks, and then we had Turtle just out in his own world.
Just way far back as Caitlyn. So then talk to me about sort of the top lane matchups then. So you versus Quas, Shyvana versus Mundo. He picked after you. You picked Mundo right at the beginning. How's that matchup go?
So far for Mundo, you have like 0 killing pressure on Shyvana, but there are times where if you get enough cleavers in, you'll have control on him. And once you get 6 and you have Spirit Facade, it's really, really hard for Shyvana to kill Mundo, because if you don't kill Mundo after that initial burst from level 6 or level 11, then you're probably never going to kill him. But he did a really good job pushing me up, so I couldn't really use TP all of the time. I probably should have called for jungle help there. And then when I did, there was like no point because he just roamed on his own. So I was like, just Shyvana and Mundo, you just want to get to the late game.
And this was your first game playing against Curse with St. Vicious playing as a support. Were you able to notice any differences in their play style versus the last time you played them now that they have a different lineup?
It's hard for me to say, because it's
Top
only
lane,
one. It's only one game, and I'm also on the opposite side of the map. From watching Saints games, I think he's been doing okay. There's been a mistake here and there, but that's just like natural for like coming back from retirement. I think he did pretty well on the support role. In that game, I didn't see anything like outstanding, but I noticed the difference in their play actually is they contested our red, but then I think they went a little bit too far and also contested our blue when I had TP. Now, if they had Mundo of TP, that would have been perfect for them. Like, they would have had all control there. But since I had Mundo, I had TP, that's where they went. They pushed their advantage a little bit too far, and then that turned on them, and we got a lot out of that. And that was one of the early points of the game where it changed.
Yeah, so of course you had some really good early points as well. I want to get actually to a more mid-game team fight. About 20 minutes in, we have a replay if we can get that on your screen here. There's a big team fight around the river. If you want to take me through what happens here.
Is this for Dragon?
This is a very pivotal point in the game right here because Curse was on the Dragon.
All right, so they're half HP and they're taking damage from Dragon, Kale ult, St. Vicious. I'm not sure about that. Saint was in a bad position too. Ottawan just gets the ult on Voyboy. Voyboy instantly dies, doesn't even use flash, I think. Yeah, he still has flash up, and then we just chase him down. We're actually a little bit ahead, so just that much, like where Shyvana can't really do much more because it's Mundo. It's just, I don't know, it's just too overwhelming, just Mundo.
Just running through. And I'm actually a little curious now, since you guys have had so much success with Bjergsen in the mid lane, what was your team communication like before that fight? Reginald seemed to call everything in the past. Who was calling the shots right there?
We talk as a team. We actually talk way more because since no one's shot calling, we need to communicate with each other, find out what we're doing. So, like, I'd be asking Oddone, when's Dragon? You know, you need to push up top before Dragon. And then it's like, oh, wait, he's not even top lane. Forget about it. Go help middle, you know. Just keep on talking, and then, like, all right, I'll TP for Dragon. And then he's like, oh, no, we need you here. So I'm like, all right, I will just walk down. And we were a little bit late on Dragon. Like, they had all the control early, but they didn't make use of their vision to the fullest extent. They could have waited for us and just engaged on us instead of, like... But even then, that's hard because we have Mundo and Nidalee, and we had a lot of poke, and we were a little bit ahead.
Yeah, is that communication structure ideal for you guys with everyone kind of talking and pitching in? Or would you rather have maybe Bjergsen graduate to being a primary shot caller? Which one's better for you guys?
Right now, I can't tell, but it seems pretty like decent with like all of us talking. We're still trying to figure that out. You know, Reggie's told that to us. We need to have like someone who has the end say because in closer games and more pressured games when we go against higher teams like C9 or a European team or any other Asian team that's going to be playing at a higher level, it's just going to be like talking all together is not going to cut it. We're going to need those split-second decisions.
Once everyone gets nervous.
Yeah. So we're still figuring that out, but I think that's one of the things on our priority list.
Okay, so actually talking about Reginald, after the game, he tweeted out that he thought you should be the week's MVP. How do you feel about him giving you that?
Personally, it's not me playing good. It's just if I ever do good, it's because the other top laner underperformed.
Really?
That's no offense to Inox. Like I thought he did fine. He just like took 2 tower shots, and it's just I hate being the aggressor for top lane because I'm really bad at it. So I like playing the passive side. So it's a lot easier for me. And if they make a mistake, then that just puts me ahead. And the reason why I got all those kills in the first game was because Shyvana AoE, build no damage, and just outscaled Renekton. And then this game it was Mundo outscaling Shyvana. But Quaz played the lane very well.
Okay. Well, of course, you did a very good job in these games. And now I got to say, last question of the day for you here. We've actually asked our audience what's the most surprising thing for them so far in the NALCS season. Is there anything that surprised you here in the North American LCS Spring Split?
Well, I guess the first thing is we got all these wins, and we only lost once, and that was our first game. And I felt like if that wasn't our first game, we could have. Well, we actually played that bad. There's no excuse for that. I think that the biggest surprise for me was I didn't expect CLG to have so much swap ups because of problems, and I was actually quite impressed that Chowster played really well. So that was my big surprise for all of LCS, that Chowster played amazing.
Awesome.
All right, Dyrus, thank you very much. Congratulations on maintaining your first place here in the North American LCS. And, of course, we'll see more of you guys throughout the season. But, guys, we got more games today. Send it back across the studio to Riven Kobe.
Thank you very much, Freak. It is time for our next matchup, and that is Balls and Cloud9 versus Zion Spartan and Coast.
And these are two teams that are coming from very different places here. Cloud9 came out punching after their loss to TSM in a decisive win over XDG. On the other hand, Coast was handed a 5th straight loss by Dig.
And while a lot of focus will be on Shifter and High, it seems like the jungle will be critical to this matchup as well.
You have to be impressed with the way that Meteos is playing. I mean, his score on Lee Sin so far is flawless. He's got a combined 10, 0, and 41 in those last 3 games as Lee Sin. And then, on the other hand, you have Nintendo NACS, where his vision control and map presence just have been a little bit shaky lately. And he played Pantheon on Saturday, champion that you really need to have a good early start on. He was not able to get that. Right. So I think the whole team really is going to have to pitch in and ward better for them because, specifically against this matchup, Meteos has been starting in the opponent's jungle, and he's been invading very frequently, being backed up by High as well.
Yeah, he lets himself in the front door frequently. If you give Meteos an inch, he'll take a foot. If you give him Lee Sin, he'll kick you with it. He continues to put up huge numbers for Cloud9, and today we take a closer look at what sets him apart.
Meteos will play off MVP and considered by many to be one of the best, if not the best, jungler from North America.
What makes me different?
Meteos blending so as he's having it on, and Sneaky gets the kill with the ultimate there.
He doesn't make mistakes, and I think that's what makes him different from other junglers.
Throughout the entire game, he knows what he should be doing, and he's not going to be like questioning himself or like doing a gank that's not going to work very often. He'll know what to do.
There's a really hard initiation.
Going to the back line. He went for a hell of a ride there. Meteos is there.
Last season, I was sort of known for having like a really farm-heavy jungle.
He farmed a lot, and he became a monster, and basically unkillable. That's why he got the nickname Unkillable and had such a high KDA. He became super strong in a short amount of time.
The jungle kind of changed in Season 4, so it's not as good to do that anymore.
Nowadays, we're trying new things. He's trying to become a super high-pressure early game jungler. He's trying to do a lot of ganks. He's trying to shut down their enemy jungler.
Meteos is still, he doesn't even want his own jungle. He has taken over curses.
I have to have the best synergy with High. And it was kind of a rocky start when I first joined the team because me and him both had a very different view of what the jungler was supposed to do.
I thought a jungler was supposed to pressure lanes and gank mid a lot, and then he's like basically telling me no. I started getting better because I started relying on my own skill rather than relying on his.
Meteos also up and knocking him up, and Yellow's up very low. They can get it out. High's coming in, the comes in the castle.
Since Meteos has a very good knowledge of when he will win like 2v2s and 3v3s, his gameplay is very safe in the fact that he'll come gank or counter gank when the other jungler comes and actually win these fights.
On double lift to make it work. He is going to fall first. Lemon Nation almost just getting out. Tibbers is going to take a swing and scratch him down to size.
Meteos can do reactionary plays, and he can also create plays. If he sees an opportunity to make plays, then he'll go for it.
Meteos does go for the aggression first, but he repelled it. But Balls' Flame Spitter actually took that. It doesn't matter. They get first blood.
By me putting out enough pressure, they're able to sort of do what they want without getting punished by the jungler. Sometimes it just comes down to messing with their jungler, just going into the jungle and fighting him to keep him from ganking my winning lane.
We want to find them, we want to force the fight, we want to start a fight. Whatever we do, we try to do it first.
Here comes Meteos, and they followed this one up.
I think the single most important thing he does is like basically just doing the right thing. He's almost never doing the wrong thing.
He kind of has morphed to be very relevant throughout the entire game.
Eyes at the top here, though. It's 3v2 as Meteos gets a double kill.
He doesn't waste any time, and I think that's the most important thing.
He's just good overall. Like, he knows how to do pretty much everything.
If you want to get better, you really have to just put your ego aside and just learn from your mistakes, never blame your teammates, and just do your best.
Well, having everything in mind as that kind of second nuance just happening without even thinking about it is really what makes the best player even better.
I like his end sentiment too. Learning from your mistakes, you can always be learning something new.
You can. Let's check out the starting lineups to see what's learned about this game. It's going to be blue side, Cloud9. The top lane is Balls, Meteos in the jungle, High and mid, Sneaky at 80 carry, Lemon Nation on support. Wow.
And on the red side, it's Coast. Up top is Zion Spartan. Everybody's looking down at the floor here. I think there might be some action going on. Nintendo is going to be jungling though. Shifter is mid. Wiz Fusion on 80 carry, and Daydream in supporting.
Balls with that haircut. Sprouting some new look here. Everybody's trying to come in fresh this weekend. We're going to see what Cloud9 has for themselves coming in. Obviously, with that loss to Team Solo Mid, they want to get some more back in. They've already found one there, so really looking to get the gears going again. I don't think they're too worried, but Coast, they have not been having the greatest season. Always kind of lackluster in the beginning, and it usually takes a big change for them to find something that brings them back up.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of the pressure is going to be focused on the jungle, especially this matchup here. As we said, Nintendo was having a little bit of trouble, and Meteos is the type of person to go straight at the weak link and try and force him into a position where he's uncomfortable and open him up to making mistakes that they can capitalize on.
I really like the portion of, when he was talking about what he does in the jungle is, distracting the lanes, being chaotic, knowing that being in their jungle is going to do beneficial things for his team. We're going to see if he can get a champion like Lee Sin so he can jump around, do that chaoticness, and really be a nuisance to Coast this game inside their own jungle.
Right, so the focus on jungle, plus also I think between these two, there's also a similar focus sort of on the bottom lane. So I think the first picks from Cloud9 will be either jungle or maybe support, because Lemon Nation has actually only played 2 champions so far, Thresh and Leona, and he's 5-0 on Thresh. So, well, never mind. Thresh is banned.
We still got that Leona to look at. Daydreamin has been playing a few of the same champions as well. He does have that Lulu in there. We may see coming from his side. Shifter, we've seen him playing some pretty crazy champions, trying to bring out the 3-time Katarina. Didn't work. Ziggs, Kale, LeBlanc, Nidalee. He's got a big champion pool. He's a factor for Coast. If he doesn't get going, the game becomes that much
Right, you can see that they don't spend target bans on the mid lane because his champion pool is so big.
Right.
The only thing is they take out Yasuo just because it's a strong champion at this moment. So they just want to get that one off the table and leave the mid lane as open as possible because High's champion pool isn't as ginormous as most of the other mid laners around.
Right.
So going to something very comfortable like LeBlanc, we've already seen so many times in the LCS how effective that champion is at steamrolling games.
Yeah, that's going to be very big for High. You saw what happened earlier. We've seen what happened when Bjergsen gets it. LeBlanc is just too scary to let through unless you focus it. And we'll have to see if they put that strategy out. Maybe they don't want to focus it. Maybe they say, we'll avoid it.
Avoiding her is hard, but yeah, they could try for that
It'll
route.
be a task.
Now, on Coast's side here, I like what they've done with the supports because banning out Thresh, as we said, you know, he's 5-0 on Thresh. You don't want to give Lemon that champion. But then taking Annie kind of dares him to go back to Leona because Annie can harass Leona very effectively in lane. All you have to do is start your Q instead of stun. So basically all you really give up is the early invade that you would want to do with that stun.
Nobody does anymore.
Exactly. You go with the Q and you go with the Doran's Ring, start spamming as soon as you get to lane, and you immediately get an advantage on her.
And there's a big factor that Cloud9 always has coming in here. I mean, Renekton is out because Cloud9 focused it, but you still have Rumble, you still have, well, not Mundo to come out. The Shyvana is still lurking around. Actually, they leave that top lane for balls coming up to the last pick here. Sivir and Leona to be locked in. This will be the second Sivir play from Sneaky.
Right, they take the dare, but you can see the potential that they have to shove a lane is ginormous. Yeah. I said that twice already. That's a good word, though. I like that one. Sivir plus Leona, because Leona helps shoving lanes because she often can go Targons, and she can execute the early ones, and then Sivir starts with the Ricochet, and she can start shoving at level 1 as well. So whatever lane that does go to, you know, it could be a switch, but even if it goes to the 2 versus 2, they can try and not start with Meteos and not help him on his first buff and try and get the early minion wave advantage.
Zion Spartan and Wiz Fusion actually having a conversation right now about these picks that are happening. Shifter is going to be locking in the Wukong. We've seen Nintendo try his hand at that twice now, 0 for 2, but Wukong is a playmaking champion, so any given game you can get that win on him.
And there's a lot of pressure when you play Wukong because his ultimate can be devastating if you get the good initiation.
Right.
But he is very susceptible to being kited. When you pop your ultimate, you're not immune to any CC, so if there's ranged slows or snares on the enemy team, they can render your entire ult ineffective by using those on you and just kiting backwards, which Cloud9 are very adept at doing. They've shown time and time again that they deal with area of effect teamfight comps extremely well, just by splitting up or using something like Spell Shield for Sivir, and then kiting backwards until it's time for the re-engage.
That kite and fight to make it happen. Looks like they do have a little bit of re-engage back here, but really it looks like all forward from the get-go.
This is the Zerg comp. I mean, the four bottom champions here from Cloud9 are what you want when you go for the crazy teamfight Sivir late game. This is speeding up Shyvana and Lee Sin and Leona. They've got long-range engage, and once they get you with any sort of stun, if Leona even slows with the Solar Flare, then you pop on the hunt and you chase somebody down because they won't be able to escape.
Very color-coordinated team here from Cloud9. Soaking on the yellow. We'll see what Coast can have for the last pickup. Shifter, what are you looking for?
Oh, he's reaching.
Up. Ziggs still alive for him to play. Vagar being hovered over, 12 seconds on the clock. We're going to see what Shifter has for us. We have not seen this yet, and they are going to lock in the Syndra. We'll see if Coast can scatter some weak this game.
Yeah, very high assassination potential from both of these mid laners. This is going to be a really, really interesting matchup here. It's all going to be about the skill shots. Can the chains land? Can the slows from Syndra land to set up her stun? Both of them at level 6 can easily 100% the other champion. All it takes is a little bit of a first step from the jungler, a little bit of intervention from either jungler, and they can easily get the mid lane rolling really quickly.
So if let's take out the junglers for a second. How does this mid lane matchup work altogether.
As I said, that one is you got to walk on eggshells here. It's very high kill potential for both of them. LeBlanc, the reason he first picked that is because she is a very safe champion right now. You can save your distortion for
the
escapes. You're going to lose out on a bit more CS, and you're going to lose out on harass. But if you do get put into a bad situation, then you are going to be able to play safe.
A little
if you
bit more
have
safety.
To. So Syndra, it's really going to be all about who can get that early harass down, who can get the lead building up before the junglers.
Gotta love outplay lanes. These guys are looking to kill, maybe with a little bit of roam. But as the teams load into the game, let's check in with who you voted to take this next win. According to LOLesports.com, 92% of you think Cloud9 is going to come out on top.
That's a pretty big percentage. I expected something like that because Cloud9 are a very, very high-rated team, and Coast currently at the bottom, plus what they're showing yesterday, 5th game in their loss streak.
We've seen Coast do a lot of things towards the end of the season. Obviously, it'll be easier to start that momentum now, but they do it when it needs to be done. Zion Spartan usually coming out as a huge player in that category when the pressure is hit. He's like the Jordan of Coast. He hits the shots when they need to be hit.
That's pretty much the classic Coast strategy is have Zion just get very strong and split push until late game. It's a similar thing here. Mundo pretty much always. Dyrus just went over this matchup.
Yeah,
so
he did.
Shyvana Mundo, everybody should know how this is going if you've ever watched before. We'll have to see. The thing in my mind here for the early game is still I have the question about the duo lane here from Leona and Sivir. Can they get their minion wave rolling forward quickly? And we'll see if Daydreamin has actually started with the stun or Q. And he went Q. So just as I said, I think he's going for the early harass on Lemon. As soon as they show up in lane, he'll try and chunk him down, just spamming out the Qs. And, even without going Dorian's Ring, it's still the same idea.
It's a good choice. We've seen Lemon Nation and Sneaky play a lot more aggressive than previous splits. Usually Sneaky was on the utility, the Ashe, the something that brought something else for the team. But now on kills, or a killing champion, one that can really put out that early game damage, it's different.
It is different. I like the point, though, because Sivir helps not only in team fights, but as Double Lift said before, the reason CLG was using it earlier today, she helps you get around the map to the objectives faster. Yeah. So when you can make those map movements and cause the enemy team to have to react to your first plays, then you get the first step, and that's how Cloud9 like to play the game. They always like to be in the driver's seat.
Just finding utility in different champions with a bit more strength. Lemon Nation's going to go ahead and waltz this one in. Just say hi to Wiz Fusion real quick. Real bold. We'll see High returning back to lane. He'll walk over a ward that was previously placed by Coast as all the early wards just getting laid out right now from the trinkets.
And both junglers starting with the opposite buffs from the duo lane so that they can allow their AD and support to try and fight over those first waves and fight over the experience to get the early level 2.
Brush control. Lemon Nation looks to grab it, but the ward goes down quite quick from Daydreamin', and you're right, Kobe. It may not be the W, but they are getting the quick push on the lane here.
Yeah, they definitely jumped for it. Really, the tell is the second wave when the first melee goes down.
Very early aggression coming in from High. Shifter down to half HP, already coming in on the second wave. High looking to make this one aggressive, and he still has Ignite up.
Yeah, High going with that Flask as well means that as soon as he takes any harass, he immediately starts drinking because he has so much regeneration, but very little max combat stats. He doesn't have max health. So if a gank does come in, he's still very susceptible to being 100%ed.
Yeah.
A little bit of regen during the gank isn't going to help as much as the max health.
So Lemon Nation doing what we thought they would, just getting this wave pushed up a little bit and patiently waiting for it to come back. 12-9 in that lane as nobody's really taken too much aggression. Daydreamin's been holding on to pretty much all of his mana so far, not harassing.
I'm very surprised at that. I think it was because the early lane, or the early minions went over to Sneaky. But man, in the mid lane, High is doing his classic early aggressive lane. Bjergsen talked about it so much how, he learned, even coming from Europe, the mid lane mecca from high. Here we go. In the bottom, a little bit of harass.
Nice boomerang. Meteos making some action happen at Wraiths. We did just hear him say he doesn't really move on something unless he knows it's going to be effective for the entire team and himself, and he's still giving Nintendo a hard time here. Gets the cripple down. That's going to be the clone now. Is he going to be able to find the force flash? No. Hit the Q. Aww.
So it's good to not take it because he got communication from high. Shifter was even half a screen away. Just because he had half a screen lead, that few seconds means everything in the early jungle fights. And even though Meteos would have the advantage 1 versus 1, in Nintendo, he doesn't want to go for it.
Oh, he does get the backline to Wiz Fusion. Quick Leona passive popped out by the boomerang. Doesn't add too much effective damage just yet, but they are winning this lane in trade so far.
Yeah, and Lemon just now chugging one of his potions. He's still got an extra potion, so he's a potion up on Daydreamin' after these trades. They're both trying to drink back to full health, but a really early good job here for the Sivir Leona lane.
Wiz and Daydreamin' rather, still trying to do what they can here. They're only 3 CS behind. Wiz, we've seen him have bad games. We've seen him die twice before the first 2 minutes in the game, but he still can come back. He is a very constant and methodical CSer, so he just usually has a hard time in the late game when they focus him in every fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a little bit of struggle so far. I mean, there's these 4 minions right here will boost up Sneaky above him, but it's nothing insurmountable yet. Here comes Meteos for a very deep dive.
Yeah, the Ignite goes on. They've been calculating this one for a while. Meteos is going to stay in, and not enough damage to take down Zion Spartan as he walks around.
They lost all their health, and Nintendo's coming in for the counter gank here. Shyvana should see him from the ward. Takes her time backing off because they dealt so much damage to Zion. There's no follow-up from the laner.
Going on at Daydreamin', very nice attack. Sneaky not really able to go out with anything, just using the boomerang blade there. It's on cooldown, so it's a little deterrent from getting damage on the turret. Cloud9, Sneaky's got to be careful now. He's definitely losing the damage trades.
Daydreamin's got his stun, but Sneaky has spell shield, so he's holding on to that one, and the stun would have to be right next to him, have to be instant to catch him off guard.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'll probably just be using that on Leona to peel for Lucian.
It's a scary thing. They hit the stun, it's good to go. You get the shield, and you'll see Lemon Nation on Wiz Fusion in a few seconds. That'll probably be first blood of the game. It's a 200 gold lead just from what's happened. A little bit of that countering by Meteos in the jungle, but nobody has a real definitive lead just yet.
And you can see that Meteos doesn't want to give up on that counter style. Even though he wasn't able to make anything happen from the early invade, he's purchased a bunch of wards here. Pink and green wards, in addition to the trinket ward. So he's working on the vision to continue to control the map here against Nintendo, try and catch him out in a poor gank and turn it around. Lee Sin's amazing at counter ganking Wukong because he can reveal him with either of his 2 damage dealing spells.
Meteos always happy to buy wards up. Like we said, he's got some 40 assists on his Lee Sin play right now, so he's ready to just get assist gold. He's not looking for that kill money to be super strong. He's ready to help the team.
And the second thing that he's done, he's helped the team by placing that pink ward bottom. Even though he doesn't go for this gank, it makes Coast play defensively in the lane because they have no vision. They're blind right here. They have to constantly have this thought in the back of their mind that a Lee Sin could be attacking them at any moment. So he's just putting that fear into them until they see him on somewhere else on the map, which that ward in the top river may have done. Then they have to play defensively.
It's a good rule of thumb. You should always consider that someone is in any brush that's not warded next to you. He's going to be going for the red here. Balls is going to come down to help, give a little bit of safety. And here, Kobe, you can even see, like you were talking about before, the countering in the jungle isn't just the jungler. Mid and top are moving to help.
Yeah, I have pretty much talked about that all day yesterday, but it's still true. It's still a really big point. I'm glad that a lot of these teams are backing up their junglers because they definitely need it.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It does.
Feel good for junglers around the world. 8 minutes on the clock.
One for the home team.
Let's see what Shifter can do. They're roaming a little bit. He did also come down there with Nintendo because they almost had a quick engage. The blue buff transfer over to high. He's already been having quite a nice, I'd say, not dangerous in the mid lane, safe mid lane. As we said, he was going to be keeping himself distance from Shifter.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like they didn't try and harass each other. They were both trading pretty evenly. Because High was able to go with the flask, he was regenerating up very effectively. But the first roam really is the double gank. The jungler and mid going down bottom. It's been called out by Cloud9.
That's great.
So just the fact that Cloud9 was tipped off is enough to stall Coast in their movement. And now you have to make the best of this bad position. Hey, we've got 4 people down bottom. What do? Do we go for Dragon? Do we get a turret? We have to make something out of that time or it's all just wasted money.
See, Ball's playing this a little bit differently. Dyrus, when he was playing Mundo just now, was able to take down a Shiv 82-56 in this top lane here. Meteos making a second appearance, but not yet. Okay, now he did.
Okay, I have to say that it's very dangerous to go for this again here. They have the Ignite, though. He burned him.
I don't think they care that it's quite dangerous. There it is, the kick coming from Meteos. The first blood, again, methodically done.
So the thing, though, that I was trying to point out is that Coast, with that roam down bottom, they sent all their resources down there. It made Cloud9 confident that they can make a play anywhere else on the map. And even though Meteos sat in that bush for a while, they knew there was no possibility of anyone coming to Mundo's rescue. So they had the confidence to make the turret dive, and Coast didn't get anything with 4 people down bottom. They should have been able to take an objective, either Dragon or the turret, because they even saw the duo lane recalling, but they decided to back off, and it seems like a wasted opportunity.
Everything that they had on the screen in front of them told it was going to be in their favor. Level 8 balls to a level 7 Scion Spartan. They're just playing what the book's telling them right now. Good damage onto Shifter in the mid lane. High trying to keep that aggression down. He's gone for 2 Doran's rings to Shifter's Chalice in the mid lane.
Yeah, I want to call back to the video, too. Where Meteos was talking about not wasting time as a jungler.
It's always going to count.
Just walking around, if you're walking one way and then you cancel whatever you're doing, and you have to walk all the way back, that right there, just wasted time, is a mistake. Yeah. So a rotation like that takes a lot of your team's time, not necessarily flashy. It doesn't get called out on the screen or anything, but you are losing out. As we saw, High was able to shove the mid lane in, and they lost minions to the turret, and there was effective gank top. So those little things all add up. that was some nice ward killing right there. Stylish ward kill.
Quick just process of thought, right? We would have been like, oh, I'll get that ward later, but he knows he can get in, get out. That's what Meteos is thinking all the time about the next step and what he can do to give his team the advantage. We're looking at 11 minutes on the clock and a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, you kind of feel like a gymnast on Lee Sin. I think Jat was the one who was talking about the jungle gym. Whenever you get wards everywhere and you can just feel so free because you're such a mobile champion with a safeguard. Oh, now he's coming in bottom, but he's sitting on a ward.
He hatched that right out, and seeing the vision and the behavior of Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming right now tells him that, so he's going to get a little bit of experience from the golems, maybe come back for the lane gank, but that's already warded as well. And I got to say, Coast is keeping some good deep wards in the side of C9 in the bottom jungle.
Yeah, the bottom lane here is warded up all over. And it's because it's such an explosive lane. They've got the supports post level 6. Leona and Annie are 2 of the highest skill potential supports here. Either of them landing the chain CC would be pretty much a dead AD carry here if there was any jungler to join the party. So both teams want to get full vision of that area. If a bottom lane goes down, it means an objective after. I mean, that's easily going to be a dragon, or it could be some turret damage, because those are the weak turrets.
They might be able to make something happen with Scion Spartan. He is having trouble in that top lane, but the teleport could kind of give them an edge here in what happens at that dragon. A lot of pings going down in the mid lane. A pink just put down by Nintendo Dex there. So C9 is also privy to that area being covered by Coast.
I like how that one ward that Meteos saved with 1 hit left on it too. Still doing a lot of work for Cloud9. Yep.
Definitely getting a return on investment from that. They're going to head up. They got timers on this as well. Nintendo, do they have the ward on that? Actually, they're going to go ahead and call this down. The movement of Coast in the bottom lane calls the mid lane back in.
This is a really great call this time from Coast, because they knew that Meteos has the red timer down for Coast, so he's like, yeah, let's continue to invade, take away a red, another red. They say, okay, we're going to answer that with Dragon. But mid lane takes a lot of damage.
And you can see that got really dangerous, but that's what you were just talking about, Kobe. They wanted red, and they second-guessed it. They backed off because they saw Dragon happen.
And they might still fight over that red. Cloud9 actually have the positional advantage because they're in the bushes first.
Easily grabbing and making it look like their side of the jungle, too. Coast can't do much to get back in. You still got balls pushing Scion Spartan into that lane.
That wasn't actually red. We were tricked. It was just the babies that they left there from the last invade. So scratch all of that, mind games. Just kidding.
We're still trying to get an advantage here in the top lane. Lemon Nation taking a drop in the bottom. It's going to be on the Daydream, and they had no idea this was coming. the aggression in the top lane really giving everybody a look to the mini-map, and they tunneled a bit there.
Yeah, they burned Zion Spartan's flash up there, and he's going to have a really tough time sticking around. Some jungle support has been called in so that he can farm freely.
You daydreaming just jumped in his chair there. Did not expect that coming from the side of Lemon Nation. I don't think anybody did. 14 minutes on the clock. We're seeing now that Cloud9 is trying to put a little bit more gold in their pocket with these initiations.
All right, I want to go back to that lizard thing one more time.
Let's go back.
It was the right time for it to spawn again. You know, every 5 minutes red buff comes up, so I was like, yeah, 12 minutes. They timed it well. Meteos, I think he assumed that they had cleared out those baby lizards, and that's how I'm going to save that one. But now, top turret
the double
being down,
mind games will leave it down, so when they go for it, they're tricked.
Yeah. So Nintendo's next level already. But now that the top turret and the mid turret are down, pretty much that whole side is C9 territory now. So they are free to ward it up. And with Dragon not on the table, there's not a lot to answer down bottom. So a lot of more plays could be made from this upper side of the map for Cloud9.
You see High's build, not the fiendish Codex at first. He's trying to match that power that Shifter can put out with a needlessly large rod right away.
Just Wukong showing in lane right there. Probably saved a little bit more damage for Syndra.
Good hold on Daydreamin' for the stun there. He's just hanging out. Oh, Scout of the Week! The ultimate comes out. The Ignite is there. Not going to be enough.
You can tell how touchy this matchup. It's very touch and go. Okay, down bottom. Support fight.
Touch and go indeed.
Support fight.
Let's go.
They've got little mittens on here.
I was ready for that
smacking each other with a wooden sword and a little teddy bear. Doesn't hurt that much.
With Meteos now in the bottom lane, that vision is going to give Nintendude and Shifter a little bit of freedom here in the mid. They split the map wide open, but they're losing the third turret of the game for themselves. The outer three have been taken down. Cloud9 looking to move up a little bit more.
So the next thought for Cloud9 probably going to be continued vision, at least in this jungle. But if they try and bite off another objective here, the blue buff, without their mid laner, they would definitely lose, and we'd have a repeat situation like we saw in that TSM game, where they actually had the numbers advantage. And oh, just kidding, you don't have to fully invade.
Womp womp.
Meteos beats out Nintendude in the Smite Wars. Looks like Nintendude smoked first as well.
Smoted. Ignited.
Now,
like that.
I'm going to leave it as a
Ignite. 16 minutes on the clock. We have a 2.4 thousand gold lead coming in for Cloud9. They look to be 2 turrets ahead right now. Sneaky's he's saying I'm a little too far up, even though we have an entire security system around me right now of wards.
Plus, he does have the flash up, so he's got his escape, but doesn't want to burn that just for a little bit of tower damage.
Got a lot of minions to farm in that bottom lane. He needs to get down there with Meteos.
I like how Coast are getting vision back in their own jungle, though. They know they've lost all the turrets up in this top side, so they're putting some down. What a move by High. Pretty sure he got the Wraith right there, too.
You saw the animation go over. He was just waiting patiently in the wing there. Not really to kill Shifter. He's just trying to give him a hard time, and he's been doing that in lane. They're actually quite close and even in this lane, 128 to 131. So kudos to the play of both of these guys.
Yeah, really the difference is coming from the build path. Shifter, feeling the heat early, has gone with Magic Resist with that early Athenes, whereas High is just going straight up damage. He wants to rush the DFG, as usual from Syndra, or from LeBlanc. And he wants to be able to blow people up. Now, I love that build specifically against Wukong, as I said, because ranged harass really, really hurts out Wukong. If you can silence him and lock him down before he's able to get off the initiation, then that is a giant win for your team in the upcoming team fight.
See if they can keep protection onto, I don't even know if they need to try and keep protection on Sneaky. He can really get himself out of anything. On the Hunt's going to be on, Spell Shield. These guys are fit for these fights that Coast is going to bring to the table.
Yeah, the bottom lane is feeling very confident, so they're leaving them to their own devices, and they're going to the side of the map that we said they had a lot of control over. They're trying to make a play in this map that they've opened up top.
Simon right by Zion Spartan. That was a nice duck by him, but I don't think he's going to live throughout this one. Meteos is going to come in and get that execute on the Sonic Wave.
So there's the play. They're able to capitalize pretty much how they laid it out, but the answer from Shifter is canceled. Never mind. They reinitiate the call. A little bit of debate going on. Lemon Nation playing defensively, and they back off. So Cloud9 really giving and taking at the appropriate times.
See, I feel like when Coast does this, they're a little bit lax in their engage. They do take it. They took a lot of damage there. One more member from Cloud9, and that's a full engage.
They didn't waste their time this visit bottom, though. They were actually able to get the objective this time around and secure some gold for the team. So that's a little bit of an improvement. The only thing is they took so much harass doing it that they're going to give up the Dragon, even though they've got Wukong and the AoE ultimate is ready. They don't have the numbers around it. And it's a huge win here. Again, Cloud9 really running out in front with this one.
And although that kind of show that, you know, Coast is kind of jumping before they think about where they're jumping, because wouldn't that have been better for Dragon and then that turret in the bottom lane possibly?
So I like your little analogy there, because it seems like they're thinking on the fly with their plans, whereas before Cloud9 move, they make the call and they get everyone's buy-in for the call. Seems like Coast are making the call as they're moving. So it's interesting. You can sort of see the plays as they happen for Coast, whereas Cloud9 seem a little bit more premeditated.
They have a good wave down in the mid lane, so Cloud9 taking this time to somewhat reset themselves here. They know they have the lead. They don't have to pressure anything too much, or at least Lemon Nation might want to. Here gets another
Lemon
board.
Nation getting deep, though.
Yeah.
Because they did such a good job with the vision, Nintendo doesn't know if there's one person there or 5 persons. People persons.
There's a ton of them. It's going to be a party. It did take enough time. I like the fact that Lemon gets into an area like that and just patiently waits, and then you see the team just start to formulate around him. That almost became another good engagement for them, just because their vision is on the up and up, and Coast can't do much to sweep this out. Their sweepers are constantly down, and they haven't hit all the wards yet.
All right, Coast are grouping up. They want their team fight now. They want to try. Ooh, Wukong took a lot of harass there.
Yeah, no armor there yet.
You can actually burst him down pretty easily when he does come in for his ulti. If they all focus him, you know, plus he's only level 10, so it's just the level 1 ulti right now. Very dangerous for Coast.
Now we come into this game saying Meteos has a really great Lee Sin play, and he's already 2-0-0 on this game. He's not looking to get the assist this time. He's looking to say, get on my back, I got a big enough backpack, and let's go. 21 minutes into this, Cloud9 complete control over Coast's blue. And really, Coast is losing having a jungle right now.
Yeah, not only the top side of the map, but now bottom side is secured because they've put even more wards down and taking out that turret, really helping them suffocate this Coast team. They've already got them second-guessing themselves. Now it's just a matter of trying to pick off a member of Coast. Whereas Coast, they really want to make their move. Once they have Wukong and Annie hit level 11, that right there is the combo they want. Like, Coast are built all around that. The double AoE wombo. They're hoping it can hit.
Just like Ball said in the beginning, daydreaming in the backside, a beautiful solar flare stops Tibbers from really getting anywhere it needs to. When they get back on this, that turret should go down eventually.
They really needed both to get anything here. And since one is already blown, the next team fight's going to be hard for them to hold. I mean, Mundo can teleport in, but you're still going to be fighting without Tibbers, so it's going to be all on Nintendo. He's got a really tough job here.
Oh my gosh.
There he goes. He hits High.
High is in the backside. The clone stays in, but High gets a chain out, even still getting damaged. Zion Spartan teleports in. They're regrouping, and they beautifully just all slide against that side of the wall, get back into position to re-engage.
Yeah, still to level 10, still very squishy. Not much of a chance there for the Monkey King, and Nintendo falls. Valiant effort, but it's going to be Cloud9 with a pretty easy siege of this turret now.
4,000 is the gold lead. Oh, nice scatter the weak, stopping the Dragon's Descent damage to come in. Shifter, though, gets cut down very fast. Meteos gets to the back line, his 3rd kill of the game, his 4th kill of the game, and the 2nd tier turret in bot lane for Cloud9.
And to add insult to injury, Lemon gets out with double-digit HP. They get 0 kills off of it, and Coast have probably been heartbroken right now. It's really tough to come back from a 5-0, right? See, we watch it one more time. Even though they knock balls out, Lemon, again with the engage, able to land it, and Meteos goes all the way in to finish off the kill. Talking about kicking him in the back of the head.
Gosh.
That one's going to take out the Doctor.
That passive auto attack. So close to killing him. And credit to Lemon Nation. His Thresh game yesterday was amazing. He was hitting hooks left and right. It might have been 13, 14 consecutive hooks in a row to keep the game going. And again, on Leona. They're the only 2 champions he's played this split, and there's a reason why.
Yeah, very successful on both of them.
Yep.
Leona a little bit less so, but he's done a great job this time around.
He's looking to fix that.
Exactly. And he's also been a team player this time around. You can see he's got the aura for his team going with the early.
Yeah.
I guess he just...
See what he can do. Locket of the Iron Solari will be formulated out of that. Zion, Spartan, and Balls to go back to it in the top lane. Balls with a nice red buff taken down on him as well, so he'll be able to pretty much harass out Zion continuously, as it has been all game. 230 CS in that lane to 176. And Meteos did a great job to get Balls going in that top lane.
He did. Balls is really having an easy time now because Siobhan at this point with the Blade of the Ruined King is able to do exactly what she wants with Mundo, shove him under the turret, but a 4 versus 4 fight mid is still hard to pull off because, as we said before, you need to combo those AoE ultis, and Cloud9 are so good at spreading out. I don't see Coast getting more than 2 people with either of those CCs.
From the side, the scatter of the week, again, 2 for 2 on that one, but is it going to be enough this time? They are able to take down Nintendo. That Cyclone did just go off, but like you said, Kobe, without being tanky, it just goes down.
Yep, they weren't able to land the combo, and Cloud9 walk away with not only with the snipe, but also the turret.
It's getting pretty bad. They're bullying Coast off of pretty much everything here, and it's not. They're just, give me your lunch money. We're going to take it and get more.
It just looks so grim right now for Coast, because if they venture anywhere outside of their base, this Cloud9 team, we already talked about their chase potential. It's unreal. We can even say they initiate between 2 turrets. They get the silence on Daydreamin for long enough that they can't combo it. The Tibbers with that, with the Wukong ult, you know, even threw it down, but it still wasn't enough. Nintendo just gets blasted as soon as he gets inside. He's even gone more tanky than usual with most of the Wukong starting out that Lizard Elder.
That is true.
He's gone for a little bit more health, but man, he is just getting annihilated.
Cloud9 has pretty much found their way in on this initiation. They get Shifter to use that scatter, get that stun down, and then it's Balls is perfectly fine. He's still in the fight with that burnout on, and that's when Leona can come in. That's when High feels safe to go in and not get shot down in a matter of seconds, because that is the result they're getting on Coast. 6-0. So far, this game is a kill shutout. They found 3 turrets. They were able to open up that front side of C9's map, but the journey I don't think is going to take them on that side of the map anytime soon.
Yeah. I mean, they're currently on the blue side and taking away yet another blue.
Yep.
Meteos still hasn't died as well on Lee Sin, so this could be 4 games in a row if they're able to finish it out cleanly, where he does not drop a death.
Unkillable, right? That was the nickname he was given towards the end of the split last season.
Oh, Balls runs into 3 people here, and they're so scared because they don't have vision.
Oh my gosh,
they all run for the
3v1,
hills.
4v1. Wiz is there as well, and they are going to have to back out. Ball's just doing what he can, flexing the muscles, and it looks like Coast is running scared.
I'd be running scared too. Like I said, their small amount of vision that they do have is going to delay Cloud9 a little bit on the Baron, but they still have a pretty easy team fight. All they have to do is lure Coast away from a turret, and they can easily chase someone down. And on the hunt, even before the fight starts, could enable Leona to get in range just to throw off the solar flare and tag somebody.
Right, they have so many options to just get into the fight, back in. We thought they'd be kiting a little bit of this, but they are so
really
ahead.
close to the bush.
Ooh. That was close. Felt that one.
Pretty much.
Winced a little for
Yeah,
them.
pretty much the rest of the game is going to be like that for Coast. They're all feeling very tense. Every moment they get close to a bush is going to be, oh, is somebody in the bush waiting for me? Because they can't check these bushes leading up to Baron without a scrying orb.
Oh, the small heart attack, small heart attack. Leona Lemon Nation onto Daydream, and that is a perfect initiation. I haven't seen that Bear Tibbers for a long time.
No, and she's probably sad about that too.
Yeah.
Missing her plushie. High and Lemon doing a pretty good job. 2-man squad here. Lemon goes in alone though.
It's the gap closers, again, the weak, but they can't do it this time to Balls, and he's right into the fight. A beautiful 4-person Randuin's. They're all forced to scatter here, and everybody's health bar is getting shut down on the side of Coast. Cloud9 focusing now into Zion Spartan. They're going to have 3 onto that beast. It's going to take a while here. Just get your popcorn, start eating a little bit. He might even get away. It's going to be the extended version.
Oh, High with the flash follow!
Oh!
Short chained.
Very good fight trying to come in there. 2 did go down for Coast.
All right, that means a Baron still, though. I mean, they did come out ahead. It would be pretty dangerous for Coast to go contest, but Wiz Fusion might be able to do it here.
Ooh. There's a Sheen. There's a Sheen. Is he in range for the Q? I don't think so. Whoa, Daydreaming. Throws down Timbers in the breast. There comes the Baron. Where's Nintendude? He is all the way in the base. There will be no smite here. A great kill coming in from Zion, though. Kobe, this could be bad. Double kill. That's going to be sneaky on the bottom side that we didn't see coming in. They may be able to turn here. Cloud High is so close. He gets the chain, the triple for Sneaky. A very scattered fight they were able to pull back together.
Just barely able to cash in and get that Mundo kill, but they had to abandon the Baron at around 2,000 HP. As a jungler, Meteos really wanted to finish that one off, but Mundo teleporting in is the big part of this fight. You can see him come right in, daydreaming, he's talking with the rest of the team, stuns him up so that everybody's left in the pit with Zion, and Mundo's just running a rampage, trying to choose which person to go after. Sneaky makes quick work of the Lucian by himself, and then comes to save his 2 teammates, adding the damage to be able to burn through this tanky Mundo.
Now they did stop the Baron. Yes, they did. We didn't get a picture-in-picture of them going to do it again. But right now, it's like they already have Baron compared to where Coast is at. So this is going to be already a tough matchup. We see that Sneaky's actually going for the, not the Static Shiv build, rather, on Sivir, but the Phantom Dancer. A lot of ADs have been switching to that.
The Phantom Dancer definitely going to help them out. Add even more mobility to him so that he can get from one side to the other of the fight. And I think the focus here for the items is going to be on vision for Cloud9. They definitely want to upgrade their sweepers, as many of them as possible, so they can get the Oracle sweep, which basically gives you double the value of your sweeper because you can cover at least twice the area, being able to walk around once you have that Oracle's Elixir vision for a few seconds.
So great game by Balls in the top lane. He was really just given a kickstart by Meteos, and he took that to himself in the 1v1 in that top, 279 to 214. Everything and every advantage they have allows them to do things like this so calmly and cool-headed that they don't even have to try to engage, waste anything to get out of that.
And as long as we're looking at items, I do like the Banshees on Meteos because he won't get caught in the AoE stuns if those are the initiations that are going to start out. So he can pull off the play for Lee Sin. If he needs to counter initiate, like kick them all back, if Annie and Wukong, ever do get a good combo, you can block one of them and try and get a quick kickoff to spread out Team Coast and interrupt the combo that they want to put off. Combo breaker, if you will.
Yeah, I believe it was Zion Spartan that said earlier Cloud9 has some ridiculous rotation. They're always communicating with each other, and it's shown. I don't know when the last time Coast has got a blue or a red buff or the Dragons coming out here. We're 31 minutes into the game, completely in the driver's seat, and 12,000 gold in the lead. Cloud9 looking for a victory soon here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the advantage of running the very high mobility team fight champions. They can run all over the map, grab each objective, and then by the time they get back to Baron, they've got complete vision control, and they force Coast into a bad spot, once again pulling them out of the base, making them fight away from turrets.
Slowly working on Baron. They're saying, come on into the pit. The water's warm. It's completely safe. We want to party. Lemon Nation says, actually, we'll bring it to you. They bring on the hunt. Talisman of Ascension possibly on. I don't think Lemon actually has it. Nintendude, very nice Cyclone, but who's it going to kill on this one? He's only dealing damage to multiple people. There's nobody to finish these kills off. In the end, for the Squishies, a good kill by Wiz Fusion to get himself the Retribution kill. The double kill for Balls, and Kobe, it's just a massacre again.
They used both the Tibbers and the Cyclone only on Sneaky. Both of those AoEs just trying to take out the AD carry. Meanwhile, the rest of Cloud9 just run rampant through the back line of Coast, and they decimate them, easily turning into the base now. Pretty decisive win here for Cloud9.
Meteos going in for first lead death. He was gladly doing that for his team, and they're going to go ahead and go around the horn here, possibly getting the top tier turret as well. And this base is being opened like a Christmas present right now, and Cloud9 is loving what's inside.
That's a good point, though. Meteos did scuff up his Lee Sin record.
He did.
Coast are able to scratch him, at least.
58,000. That's 16,000 gold lead coming in. 8 to 3 in turrets. 11 are on your side of Summoner's Rift, so that leaves the bottom and the Nexus turret.
All right,
Here's
so
the fight.
Yeah, let's watch the dive, because early on the hunt enables the rest of Cloud9. They all dive except for Lemon. As we said, Wukong's still susceptible to CC during a Cyclone. Lemon able to keep him off Sneaky just long enough, even though the Tibbers and Cyclone are used on him. They keep him alive for long enough, and they're able to just decimate the back line of Coast.
Getting some great support fights this game. They're going toe-to-toe quite a bit here. We are about 34 minutes into this matchup. Cloud9 methodically and surgically removing Coast from every fight, every objective control that they try to put back in their favor. And it looks like Cloud9 is really back on track to what they were doing in the spring split. Or I could say the summer split.
And they're still playing the Baron dance here with 2 inhibitors down. If Coast leave the base, then they lose out on much more than just minions.
This is big. That's like Baron on Baron on Baron right now for Cloud9. So far ahead, 16,000. And it looks like they're going to pressure down onto this bottom turret. There's nothing to push in the mid or in the top. Let's see what they can do in this bottom lane. The wards are still trying to be put down by Coast, but they're only fighting in their base right now. It's just to let them know that Cloud9 is coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a tower dive coming. Straight to your face. Balls is going to start this one off. He's got plenty of armor to tank up this turret. They don't have to dive. They can easily just wait outside the turret and let super minions push in. But I don't even feel like Cloud9 have to wait for that at this point in the game. If they get a good solar flare, they'll probably just jump on it. And all they have to do is keep in mind that they're spreading out. As long as they spread out and avoid multiple people getting locked down, should be a pretty easy execution.
They didn't even knock, and they're in the front door. Nintendude is not going to be able to Cyclone this time. No, he does get out on the clone, but again, taken down instantly. Not enough tank to be built in that game. Cloud9 is not giving Coast the time to respond to pretty much anything here. From the fountain back into the fight, that's where they're finding safety. Balls lives just in the end. Oh, no! He suicides himself into the turret. Shifter gets the kill there, but I think it's too little too late. The Nexus looks to be going down, and they're going to be going for it with the kills.
Shifter lives, though. Could go back to the fountain and heal up. So many minions on the Nexus, though.
Meteos, there we go. Everybody's able to get the last few shots in. There's the man on your screen. He does get a death this game, but he still carries his team to victory.
Man, that was a very, very good showing from Cloud9. They pretty much got everything that they wanted from the early game. Even though the early invade from Meteos wasn't successful, the first one, I know he had to back off. They didn't let up. They didn't let up on the plant, and they went back to that red side jungle over and over again. They dove top lane twice.
It was in twos. It was in twos this game. If it doesn't work the first, we'll give it a 2. If not, we'll move to something else.
Try again.
Yeah, they stayed away from the Annie. They were not like, we're diving the Tibber is not what we want to do. Even with Lee Sin being able to get in and out, they know exactly what they needed to focus. Meteos was in the top lane when he knew he could get a kill. And it really snowballed balls so much in that lane. We saw almost coming up to 298, almost hit 300 CS, but it was 241 in that other lane for Zion Spartan. So we've seen, Dyrus said, you know, I outscaled Shyvana on Mundo that game, but it's really comes down to the player behind the champion.
Right, Cloud9 play to their advantages. There's the graph of the Shyvana and Mundo. Like Shyvana starts up here, Mundo starts down here, and they slowly go like this. If Cloud9 fights all in this side of the time zone here, then Mundo never gets to that point. They get him behind on gold early, and we see exactly what happened there, where Balls is able to continuously draw so much attention up to the top lane, and he's got backup. Even if you go there, Meteos is constantly in that jungle invading, and High is very quick to answer the rotations as well.
Coast has been trying things themselves. Nothing is coming around, though. What do you look at this point in time when that's the case?
I think that they do need to have a better laid out early game plan, you know, before they step into the game. Some of the rotations, like we talked about, it seemed like they were kind of making audible calls in the game.
On the fly.
Yeah.
Right when it's happening.
Maybe if they set up a couple more preset plays, like say, hey, we're going to go with blue 2. Everybody dragon now or something.
Eagle Eye 41, go. And that's the bottom turret. Unfortunately, not the dragon. We got to take a quick break right now. When we come back, Meteos steps out of the jungle and into the studio to talk with Freak and Chat. And then we'll dive into our final LCS game of the day when Benny and XDG face off against Cruiser and Team Dignitas. Don't go anywhere. Want to party. Lemon Nation says, actually, we'll bring it to you. They bring on the hunt. Talisman of Ascension possibly on. I don't think Lemon actually has it. The 10 dude, very nice Cyclone, but who's it gonna kill on this one? He's only dealing damage to multiple people. There's nobody to finish these kills off. In the end, for the Squishies, a good kill by Wiz Fusion to get himself the Retribution kill.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2014 North American LCS. We're joined now by Cloud9's jungler Meteos, who died on Lee Sin for the first time. Did you care at all?
I didn't really care too much because I feel like I should be dying a lot on Lee Sin if I'm playing him right. But in that specific instance, I could have lived if I played it better. I had my W up and I could have smited Raze to get the spell vamp from the jungle item and lived. So I was kind of like disappointed, but it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I feel like everyone could have made that play. It's just, I can't believe you missed it, man.
Yeah, I choked.
Okay, so choking aside, that you guys still won the game. Coming into the match against Coast, did everything go as expected?
Yeah, it went pretty much according to plan. We accounted for all their picks except the Syndra, which we were kind of surprised by, but it wasn't really able to take off, I guess, how they wanted it to, but it kept us from really like getting a lot of pressure mid. So aside from that, game went pretty smooth. It was a little bit slow, but we got the win.
I want to pressure you on something. You said you had a counter for every one of their picks. You think you like?
No, I counted for all of their picks.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Like going through the drafting phase, we guessed they would pick all those champions.
And you figured that you won champions like them because you picked everything else that you wanted to.
We just knew how to play against it.
Okay.
I do have a larger question, though, for you, because you guys were so dominant in the spring split, but you're actually in second place in North America right now. As a team, what's the difference from the first split to the second split as far as improvements and changes?
Well, I think for last split, we played really reactionary, and we didn't try to force a lot of plays, which it's okay, but I think playing more aggressively and trying to force stuff actually gives you an upper hand when executed well.
Yeah.
And so we're having a little growing pain switching our style over to that, so we're not playing maybe as well as we did, but I think it's still a step in the right direction, and as we practice more and play more, hopefully we'll keep improving.
And so speaking of forcing things, you spend a lot of time top lane, actually. A couple of different ganks. Finally, you got it to work against Zion's Mundo. Why did you spend so much time up there?
Well, Mundo's a champion that is really vulnerable early game, especially to dives, because he's generally low health under his turret. And if you're able to dive him, generally you can snowball on him and he won't get that useful. He'll either have to teleport back into lane to not miss a bunch of creeps, and then his teleport pressure's gone, or he just dies and misses all the creeps, and you get a big advantage on him. So it's good to camp Mundo when we can, and we knew their jungler wasn't around, so we just kept trying to pressure him.
Yeah, you guys definitely seem to do that better than all the other teams in North America right now, but it was still a fairly slow game. We have a clip here of your fight in the bottom lane when you guys kind of really took control. You dove onto a turret. Talk me through why you guys saw the opportunity here and why now after 22 minutes do you dive the turret?
All right, well, in this clip, this is right after Annie flash ulted high, so High and Annie are both very low, but we knew they didn't have their main initiation, so we pretty much just tried going all in on them. Balls got knocked back as soon as we went in, but Lemon hit the Zenith Blade, and we were able to kill Shifter, and then they were cutting back into their base, and we didn't want to dive that hard, so we just peeled back and killed Zion. And I used my ult in the most optimal way to last hit a champion.
Yes.
So it worked
Yeah,
out.
the most optimal Lee Sin kick.
Yeah, I mean, it's more gold. You got to make sure. I mean, they're taking your blue buffs. You got to take their champion kills.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good play. Okay, so then coming through the rest of this game, with you guys playing more aggressively and you guys trying to sort of fit into the new team, how are you finding yourselves closing games out compared to before?
Well, generally we just try to take all the objectives that we can and pressure them whenever we can, hopefully catching people out, and just wait for them to make a mistake. We don't have as many hard initiations as we did last split with Ashe, Zac, so it's kind of harder to dive towers, but we just play it out and make safe but aggressive plays.
Yeah, and we actually have one more clip of, I guess, a safe but aggressive play, the only death you've had on Lee Sin this season. If we can actually just pull this one up. Talk to me about the setup to this play and how you guys were able to get the clean initiates on the backline, which are somewhat harder this year.
All right, well, here we Sivir ulted at them because they were far away from their turrets, and we just tried to go in. Lemon missed his Zenith Blade, so instead we decided to turn on these guys. And Wukong jumped in kind of early from his team, and they got really split up. And they dove our backline, but our backline was really strong, so we were able to handle them. And then me and Balls dove in on Syndra and Lucian.
And here's near the fatal moment right here. You so close to not dying.
Yeah, I think I could have, if I backed up a little bit, W'd myself, and smited Race, I probably would have healed enough to not die there.
Well, so unfortunately a lackluster team fight for you then, but of course your team is full of all-stars, yourself included, to be honest. Who would be your MVP from your team for this game, or this week even?
For this week, I would probably give it to Lemonation. He just has been making a ton of plays on support. He is roaming a lot. He really knows where to be, and his initiations have been really crisp.
Yeah, especially all those hooks that he threw out in the first game you guys had this week.
Yeah, last game, or I guess 2 games ago at this point, he was learning a ton of hooks and just making a lot of plays.
Okay, so then a follow-up. Jad asked earlier about you guys kind of fitting into a new style. When are you going to get your revenge back on TSM and Dignitas, and are you guys looking to get that first place back here in the split?
Well, if we play well, I guess we'll beat them. It's not really super on our minds to just go after them. We want to beat everyone that we play.
Okay.
But we sort of understand that we're going through a process, and sometimes we'll lose, and that's okay.
All right. Well, you guys are taking some good learning experiences at the very least, and we'll see more of you guys throughout the split. Thank you very much for your time, Meteos. Congrats on the win.
Thanks.
We've got more games. Send it back over to Riven Kobe. Take it away.
We do have more games. Thank you, Freak. Now to our final NALCS game of the day, XDG Gaming versus Team Dignitas. Kobe, both these teams are trying to bounce back from tough losses Saturday.
So they both lost, but the losses were really different. I mean, XDG sort of ran into an aggressive Cloud9. As Meteos just talked about, they're trying to turn
Just
a new leaf.
A little aggressive.
They were decisively beaten.
Yeah.
While Dignitas actually waged a hard-fought 40-minute game with Curse. But ultimately, they saw their 6-game winning streak come to an end, and they lost one more.
Lost it all. Throughout Dig's winning streak, they told us it was all about taking comfort picks. They deviated from that strategy Saturday, and they got burned clearly.
Scar tried to counterpick Yasuo with that Akali, but it didn't work out because of an early roaming Alistar gank from St. Vicious, and then a good mid-game lane swap that rendered his early defensive items ineffective in the laning phase. And then in the bottom lane, PewDiePie opted for Lucian instead of Jinx, which is a champion that, he was undefeated on. So he didn't go back to the Jinx, and I think that they might have gone Lucian to try and outplay Cop and St. Vicious, but the reverse happened, and Cop and St. Vicious got the upper hand. So their
all those
main
turrets
keys,
turned back into champions.
Yeah, that they've been relying on really didn't come into play.
In their first meeting in week 2, it was XDG early and Dig late, as we usually see. Once Dig saw an opening, they seized on it. But now XDG is looking to turn the tables.
Dignitas kind of changed their playstyle from last season. This time they're more patient and they wait for you to make the mistake.
XCG right now typically get leads in the early game, but their rotations and just their general play is pretty off.
We had really bad objective control, and they beat us off of that.
One of their biggest strengths last season, their jungler mid synergy got broken. And so one of the ways they used to be able to win the game was just by Cloud, and now he can't carry as hard.
When we played against Dignitas, I feel like we picked correctly, but played poorly. I had all the tools to carry that game, and instead just kind of threw it. So I'm looking to redeem myself this week against Dig.
So they're saying they're feeling good coming out of Champions Select, but it's just not rolling into place once they get the game going.
Had all the tools, just got to use them.
Yep. And now let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is XDG. Benny in the top lane, Zuna in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Xmithie at AD carry, and Bloodwater at support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Cruiser. In the jungle will be Crumbs. Scar is mid. PewDiePie AD carry, and supporting Kiwi Kid.
And this is kind of like polar opposites here. We have Crumbs that is always helping Scara, and you have Zuna that hardly helps ManCloud. So that synergy, as we always talk about, may have to be a little bit stronger this game.
So I know like a lot of people are giving Zuna flack for the mid lane thing, but he has had like games on Elise where he's made a lot of rotations towards the mid, and they have actually had some success in mid lane. But I don't know. I think both of the players may be to blame for the lack of synergy between them right now.
That's
and
true.
Definitely they both should be feeling that weight on their shoulders. It's not just one man. Everybody's pointing the finger always at Zuna, but it's not all his fault.
They do focus on the top lane synergy with Benny, so they're keeping that accelerated. They're keeping that at least at level. We'll have to see if it can really do anything against something that's been winning but losing as well. Like we said, the momentum in this game is really necessary for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, if they do look towards that top lane, then Cruiser playing Mundo all the time could be a target. He'll go back to that champion over and over. They've had so much success with Cruiser on Mundo. I think they'll pick that every time. And if they decide to go with a sort of Cloud9 strategy and dive Mundo early, just like we saw in the last game, then maybe they can use that against Dignitas and really have a strong early game and try and use that to grab a win.
If Cruiser grabs it, like you said, Meteos said, it's something that gets Mundo low, makes him farm under the turret. That's what makes that dive so possible. Cruiser coming in here himself grabbed a little bit of flack in the early part of the season. People were saying he wasn't really performing up to par. And then Dignitas really got a lot of their wins because of his solid play in the top lane. What a daredevil.
Yeah. Plus, we can never forget about the mid lane here. Scara, pretty much the face of the team. I think that we may be seeing some Gragas bans, some focus on him. He's been deviating and going off towards like Karthus, though.
Yeah.
And he's pulled out a couple interesting attempts at counter picks.
He's done the Katarina as well.
But he's still in good spirits.
Tried to bring that out. The Akali pick against the Yasuo was something we saw Void Boy do, so he was like kind of try to replicate that. Has always been a mid lane player, so it's not like Akali is really out of his strengths in what to play. We did see the Diana hover, though, and that could be something we see come out as well. Dignitas used to kind of play the 2v1 long lane with Scara, but with the turret changes, well, not as much.
Yeah, I've always felt like Scara on melee champions doesn't turn out well because he always pushes and he exposes himself to ganks. So, he even used to play like Mordekaiser in the mid last year.
Getting every CS that he can.
And every time he'd get ganked, and they would get early kills on him.
He'd blow his flash, and then he'd be like, I'll force you into your turret still. Oh, wait, this is a bad situation.
I don't think, so that's why I don't think we'll be seeing the Diana again. Right now, now her strength is just not on par with a lot of the ranged mages that are going to take you down.
A little
mid,
too
so.
all in for an AP right now.
Yeah.
And I can't get tanky enough. We'll have to see what these guys have for each other. Like we said, both of them are trying to look to gain momentum here. Dignitas just had a lot of it. It was cut down by Curse, so we'll see if that's affecting them at all. They were able to find a win on that day as well. This is Dig's heavy week. Since they had a bye week, it's a 3-game week this week, so this is their 3rd.
I like the first ban, taking away the jinx from Cutie Pie, because as we said, he's undefeated on that champion, and they want him to go towards something like Lucian, and hopefully they can repeat success down there.
And we don't see very many AD carry bans. There's less than fingers on my hand that we've seen in the NALCS.
You know what else is rare is banning both Pantheon and Wukong. Like, those two junglers are sort of aggressive niche junglers. Those are not common jungle bans. Usually it's the Vi and the Elise that were taking all the hits, but these are aimed directly at Crumbs because he's sort of followed in that line, the vein of the Dominates and the St. Vicious, where they love going with the a little bit less used but very potent
it's all
attack
about that
damage
aggression
junglers,
lately.
Pantheon and Wukong, trying to sort of gut the team here from the jungle.
Vi's up. Olaf is finally left up for Zuna in a game it has been consistently banned, and it was his first champion, first win that XTG was able to find, as he was a jungler here in the split.
Yeah, Olaf could very well be a nice comfort pick for Zuna. And they do usually spend some of their early picks more towards the jungle.
Yep.
So I would not be surprised.
Ooh.
And there we go.
There it is. He's feeling good on that. Looking at the other side, Dignitas, wow, they get Kiwi Kid that Annie. That is actually really big for them. And that Gragas pick, even bigger.
Those two picks, man, there's going to have to be really good ward coverage from XCG because Dignitas, either of those two champions roaming around the map could just create havoc. That was one of the keys to the beginning of their win streak, was a roaming Annie from Kiwi Kid that started off a lot of plays not even centered in the bottom lane.
You know, these are great bans here, Kobe, but the lesser of the evils that are left up are still scary powerful. There's still a lot of high-tier picks coming in. We're looking at Xmithie to have a Sivir pick up here in this game. And ManCloud's looking to discuss that with the team. Can't believe Scar got his Gragas this game. He has controlled, and I believe it was Gragas that got Dignitas going when Scar played it for their streak. Got that win, and then they just kept rolling.
Yeah, that banning Gragas against Dig is sort of like a 2-year-old strategy, maybe even like bordering on 3 years. People have been banning Gragas against him, but every few games, somebody lets it through, and then he reminds everybody why you should not let him on that champion. But it's not like XCG do not have a plan of their own. We always talk about the Sivir and Shyvana combo being great. It's doubly so with Olaf. And popping the Ragnarok on the hunt with him is amazing. And they've got the classic Leona going with Sivir. So it's a good first 3 picks here for XTG.
Indeed, a very nice combination. Cutie Pie back on that Lucian. This is going to be 0-3 for him. This will be his 4th attempt at Lucian this game. We'll see if they do play the bully lane. He's against that Sivir. We saw this matchup a little bit just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, saw the exact same matchup. And in that matchup, Leona Sivir got the early shove and just were able to farm pretty easily. We're not punished at all, really, in lane.
Mundo is up. Probably going to be that last pick coming in for the side of Dignitas if it's really not grabbed over here. A lot of top and jungle, well, not jungle rather, mid being left out for XDG.
So the top probably going to be another melee tanky bruiser that goes along with Olaf and the on the hunt to dive real deep. Classic Mundo. And then the mid, they're definitely going to need some variation there. I guess they don't want variation, and they just go full Zerg on us.
Wow.
Everybody going to be diving to the back lines. This is an almost all melee team. I mean,
raise your hand if you like to bring AD to the table.
Sivir's got short range. This is going to be a really, really intense early game. XCG will be forcing dragon fights. They will be looking to roam, catching members of Dig away from turrets, and trying to punish them. Wow. Really, really aggressive champions here from XCG.
Easy to figure that their Renekton pick should be the lock-in. If it's going to be the 3rd time being played by Cruiser, that means he has a chance to make it 3-0. He is undefeated on that champion, so the lock-in would be quite sufficient for this comp.
All right, so Cruiser actually going to be going up against Mundo this time. So
we'll see if he can actually make the early ganks work for his advantage and do a turret dive towards XDG. Because Lee Sin and Renekton are very capable of taking out a Mundo early
Like
under
we said,
his turret.
had to have that somewhat damage-dealing champion. Meteos said once you get him under the turret, you get him down. Zuna gets his ult off this game, really liking the compositions. And XDG always trying to bring out something that you haven't seen. Like, we've seen this, but not from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real heavy Zerg composition, and Gragas is a great counter. So Skara's ultis are going to determine a lot for this team. As soon as everyone starts to charge for them, he's going to try and just scatter the battlefield, create chaos, and knock them backwards for the duration. Because if they can kite backwards for a little bit and rely on the Gragas ult and the Lee Sin kick, then they can easily turn this one around. So this will be very interesting to see. Because if XCG collapse on somebody, it's going to be like a pack of wolves just
They're hungry.
destroying
Rabbit coming in strong. Well, they're locked in, so let's check who you think will be ending the weekend with a win here. According to LOLesports.com, with your votes, 88% of you think that Dignitas are going to end this week with a much-needed victory.
Yeah, pretty big fan favorite here, Dignitas. They've got some charismatic players on their team, so can't really blame those fans.
But just as it's a much-needed victory for Dig, it's almost a more-needed victory here, if you will, for XDG. Dig just had the momentum. They've gotten themselves in a pretty good spot here, so the end of the season might not look as scary. But for XDG, the consistency that they've been showing, it's shaky.
You can see how serious they are. The looks on the XDG faces, everybody very intense for this game. They really want to get back on track right now.
XDG is known for kind of going in and practicing their games 1v1s for tacos. You're not seeing that too much. The stress is there. They're worried about the kills they're going to get in their own lanes. Tacos after the victory.
All right, so I do want to point out the early actual ward coming down from Bloodwater. He's got the full 3-minute ward here. They don't have to rely on trinket wards. They actually will have a little bit of extra vision. And he's also gone with the Targon, so the early shove probably going to be attempted once again by the Silver Leona lane. No surprises there.
Interesting. Doran's not being purchased by Kiwi Kid.
Yeah.
Get the ring out. Hopefully he doesn't get crushed down too hard by that
It's
lane.
still Doran. Like, Doran has a lot of items. You know, he's got rings, he's got swords, he's got shields.
His stock is going up this season so much.
He's got plenty of rings to sell. Kiwi Kid picking himself up one. He is going for that strat I was talking about where you just spam Q onto Leona early, try and harass him down.
Yeah.
So when Bloodwater goes in for the executes on the melee minions and the cannon minion, Kiwi Kid really going to try and punish him for it. Maybe even a swap down here. There could be lane movements because we're still pretty early here on the timers. And it's a very interesting movement by ManCloud, getting very deep inside that bottom side.
Go for the 3-man.
Oh, late invade. They've got a real ward, as I said. 3-minute ward here from Bloodwater. He could pop that sucker down on blue.
He used the regular one.
Yeah, well.
He got you.
Trinket. Trinket one. That's only a minute.
We'll see what vision that gives them. I don't know if anybody's going to be walking straight across that path. Yeah, it curves into the blue just enough. They'll see him as he walks out of the brush. Zuna starting on his red, as well as a red start for Crumbs. We're going to get help in the opposite
And look at Benny waiting for him in the tri-bush here. He wants to get early advantage in lane. Bam, first cleaver landed. He's established top laner dominance.
Got him in a real stranglehold to start. ManCloud meeting up with Scar in the mid lane. Blades versus barrels. We're going to see how this one plays out. ManCloud should be able to E out of that barrel damage quite often.
Yeah, as soon as he levels up the shield, then he'll be able to trade much more effectively than just using Broken Wings. And as you can see there, Kiwi Kid, you thread in auto attacks every time you Q, because Andy's got a great auto attack now. There goes ManCloud, level 2. Takes a turret hit, though. Undoes a lot of that damage he just did. He won the trade and stepped a little bit too close.
Dyrus.
The bottom lane, because this Sivir Leona is getting a little bit behind early. Oh, man, they're going for the dive. Got to wait on it.
You got to wait, Kobe. They want to get a kill here. This is what happened for Cloud9. There wasn't enough damage immediately. Oh, no, he finally gets it before he gets the teleport.
And Cruiser stands at the edge of turret aggro right there, takes an extra shot, allows Crumbs to finish the kill. So good synergy between the top lane and jungle. They do go for the dive. They do make him pay for the Mundo pick. pretty much just what Meteos was talking about in the interview. Zuna wants to make him answer, though.
Oh, it's going to be good at 600 HP. 600 HP to just about 1,000. Zuna's going to be forced to turn around in this one. No, he has 800 health. It looks to get down to 150 on Cruiser. The Reckless Swing can have it. Oh, he flashes on him to get the immediate stun. They could have enough damage. One slice, then the dice. Oh, they're cooking up dinner tonight.
Very, very dangerous to go for 2 versus 1 situations when you're still this low level. Level 3, level 4 even, with a double buff to give away. That's a lot to give away. There's a high risk.
Whoa, Man Cloud. Whoa, the shield is on, but is it enough? What? No, it is not.
Uh-oh, everybody's going aggro. All 3 lanes fighting.
Bloodwater very low. He throws on the shield. He'll be all right from this situation. Xmithie kind of calming things down here.
What in the world was I even talking about bottom lane before? We went all around the map. Oh yeah, I was talking about the CS difference. Have to remember the Targons this time, because that sneaky sucker will make you miscalculate the differences. So they're not as far behind as it looks. They still are losing though, so be sure about it. You know, they're definitely on the back foot.
Oh, yes.
Trying to bait him in.
Trying to bait in.
Ah, yes. The old bait and switch from Cutie Pie.
Crumb still heading around the backside. Oh, how did this? The barrier immediately coming down there. They really got out of that beautifully.
Now, they got another summoner there, a couple of summoners.
Forced the flash, but stay alive.
Yeah, plus barrier from Xmithie. So definitely worth on the venture bottom for Crumbs. Interesting rotation, too. You know, what can you get after this? An early dragon is a possibility, but they will take a lot of harass, and they don't have deep vision. So it's definitely still a chance for them, because they're not sure that it's going to be as easy as it is.
Things get a little safer with quotes there, because they were getting the teleport out of Benny, so they're a little safer without having him join the fight. We saw that was a huge bane for Team Solo Mid, not for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah.
But with Team Solo Mid being able to use that. 6.5 minutes, that's a dragon going over to dig. And they start to actually take a pretty good gold lead, 2K.
Yeah, they really wasted no time. I mean, they went aggressive top lane, got the kill, and then seems like Zuna and ManCloud kind of lost their minds after they saw their team member go down. Both of them went super aggro and overextended, giving up 2 more kills. So a really bad chain of events for XDG here, resulting in a giant win for Dignitas, and I'm sure they're real happy about the start for this game.
Skara always making sure he keeps that channel up. It kind of negates the fact that, you know, Riven's going to be getting that damage with the passive every time she casts. He's got Drunken Rage on, so he's got extra resistances. Works out beautifully for Gragas, and we've seen it already. Skara's got a kill in the mid lane and still trying to aggress.
Yeah, close there, just missing both spells, though. Means he has to back off, wait for his cooldowns, and we have another dive top.
Oh,
he hit level 6, but
he did hit 6. I don't think it's going to be enough either. He may, no, he did put on the ulti.
It will be.
Wait a minute, fancy feet. Benny's putting on the jets here. It looks like he may get out. Oh,
they got their ignite down.
Taxes early. Gets a little bit of gold back on that one.
They just split. As soon as he hit level 6, they got real scared.
Oh, you got to expect this to happen. I don't know how close he is to 6. Oh, come on. Get a little antsy in the pants.
Now, I don't know. That was just ridiculous up top. Not played out exactly as we expected, but they do trade kills and end up with junglers farming the lanes, so everything's right in the world.
This mid lane, a whole lot of just throwing your body around right now. Scar seems to be winning at that. 7 CS, the kill in his favor. The Doran's Ring back and by for him with the Fiendish Codex. Just keeping him on top.
ManCloud trying to answer and clean up these waves, but it's difficult for him to CS under the turret. Misses a good amount of them. Claws his way back pretty close.
Yep. Swinging away. See if he can get that blue buff into action here. He takes it for himself. Obviously, ManCloud not going to require that, or his top laner, so he can keep soaking up that experience and blue buff, but will it be what they need? Crumbs in the mid lane with Scar now could be ready to attack on this, but the bottom lane, every time someone wants to get all aggressive, every lane does.
Yeah, they're definitely no strangers to fights here, and both of them heading towards level 6 pretty soon. Not only do you have to watch for the early level 2s in duo lanes, but level 6 is almost even more exciting because as we went over last game, Annie and Leona, whoever gets the first step and the first stun can easily chain into a kill down bottom. So at this point in time, usually a duo lane will call for junglers to make them aware of the early level 6 that's about to come in. so that they'll be in place to capitalize. There it is.
Oh, Cutie Pie trying to get on the engage there. They go for the ultimate from Kiwi Kid. He goes back, and it's the teleport from Benny. Whoa, they're just deciding who gets it. They said, all right, Xmithie, come on. Bloodwater takes with the Ignite,
Well,
though.
one of these teams did call their jungler, and they also used the teleport just to make sure. For good measure, they end up getting the kill. Woo! And a flash here from Cutie Pie.
I was about to say, I was going to talk about Cutie Pie's inventory. He's really favoring that attack speed with the Phage first over this team that can just rush him down. Or movement speed, I said.
Yeah,
it's attack speed.
Yeah, the movement speed there
Right.
from the on hit is going to help him out, but he'll be a little bit less mobile not having his flash. He's trying his best to defend the turret.
He does get some help from Crumbs here. Looks like they're going to lay a trail of safety down, and XDG's forced out. They don't get a roam here from Skara. I thought Crumbs was going a little hard.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just to force it out.
He is. He's posturing. Skara goes deep into the turret.
Nice dodges, though. ManCloud's getting the perfect ease out here. They're still kind of, they're not still, but they're becoming more even in trade, I should say.
Yeah.
ManCloud's not being pushed out as easy.
He's staying up there in CS, even giving away a kill. So that's a job well done for ManCloud this time around. Just a little bit of a mishap in the early game where he overextended. Crumbs now, his health bot is ticking at max life, so that's a little bit of wasted cash money.
Just throwing it away. You got to get all the pennies you see. Pick them up. Woo. And do like the parallel barrel roll or something. Perpendicular kind of strategies coming out from Skara. We'll see if he does the flash body slam next time.
Oh, Crumbs was wanting to make a play from the Wraith camp.
That would have been pretty crazy if he hit that dead strike midair.
It would have had to be a really, really well coordinated.
Well, if it's not ManCloud, it looks like it's going to be Zuna.
They've got no ulti from Gragas, though, so pretty much it's just a zone off turret for more turret damage. Since they're both melee, the best way to get this turret damage is first zone Zuna off of the turret.
And we said this was going to be hard. It's not very easy to get all melee people into a turret takedown, especially when you can get aggressed down by an Olaf and a Riven right there. But Dig is making the movements, and they're making that happen. A lot of damage on that mid turret. Potentially sets it up for Dragon in 50 seconds, and that turret going down right after.
Now, Dragon coming up pretty soon here. We'll have to see if Dignitas actually decide to take that one, because they've got the top lane shoved, but it's about 30 seconds off here, because Mundo can get that one back. He'll get one wave, and then he'll be able to start walking down. His teleport's not up, but he can start walking down before Renekton. If he clears this wave and then goes to Dragon, they will actually have the numbers advantage when it spawns. See which way Mundo goes from base. They're not going to go for the Dragon, and both top laners do return to the age-old battle of Mundo versus Renekton.
He is going to go down. Actually, he's heading towards mid right now, knowing that lane is quite pushed.
Ah, he tricked us.
5 seconds on the Dragon. He's going to pass through this ward, though. So Dig's going to know he's coming, Kobe.
All right, so they are making the call. And it looks like Crumbs
good
just
choice.
walked right
It's
by
a smelly enemy.
ManCloud's sword. They make a little bit of a late call here for Dig. They realize it a couple seconds late. Didn't quite have it timed perfectly. So XCG with the man advantage and the Miss Leona ultimate. They should finish off Dragon now and try and get out before Renekton gets there.
One and the other. Great movement from XDG.
Now they still got to get out. It's not over.
This is something
They're
that they...
split.
Oh, man. ManCloud, he's like, oh, dash this way. Wait a minute. That is a big crocodile. Dominus is on. They flash the cast. And it looks like they're kind of just chasing this one out. It's the full kite and defense from Zuna. Double undertow, the kick from Crumbs. Here comes the Sonic Wave resonating. Strike for the takedown.
He does land another one, but meanwhile, bottom lane here for XCG has cheated away, and they've tried to get some extra gold from CS while their jungle is being invaded, and now they've been cut off from their own base. Can they escape from this one?
How much pressure are they going to put down? They're doing multitasking here. Kills in the mid lane, 3 to the bottom lane for the party as well. They are all over the map. The omnipresent kills to come in here. A turret being taken down as well within that engagement we saw coming from the side of XDG. So trying to help themselves out a little too.
They don't answer
at least
bottom,
the minions.
but they do get that mid kill.
Yeah.
So huge for them. Taking down ManCloud once again. Skara, even after that kill, not really amused.
Deathfire Grasp right onto Skara. He is looking to take people out of the game immediately with that build. And he is against a Riven who he's not feeling is going to cancel him out. That's not a Zanya's first. That is pure damage.
Yeah, going pure assassination. You know why? All these champions will be in range of that. Usually, as Gragas, you're like, oh, I'm probably going to be far away from their squishies. But man, everyone on XCG is going to be very close in the team fights. He'll be able to get that combo off very easily. and he's just looking for pure power.
Well, Benny going in here looking to slow the Solar Flare, nicely hitting the slow onto 2. Benny's able to clear it. Cutie Pie so low on mana, and he is not going to have a fun time here. Very nice boomerang blade from the backside over the shoulder of Xmithie.
Really good answer from XCG. They at least are able to use the teleport effectively, get back some kills. Now ManCloud just has to be careful about overextending. That is a Moby Boots Lee Sin.
Still, oh, very nice Q. Gets in the resonating strike, and that's going to be the blast backwards for the kick coming in from Lee.
Crumbs is a huge fan of Moby Boots on a lot of his junglers because he is such a gank-heavy jungler, really liking to set up his lanes.
Your shot caller, you got to move fast.
Yeah, exactly. Think fast, move fast.
Yeah, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. 15 minutes here, 7-4. A 2K gold lead is just kind of hovering there for Dignitas. It's been a few of these dragon pushes that XGG was able to grab last time very nicely, so Dig's trying to formulate that so everything is theirs.
Yeah, and you got to look at the champion picks here because, yes, this is not a giant gold differential here. You know, it's still possibility of a comeback for XGG, but because they've gone with such a melee-heavy composition here, the Zerg, they were really looking to be able to show their strength at this point in the game. This is where they're supposed to be shining with their team fight.
Right.
But they split up around that dragon fight after they got it and the exit. You know, they had burned on the hunt and they had burned Solar Flare, so they needed to all escape safely along the same path. They actually split 2 top, 3 bottom, and that really cost them because that's where Dignitas was able to get, you know, not only kills, those aren't really the biggest part, but the map pressure they got after that really slingshot them into the lead. And it's going to be hard for XGG to get it back because they really just shine in the team fights, and it's going to be difficult for them even in that phase now.
Got to tick against you when you're doing the right thing and the other team still finds a way to kind of make it wrong. Dignitas is doing just that. A great push by Cruiser in the top lane. Skara has been punishing this middle lane. 104 CS to 114. Benny, and hard fought by Cruiser in the top lane here. That Tiamat with the giant spell's keeping him well healthy in these fights.
Popping the ultimate pretty early here. All he's got is a Sunfire, so he's scared of this Renekton. Cruiser is able to lifesteal very easily with his Hydra, so even though he doesn't have... Oh, here we go. Again, another gank from Crumbs. This one is so deep, though, that's easily defensible.
He's like, I'm not here. Yeah. I'm not here at all.
You saw nothing, Zuna. Go back to your
Well, he's got the undertow. We got a little bit of vision. He's going to know Crumbs is taking the Wolves, and you see them somewhat formulating around this. Bloodwater now coming in. Going to get a ward over the wall, possibly. No, he's not.
Now, the hard thing for XGG, because most of their lanes, pretty much, well, all their lanes are behind, it's hard for them to hold all the lanes. They're still trying to hold all lanes at once, and Dignitas have the upper hand in every single one of them.
Ooh.
So they're easily able to rotate around and grab the turrets because they can take any member of XGG in a 1-versus-1 situation. Really, XGG need to have a numbers advantage to hope for a comeback pick.
Dignitas playing off a lot of strengths that they have right now. They are actually the weaknesses of XDG. The flash being down of Xmithie we just saw trying to be exploited in the bottom lane there. He keeps safe though. That'll be up in a few more minutes with pretty much the flash of everyone, so they may be able to get into the fights they're looking for.
Yeah, and you know what else is coming up in a couple of minutes is the Mundo teleport. That's one thing that XGG do have over Dig. If Renekton's not able or willing to go for the stun, then they can get that numbers advantage. They can force it themselves.
So much punishing going into each lane. Dignitas, and they're kind of telegraphing this, right? They're not trying to split push everything out. They're like, we got 5 in a lane. We're eventually going to take it down. What can you do about it?
I mean, it's XGG's call to go for a split push, and they're going to have ManCloud on Riven. Try and get as much as he can while they hold a 4-man turret. While XGG's team is not great at sieging up because of the short range, they're decent at defending it. You know, you've got Undertow, you've got Sivir. That's amazing wave clear. They're not very good in the offensive siege game, but defensively, they're okay.
Keeping them safe as they get closer and closer to home, as XDG needs a lot of that right now. They're down 4,000 gold. That deficit just keeps getting bigger and bigger. They're doing what they can to grab up some dragons, and they're doing what they can to keep the vision up. But right now, it's that hashtag no fog for Dig on the side of XDG. That is a lit up jungle.
These are the fights that XGG want to take. So if Dig are tanking dragon, that could be the extra added damage that XCG need to make a comeback and actually win a fight. If they call for the teleport, then it means they have not given up hope yet on the full 5v5 team fight. And I think they should just pull the trigger here.
Oh my god! Xmithie almost gets zeroed out by 2 abilities. Skara tries to get himself in another position to go aggressive. Benny does come down with the teleport, but that's in defense.
Right, DFG definitely paying for itself right there. He made Xmithie a non-factor in this fight, immediately guaranteeing Dignitas the Dragon. Skara with the beautiful flank, just waiting in the bush here by himself, makes the play, and forces XGG to concede the first 20-minute Dragon. The first 20-minute one.
So it was 3 abilities. The Deathfire Grasp we used, but that's 1,100 damage. He has 1,270 somehow.
Pretty sure he knocked Xmithie out of his regular barrel with his ulti barrel there. Might have been the case. I would have to see that sucker in slow-mo again.
I think I'm going to just watch it again. 2020 on the clock, 7-4 as Dignitas slowly shows that they have control of this game, but the kills are almost coming immediately when it happens. XDG is forced to turn away from these fights in complete fear.
Well, you can see, even in their own jungle with vision, it's very, very hesitant to go contest a red buff. It'll just come down to the Smite Wars once again.
I don't know if we can call it their own jungle anymore. It's been leased over to Dignitas for the time being. We see Cruiser in the top lane, not giving Benny any breathing room. That teleport is down as well, so Benny's in for the long walk if he needs to help the team here.
And Cruiser has, he's going for a split push here. He's got Sunfire and Hydra, so he can easily annihilate waves. The only thing he's lacking is the vision in that side of the jungle. You can see it's pretty dark over there for Dig. So he might want to shore that up with a couple wards. The good thing for him is that he is extremely fed right now. 210 minions, and he can rely on his slice and dice to get him out of the gank that is probable to come. There goes the ward down though, so he's ready.
So XTG hasn't really been able to use their composition yet. We see they didn't go Talisman of Ascension. They have the Sivir with the Olaf, and they haven't been able to get it Dignitas. They're always grouped up. There's no one person to ever rush at and take out.
Yeah, as I was saying, this Scomp getting behind early, really, really bad for them. And then, as we saw the attempted comeback at Dragon, foiled by Skara, single-handedly.
That 2 pink wards really shows the control Dignitas had over Dragon. They still stand. It's not a situation that XDG has approached yet again. They still have some time before the next Dragon, so they're going to have to be down there to clean it up. But right now, the pressure's been given by Cruiser in the top lane. Benny has to keep responding there, and it's all about XDG adapting for complete, almost the entire game now.
And they've got to be careful, too, and set up their own vision inside of this blue side jungle, because Annie, Kiwi Kid, he's got a itchy trigger finger. If he sees anybody in range, they can catch somebody out of position with the Annie stun.
He's very excited about finding his bear.
We've seen how much damage Skara has. If they catch somebody, DFG Gragas is going to explode that person. And he's been chugging blue elixirs this entire time as well. That one just ran out. Going back to base, he probably pick up another one. Oh, never mind. He can complete the death cap all in one trip here. After,
I'm not thinking that's going to be Azanya's after either. These guys are so far ahead that there's been no chance that XG has had to mitigate any of the resistances necessary. 215 to the 185 in the mid lane. Top lane, 223 to 170. All the lanes are doing superb.
So XCG, if without the extra vision deep, can't jump on opportunities like they just saw here. If they had known that it was just 3 members of Dig and that Xmithie or Cutie Pie and Cruiser were so far away, they might have gone for that and tried to take advantage of the distance between the rest of the members of the team, but they don't have any vision to give them the confidence to make those plays that they need to get back in the game.
Dignitas sitting on 2 core items here to pretty much just the one. Some Bloodthirsters, Sunfire Capes. They may not have enough for this fight. Dignitas is trying to force them into it. They know they have the upper hand.
Yeah, it's rough for Dignitas to try and play the vision game right now because they only have 2 sweepers, and they haven't bought enough replacement pink wards. They already placed 2 down by Dragon to get the Dragon vision, so with only 5 on the team, it's hard to get both Dragon and Baron vision at the same time. you just don't have enough resources there. Not enough trinkets, not enough paint boards.
Well, we know Dig. Don't go by the B word. At level 15 average, the Dragon gets up there in gold, so maybe they'll just focus on that. The B Baron word is not something they want to have within their games unless they know 99.9% it will be theirs.
I mean, really, all they have to worry about is getting caught out by the On the Hunts. That's a huge cooldown. Catching Lee Sin is a very slippery thing. You have to be careful about blowing those.
Looks like they could get a bit of their own engage on this as well. Cruiser coming in onto Zuna. The Ragnarok is going to be forced out here. Dignitas just gains a little bit more every time the XDG tries to engage.
Every ulti counts. That's 2 down for XDG, and Dig really itching to make a fight. Come on, Perry. What are you just laughing at? Is a extra wine barrel on the side?
Just throwing the barrel out for some class. He's bringing some friends over later. 25 minutes into this matchup, Dignitas is going for the slow win on this one so far. XDG is not out of the woods just yet. They really have some work to do here. And it looks like, I don't know, they need to get themselves some kills soon. It has to be on Scarra. They got shutdown gold they're looking at everywhere if they can get crumbs in Scarra.
The part of the reason that Dig are taking it so slow is because, yes, they've got great wave clear for when they push up to a turret. You know, Gragas and Lucian both amazing at damaging people under turrets. But XDG, all they have to do as soon as they see you at their turret is pop on the hunt, and they'll just fully chase you down. They'll just run straight for your back line, and they can still catch and engage there. If you're extended in a very long lane like that, they can catch up to you. So Dig, taking it slow, grabbing up the extra gold around the map. They've established such good vision. They can continually increase this gold lead without any risk at all.
I'm sure they have more than just Dragon Timer on the map right now. They're probably privy about the spawns of both blue and red buff for XDG. So they have a lot of things on their book they can take an even bigger advantage here. Scar is going to grab up blue. It looks like Dignitas is going to go ahead, take a breath, relax a little bit, and we can see 1,200 on both Cruiser and Scar to go back and buy. Look at that mid lane difference. It's 9,800 to 7,800. So that's kind of apparent in all the lanes, the lead for Dignitas.
Yeah, they did a great job in the early game getting ahead, and they've kept it up. Scar now has some spell penetration to go along with that powerhouse, Dev Cap and DFG. So if he catches Xmithie from the shadows again, Xmithie's not ready for it with the spell shield, then it'll be death this time for Xmithie.
Rum's just walking around. Feels like he's pretty welcome in the jungle. He has an escape route. He's good. Oh, he kicks him as soon as Ragnarok goes on. Quite an unfortunate event. Here comes the teleport in. Benny's into the fight with the ult on, and Cruiser's going to be there to welcome it in. That's a big damage from a barrel from Scarra. It is the chase coming in. Kiwi Kid on the backside. Tibbers is still up. No, Tibbers is coming around. He had thrown it down. And we're going to see what he can do.
He's still on the run here, but he's been cornered
there
by
he goes.
Mundo.
He gets Tibbers back. He may be able to save a little bit of damage here and deal some more out. Benny getting the kill with Xmithie on that.
So they were able to get a fight outside of a turret, and they were able to annihilate Cutie Pie before the fight even started. That's the only reason they got Dignitas on the run. Now they need to make something happen after that kill, because this is a small window that will not open very often. XCG have to capitalize on this.
Ooh, Xmithie taking a lot.
There they go.
All have to walk around. Are they ready to keep engaging onto this? They did get Dig to spread out. This is what XDG has been wanting, a bit of Dig to group, but in a scattered way. They're in pods of 2, pods of 3, and we saw Scarra didn't even want any more of that fight.
Yeah, they got a little bit more damage, and they got Scar's flash, but it's not quite enough to fully get them back. So they need to return back to the passive playstyle and hope for another scattered pick. If they can find Dig again somewhere away from turrets. Oh, he's able to spell shield, though. He was ready for this one. It didn't come from Fog of War that time.
Oh, Crumb's blowing the flash. Wait a minute. Scarra wanted more. The undertow's there. Bloodwater's just behind. Ragnarok is back up. The solar flare. Whoa, are they going too far, though? A great kill for Zuna. Calling coming in from Cutie Pie, but he cannot get enough damage to make it count.
Sometimes you just got to let him run away. Scarra wanted that one a little bit too much. They were very, very sad about letting him slip through their fingers, and overcommitting to that chase kill could be, again, another opportunity for XDG. They're slowly getting back into this.
It's one of those small shutdowns we were talking about. It is 2 kills, not huge, but that is good gold that they're going to be getting onto champions they need.
And look at this reaction from Dig. They are like, wow, we just keep getting caught out. Instant 4 pink wards up here, 4 sweepers. They are going full on with this Vision War here. They've just spent so much money into this. They're definitely going to be looking to control the Baron area and forcing XDG into a bad spot.
They force XDG into a bad spot, and we see Cutie Pie kind of doing the same thing here with the Cutlass on his Lucian build because of always having to be in a bad spot. He gives himself a little more kiting.
Yeah, the Trinity Force Blade of the Ruin King Lucian gained a bit of popularity starting over in Korea, as a lot of things do. and he's just jumped right on that train. He actually went with the Last Whisper before grabbing that sucker, so it's an interesting little twist that he's got on it, so he can actually do damage to Mundo early. And it'll be very interesting to see how he uses that blade later in the game to kite around. Because he is Lucian, you know, with the possibility of resetting his dash. He's got very high mobility late game if he can land one of those kills.
So looking at Dignitas now, you know, even social media, themselves said they falter when we don't hit those wheelhouse champions, when it's the comfort picks. Back on the comfort picks, and things are right as rain again.
Yeah, Scar with that Gragas. There's a reason that people always ban it against him. This is a fight away from turrets. Dignitas are going to take this one.
Quite a bit on Cruiser to start it off, though. Kiwi Kid's on the backside. He does get Timbers out. It's on to Benny. Not too much of the back line, though. It is going to be good damage onto Cruiser. That's the tank being put out. The fadeaway calling from Cutie Pie doesn't allow the engage, but XDG's heading down mid lane.
They didn't get it really a chance to set up all the vision that they had purchased there. Dig, with 4 pink wards, 4 sweepers, were just getting to work over in the Baron area, but XDG capitalized. Again, this is still that Zerg comp that's all about these open area fights, and this is where they're thriving. They're able to get another 2 kills, another foot, another step back into the game.
This is getting a little scary here for Dignitas to see so many fights go in the favor of XDG. It's got to be weighing on the minds of Dig right now. They are still trying to stay grouped. They still have the power coming from Skara, but we can see without that defensive build, he's forced to be out of the fight a little more than he wants to be.
Yeah, I mean, they do need to kite back, as we said before, versus this very melee-heavy team. The other opportunity is to catch people out on the other side.
Oh, ManCloud, a very slippy. Oh, he actually going to get a kill here. A beautiful hit. The wind slash already came out, I believe, and that's just going to wear off. A great save on Skara.
Yeah, at least still blinking down there. 40 HP, he's fine. Getting back all the way to the turret now, though. ManCloud, that's the danger of Riven, even late-game Riven, who was shut down 1 in 3. He still got the Bloodthirster plus Last Whisper. That's enough to be able to burst down somebody like Scar, who went full offense, as you said.
ManCloud likes to be on those OP playmaking champions. A lot of people see Riven as not being too strong right now, but you can see once you get her to that point again, she still scales where she used to be. She can still be Riven. ManCloud still looks to carry his team on that. 264 to 277. He's really gotten himself back in CS with the focus. I mean, they haven't been able to do much on Dig's side of the map, so farming has been their only choice.
Yeah, and they're farming right back into this. They're almost back to even gold here with the extra dragon on top of the play from ManCloud right there.
Yep.
That play just earned them a very late game dragon, which is worth so much more gold. As soon as the average level hits that 16, it's all the way up to 1,300 gold for your team. Not quite there yet, but pretty close.
See on the side of XDG, they do have a little bit of armor pen coming out now. Like we said, that's affecting Skara. It affected pretty hard on Cruiser too. He went down first in that fight. XDG.
There's the teleport, they go in.
There it is coming on the right side. The Solar Flare just on the left, and they're going to engage. They are right in each other's face here. Crumbs tries to get into the fight. He goes out. His shield comes on. The Ignite may take him down, but he lives. Benny's trying to get to the end of the fight here. The barrel goes in. Though XDG is splitting a little too much here, and they need to communicate. Cruiser back onto Benny. They didn't want any more of the fight, but Dignitas did. You get great attacks coming out here. Xmithie takes the boomerang blade back, but it didn't shred too much. Skara now a little too much ahead of the team, and Dig and XDG trading kills back and forth.
Dig were able to kite backwards this time, and then they turn it around on Mundo after everybody's in the retreat. Pretty sure Cutie Pie able to use his Blade of the Ruined King on the exiting Mundo, so they secure the kill on the tank, and then go even deeper for more, but Scar has to pay for that one with his life. Body slamming in for the extra damage. Gets cut down pretty early, and they want to answer for a couple objectives after their team fight win.
Crumbs is just moving so fast to utilize vision in the jungle after that attack. He saw Xmithie, but he said, my job right here is to get vision. We're going to come back for this. Just you wait.
It's so exciting when both teams are really built around those mid-game team fights here.
Right.
Very close which one will come out
Super
on
explosive.
top. But the Sivir is really helping out for XDG. It was a long time that Dig had to wait out the on the hunt duration to let them do that re-engage. But it was played fairly well, and they did get the extra global gold from the mid-turret. All right, so let's watch it again. The teleport comes in at the same time. Kiwi Kid and Leona both initiating at the same time. Here's Crumbs. You got to pull back right now. They're trying to kite for the duration of this on the hunt. Everybody's running backwards. There goes the Randuin Sprock as well. ManCloud wanted to get up to Crumbs execute, but Benny is the one who got the last notification that they were on the retreat.
Yeah.
So he starts walking back a little bit later than everyone else. Cutie Pie went in, slowed him with Blade of the Ruin King, and then Scar trades for Zuna. Ended up getting a turret as well, so very, very close still.
That was a great turn there by Dignitas, but also XDG for keeping their head in the game, doing as much damage as they can before any of the teammates go down. Really, XDG's ultimates for Dignitas, as they consider them, like you said, they just need to kite it out. Benny's is a channel. You have On the Hunt channeling for a period of time. If they just outweight those, even Windslash coming from Riven, if those are all down, they get this fight in their favor instantly.
Yeah, you say just wait them out. It's pretty hard to outrun
It's
a
a lot
Sivir
easier to say.
on the hunt. They've got a Leona for the long range and
Right.
double Randuin. So yeah, it is touch and go here. It's pretty hard, but they have a talisman of their own. Now they're trying for it.
Oh, forced to flash. He almost got stuck up there on the dead turret.
Cutie
Cutie Pie is able to get out of this one as well. He gets that talisman
Can
of ascension speed.
Renekton get down in time? This is the time for the re-engage.
Oh, he has got such a good cut on the pie here. He can make it into the entire team. Cruiser may throw on dominance as he enters. It's going to be a 3v1. The TMS damage as well. He's right onto ManCloud. Dignitas is just flooding in now to this fight. A little late on the backside, but XDG
Scar
has
has
turned tail.
He only hits Zuna onto the sidewall, though. Now they have to back off once again. Both teams using up all the ultimates. They have to disengage now. You don't want to give control of the map away at this point in the game, though. Look at the giant wave down bottom for Dig.
Yeah.
And no vision for XCG on Baron. This is the point where you make a risky call. This, you have to choose. If you want to end the game now,
Oh, dear.
they're going for it. This is still very risky, though. 3 members of XCG might be enough to contest this. If they just wait around and poke them inside the turret, they could cause Dignitas to be very scared and abort their mission.
Baron looking a little low here. They do want to abort Kobe. They're going on to Bloodwater. Zuna comes up from the backside. That's some low HP bars on Dig. Does XDG have the focus to pull this fight in their favor? Cruiser goes down immediately.
Oh
Xmithie's big there with a double kill. Cutie Pie. Dig, why did you go for Baron?
Calling to the face. Ouch.
Wow.
Classic Dig, I guess. They made the risky call, and they saw Mandatory Cloud down bottom, but that's Riven, one of the fastest champions in the game, using all those dashes. She was able to join the fight, and now it is actually G's turn to go for this ban. Crumbs, everything is on you for the steal now.
Great move by ManCloud. Has to do it. Throws the Ignite down. The Smite is completely out of range. XDG coming up with Baron at 38 minutes.
That's just pure frustration on Dig's side. They spent all that money purchasing 4 sweepers and 4 oracles, or 4 pink wards, and they never got it down.
Right.
But here's the fight. Yes, they've got Mundo throwing cleavers at you inside the Baron pit. You're going to get antsy. In come the harass from Sivir as well. They just buy in time, buy in time. Here comes Mandatory Cloud. Dignitas turn around. They're all grouped up for Zuna slow, and he just goes berserk. They pop on the hunt. This is the melee team in action. They don't let you escape, taking out 3 members, and then obviously they get the Baron after this. Culling to the face does not hurt at all.
Ooh.
Easily able to finish him off.
They look great, just holding the shield up in front of the culling and completely taking him down in the end. Said, you have no chance. Cutie Pie still trying to do what he can here. He is 306 to 296, but he does not have that 5-0 and 5 score that Xmithie has found on that Sivir this game. And they were giving him kills to help him get a little snowball We saw a few like Kiwi Kid waiting around in the bottom lane, give Xmithie the last hit, and he's been doing great. Right now with double buff, Infinity Edge, going into the Spectral's Cowl, now for a little bit of safety. Finally, 40 minutes into the game. We did say XDG was behind, but they're getting everything they need now.
Man, Bloodwater, when he's got his W on, has got 260 armor himself. So no wonder the calling's not hurting that much. Even with the Last Whisper, he's a tank as well. So many tanks on this XDG team. They're all melee, but they've got 3 really strong tanks now, with the only real full damage sources being MonteCristo and Xmithie. And those 2 are the focus targets. So Dig looking to pick off either one of those guys. If they can get one early, then they might be able to actually turn one of these fights around. But currently, Baron buff is enough to allow XDG to grab up more turrets.
More turrets, the gold lead in their favor now. Things are completely swinging their way. It was the mid to late game that social media, the fans, and even XDG said that's where they have a hard time. I don't think we saw trouble mid to late game for them here.
Well, they've really focused themselves with these champions. They're like, well, our only option is to go all in. Like, everybody's on the same page now. You can't be on any other page because that's all you can do with these champs. We have to go all in. We chase with our on the hunt and just...
It is a composition that can fall apart
kill whoever you can catch. Game plan, kill whoever you can catch.
I was asking Kobe, when are we going to see the on the hunt to get that one person? It's actually been the face-to-face fights that Dignitas has been now giving over to XDG. Good wave clear still to come from Dignitas. Skara doing what he can on Gragas, so it's still going to be very hard for turrets to get taken down if they're not getting split.
And now it's a completely different story since XDG are actually ahead. They can make use of the teleport advantage, and they can slowly get the side. Here we go, initiation, this time from Dig.
They do have to deal with Ragnarok here, so it's going to be a very long chase, but they all crush down. Wait a minute, Kiwi Kid's in the back. Timbers does get used, but it goes down immediately. Crumbs is there to try and help, but he's just a meat shield right now. Cutie Pie gets shredded, surgically removed by Xmithie there in the Boomerang Blade, and they are going to keep moving on to the base.
Teleport comes in from Benny, evens up the odds there. You know, Dig really trying to make something happen with the numbers advantage, but they could not get a good Tippers there, and this is going to be XDG walking straight into the base.
Dignitas with their backs against the wall after controlling the first 20 minutes of the game, now 6,000 gold behind after being in the lead the entire time.
That is the best news for XDG, because the hard part for this team is getting inside the inhibitor turrets.
My word.
But since Dig chase outside of turret range, they get a free window right up the mid lane through the inhibitor turret. Now they've got an open door into the base, and it's going to be a lot easier for them to finish this one out.
Mundo's getting pretty tanky. We see where the line of Cruiser kind of stops in that scale going up, and Mundo really has the advantage now. Even as far behind in CS as he is, he's got the 10 assists and the 2 kills, and he is providing to be a huge front line with Zuna for these fights. And as you said, Bloodwater too. They have 3 gigantic tanks with so much damage behind it in MonteCristo and Xmithie.
Yeah, that support / tank Bloodwater is really beefy right now. So here's the attempted chase. The Tippers, as we said, they weren't able to get anyone important. They weren't even able to get anyone at all, because Zuna pops Ragnarok. Once that Tippers is down, there's no stopping this just stampede from XDG. So, you know, Kiwi Kid, he did his best, I guess. But, man, they really were not in range.
Cruiser almost had no effect in that fight. MonteCristo dashed right by him, and they killed Kiwi Kid instantly. And you saw Cruiser, he's like, I don't think I'm going to come back in. Really wasn't a factor in the fight. So with him now in the base, maybe they will find something around one of the turrets that needs to be pushed by XDG. They're not going to be down mid. That inhibitor is down, and we got about 1 minute and 30 on both Baron and Dragon.
So difficult. I mean, chasing really far out the base. I mean, they had no counter engage with the Tippers down, and they also had no escape plan because Talisman was used offensively. So they really exposed themselves there, and now it's going to be a full defense plan for Dig. It's code red right now.
Code red.
They've got a
double Thornmail, bring them out. We got 1 onto Cruiser, 1 onto Crumbs. They are against a very heavy attack damage team in XDG right now. We got the Guardian Angel now onto MonteCristo. He can go even a little more ham if he wants to. The Banshee's Veil on Xmithie. They may walk something in here.
Yeah, the thing about going attack damage heavy, once you get Last Whispers and Black Cleavers on your main damage dealers, then it actually doesn't, it's not that big of a detriment. The Thorn Mails will hurt a bit, but a lot of these champions have lifesteal too. You can see double Bloodthirsters on the 2 damage dealers. ManCloud just, he life leeches ridiculous amounts, as well as Xmithie, so it can sustain through that damage.
Banshee's Veil and
There's
the
just
spell
bubbles all
shield.
over him.
Very nicely done. Doesn't take any damage from that quick poke of Scar's barrel. A little bit of Lee Sin Qage. 20 seconds onto the Baron. The Dragon is going to be alive, and Dignitas has a beautiful advantage and a huge minion wave up top. Teleport is not up for Benny, so this is kind of a scatter for XDG.
They actually are just posturing, trying to keep Dig from getting position around Baron. It looks like they don't even want to let Dig inside to get ward coverage of that area.
Human defense.
So they're posturing right now, and Dig, after the failed last engage that was out in the open, doesn't look like they're willing to try and take advantage of Mundo over in the top lane. That, or they don't have the exact timer on teleport. It's pretty close to coming up now,
That's true.
so you really have to be very spot on with that teleport to go, the teleport timer to go for an initiate at that time.
Got to consider it's up, and it may hurt you a little bit because they could have engaged there, could have gotten a nice fight.
That could be enough.
PewDiePie a little close to the front line. It's going on to Cruiser. They had enough damage to take him out immediately last time. The kick is only onto Benny. Everybody sidestepped that. Beautiful job. It's going to be 5 members of Dig. The culling comes out. Benny's going to be the blocker there with the meat shield. Cruiser's going to go down here. Xmithie focused him very quick. Zuna with the help, and it looks like XDG is going to take the inhibitor on this one if they can push a little bit more. Tibbers is trying to give him the zonage, and they got it.
Kill whoever you can catch, even if it's Renekton. They're able to burn him down, keep him slowed constantly with the cleavers, and On the Hunt enables them to finish that chase. Now that Baron is up, it's the perfect time here for XCG, taking out the inhibitor and the main tank for Dig. If Dig get close to this Baron, then XCG can immediately turn around. But XCGs have to be always wary. Baron, Baron steals. Baron steals are very real. Gragas is a high priority Baron stealing champion, and Lee Sin as well.
This game could very well go in the favor of Dignitas in just a few seconds. ManCloud didn't make it over the wall. He's forced to flash. Crumbs does have an accessible way into the Baron pit. Gets hit up a little bit more. They are holding damage on Baron. They're kind of pushing this off. Benny taking big damage from the outside. Crumbs is in. Baron is nowhere near smite range, and Crumbs goes down. It's a shutdown going to Xmithie. He is having an amazing game right now on Sivir. XDG keeps her eyes focused is on champions as well as the Baron. ManCloud keeps it alive with a bit of lifesteal, and he takes down PewDiePie.
Well, that was a last-ditch effort for Dig. Trying to go for the steal on that Baron. Really good attempt, but man, Crumbs going in too early. Gets cut down. No chance at smiting that away because XCG play it well, and they keep the Baron above smite range long enough to take down that jungler. And they even are able to get the consolation prize of Dragon.
It was really great coordination to stop attacking.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's like, well, I'd rather tank Baron at this point. We're also tanky.
Yeah, good point.
It's not really doing that much to us. So ManCloud jumps over to try and zone Crumbs. When that fails, they turn back on the Baron here. And you can see the call made. As soon as they go back on the Baron, Scar and Crumbs rush towards it because they think XCG are going to burn it down. It's so low, you know, that's a very real possibility. So you can't fault Dig too much for that play.
Oh, wow.
It's really touch and go when the Baron is that low. So they made their attempt, but it was just a bit too early, and XCG come out on top.
And everything is happening the way they want it to right now. Somehow they have grabbed themselves a 10,000 gold lead, and I guess we should say somehow they have played spectacular in the past 18 minutes of game. They started taking over just before 30 minutes. 7 turrets in their favor now. All that gold came as such a huge surge too. It's not something Dignitas was expecting to see in the next fight.
Yeah, XCG were just, they played the waiting game well. They were so far behind, they were like, okay, we can't make the plays ourselves. They wait for Dig to actually start off the plays.
Outplay themselves.
And then we have On the Hunt. We have the mobility advantage. We pop that every single time there's even an opportunity for a fight. And since they got 2 wins in a row for the small team fights inside the jungle, they're able to get right back in this game and force so many of those fights where they're able to just take out Scar, take out PewDiePie before it even starts up. All that damage, all those damage items meant nothing from Scar and from PewDiePie because they had no life.
Full build, full item Xmithie coming out pretty strong now. Puts the Zephyr in. And these guys are even bigger in the tank category. 3 Randuins coming out. Kobe, you said Dig was going to have to kite. I don't think it's going to be that easy anymore.
So, as we said, I already mentioned the armor on Bloodwater. He's pushing 300 now. They can easily tank up turrets, inhibitor turrets here. And Mundo's got his teleport once again. He wouldn't even have to use it. He could run down pretty much in the time that it takes the channel at this point. So it's XDG looking very fierce at the moment because Baroned up, they can easily go for a turret dive.
I like this buy from Kiwi Kid. He's still trying to have an impact too with his Deathfire Grasp. The Tibbers is up for this next engagement. We're 50 minutes in, the longest game of this week, I believe, here. 18-9, XDG has persevered through a bad early game, and it looks like they're going strong onto the fight. Cutie Pie on the backside, what a solar flare, and again on the boomerang. Xmithie is just hitting those spot on today. Crumbs is gonna fall. XDG coming from very far behind in this game, and it looks like they're gonna grab a victory.
They tried to burn everything to obliterate Xmithie right at the beginning of the fight, and they almost caught him, but quick flashes, quick spell shield, Xmithie gets out alive.
History may have repeated itself here in this game. The last game of the day, Kobe. Baron is not something to be toyed with. XDG was able to grab a huge advantage here at 30 minutes. 21-9. They put themselves up a nice chunk of gold at the end, but they get the victory, and that's all that matters.
We're definitely happy about the victory, happy about ending the losing streak. But there were definite mistakes in the early game. All of the lanes, actually. A couple mistakes. Going very aggressive. ManCloud, Dynascar on mid, overextending by himself.
We're throwing.
Up in the top lane as well. Some nice ganks. Some turret diving action. Good back and forth, though. Both teams.
Film to be
showing
watched
pretty
there.
good.
Yeah, film to be watched by Dignitas after this game. Definitely to see where they went wrong. It kind of sticks out as a sore thumb, that first Baron, because Dig had such a great early game. They were just pushing XDG against the wall. They were completely on their heels, almost falling over. It's like XDG's silent. What are they going to do next? Do they have what it takes? And they knew the whole time. The mentality was there, and we haven't seen that from XDG this season.
It looked like they got a little bit anxious in the mid game when they started coming up against this Sivir team in action.
Yeah.
Speeding up all these melee bruisers. They were not able to win the team fights, and then they kind of rushed themselves into that Baron. By seeing ManCloud bottom, they were like, yes, take this opportunity, but they didn't have enough damage to burn down Baron quick enough. And we saw, again, one of the classics for Dig that's going to haunt them, the Baron fights.
Whatsoever. Zuna getting Olaf this game as well. Played well for himself. He didn't have a huge score. It was 3-3-13. It was really about Xmithie this game. He's been kind of criticized. The mechanics, are they there? They're there. Sivir coming out here 10-0-8 this game. And it was beautiful. Like you said, they were waiting for the on the hunt. And when they got it, they started to formulate perfectly.
And the mechanics were crucial there. A lot relies on Xmithie not getting caught out early. Every time that they initiated on him and they were burning Tibbers, they were burning Scar's full combo, trying to take him down, he would immediately flash out. He would immediately spell shield. Everything that he was doing was just to live long enough to supply on the hunt to the rest of his team. And he was able to do that multiple fights in a row, which got them the huge gold advantage.
You know, Xmithie was our most improved player of a split, right? So he can do it again in another position. We'll have to see. A lot of these players have played multiple positions, and it just takes a while for him to get the handle on it.
Especially on XDG.
Yeah.
They'd like to switch around as well. It seems like every team in the league nowadays. All the players, I guess, are becoming very versatile, though, because of all the switching that's going on and all the subbing.
All the subs and all the subs that are being picked up, not necessarily subs, but, you know, TSM picking up all the members, somebody for jungle, somebody for top lane. You got to consider, if one of these guys can't play, you have to have somebody who's on par at that caliber ready to take that seat.
And also, you know, kind of makes all the players that are currently on the roster have to look over their shoulders and, you know, keep up the practice and keep everybody motivated.
Yeah. Dignitas here really thought they were going to grab the win. So did the percentage, and it was a falter on the Baron. XDG is coming around, something we hadn't seen from them until the end of the split. Same thing with Coast. They're kind of late blooming teams. This might be what they needed to kind of get things going a little earlier.
They're definitely a momentum-based team as well. You know, both of these guys, as we mentioned before. And it's going to be a pretty big boost for XDG, but it wasn't the cleanest of wins. So
that's true.
They still have a lot to work on as well. You're talking about film to watch. I think both sides definitely have a lot to improve on.
There can always be the stressful win. We've seen it on many of faces of these players.
Yeah.
If it goes that long, mistakes were made. You can still be unpleased with how it went. You kind of hear that in Korean play as well. You're like, wow, they had an immaculate game. And they're like, I made mistakes in lane, and I don't want to do that again. It's great to hear that the players know, like, I went 10-0-1, but there were mistakes. And you have to be able to improve on each game. Last year, I was a little afraid for Cloud9. They keep winning. There are some mistakes, but how do you improve on that if you keep winning?
Yeah.
So
if you never lose, then you don't
right?
get the chance to explore your
It
weaknesses.
just keeps working. Right now, however, we're going to send it over to Jat, who's joined by 2 members of the victorious XDG.
Thank you very much, Riv. And, of course, I'm joined by Zuna and Xmithie, guys who have swapped roles at the start. But first off, that game was a little bit crazy. What were you guys thinking early game?
I was thinking, okay, he died top. I'm going to try and make a play and recover it and carry the game. And then I messed up, and I got outplayed because he still had flash. And I was like, oh, God, this is not good. And then Cloud died right after me, and we were like, well, this game might be a stomp. But they didn't put up as much pressure. It was more of us making mistakes than them actually playing really well. So we recovered after that and got a good catch, or a good few catches.
Yeah, I mean, Xmithie right there, 10-0-8 on Sivir. You haven't been playing too much Sivir lately in the LCS. Could we see more of that?
It usually depends on the composition of our team. It's usually not bot lane wise. It's just mostly like, oh, if you want catch or move speed all over the team fights, we pick Sivir.
And you guys also realized you were very far behind early, but you had something to say about Scar's item build, I believe, in that game. Do you think you could have done something better?
I think if he went death cap early, it would have just been a lot more damage instead of just trying to instant kill one person, because I don't think he got a gib on anyone. But besides that, he played well.
Yeah, and we actually have a Baron fight that happened. There's a couple Baron fights, but one particularly fortunate one for you guys. It happened around 38 minutes, and I was actually hoping you guys would be able to talk me through what happened in one of these fights, because there's been some Baroning between you guys and Dignitas. Not too well for either teams, but what happened here, and just talk me through it.
All right. Xmithie, you call most of it.
But you do it.
I got you.
All right, let's roll it.
Okay, we're in there. We see them. We're like, okay, they're starting Baron. It's getting pretty low. I didn't have home guard money, so I was like, just make sure they don't do it. I was like, Benny, go in, and then he's like, they can't do it that quick. So we started zoning them, and Baron's doing most of the damage, and then they force the engage on us. And then once they come in, they group up. I'm like, okay, I can just tank them right now. They have no chance of killing me. And then they went on me. I was like, okay, I'm dead. I'm out. And then we just started cleaning up, because even though it looks like we won the fight, it was mostly Baron. I think Baron took off like 40% of all of them. And then once they got out of position, we just got the free kills, and then we just got Baron after it.
And at that point, it seemed like you guys just controlled the game throughout. But even leading up to that, what was your mindset like, knowing you had such a poor early game?
Our mindset came to they don't really have a fast Baron team. So them doing Baron isn't as scary as we need to be like, oh, they could be on Baron, it's gone instantly. And so all they have really good is catching. So we were just really scared to face check unless it was one of our big tanks, because if they blew everything on a big tank, we still might be able to win a fight. So all we had to do was make sure that if we scale in the late game, we'll win. So just don't let them get the Baron.
Yeah, you guys definitely had a superior team composition. And Xmithie, I actually want to ask you a little bit about ManCloud right now, because he had such a fantastic split last year, and he's had a very slow start there. What do you think's going on with him?
I think it's just the meta shift right now. Most of his champions are not in like the star, like in the show light. I think he just needs to be comfortable on more of the meta champions right now, because mostly his Riven, Zed, most of that got nerfed, and he needs to focus on more like AP champions, because he likes going AD, melee all the time. And usually I'm there to back him up before, but I think shifting our like playstyle right now is, I think, going to be better in the long run.
All right, and Zuna, final question for you. Where do you think XGG kind of goes from here? Because you guys are still near the bottom of the standings. What do you need to do most to improve?
What we need to do most is improve our early game. I think that's pretty much where we're faltering really hard, is just we're getting outplayed in lots of lanes lots of times. If we improve that, because our biggest strength was our early game and our bad picks, and if we can adjust to our early game just as strong as we had it before, I think we'd be a top contender again.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Congratulations on the victory. And now to close out the day, let's send it back to Rip and Kobe at the caster's desk.
Thank you, Jat. And let's check out who our OP players of Week 4 are. In the top lane, it is going to be Team Solo Mid's Dyrus with a 35 KDA. He managed to end the week without dying. And then in their game against Evil Geniuses, he carried Team Solo Mid on his back when Bjergsen had an off game.
And our OP jungler for the week is Dignitas Crumbs, the shot caller. You know, he's really been able to focus the teams. And he's also been the focus of the bans from their opponents. But he's been able to show off his deep champion pool. Going with 3 different champions in 3 different games, he ends the week going 7, 10, and 20.
And we have Link proving that man in the mid lane is just like riding a bike, or manning the mid lane, I should say. He had a strong first game back and going 8-1-6 on the block, not too shabby.
OP as AD carry is the birthday boy, Wild Turtle. He helped Dyrus in their first game of the week against Evil Geniuses with his Sivir ultimates, and then dominated the bot lane today against Curse.
And our final OP player was Cloud9's Lemonation. He helped his team with his roaming game and gave his team a head start in the team fights with his clean initiations. He did this all without dying this week. The player who has broken away from the pack to be this week's MVP is Meteos.
Meteos has been making great plays and carrying Cloud9 in their 2 games this week as Lee Sin. He had an 86% kill participation, including securing and assisting in both First Bloods. Shows you can help your team even if you have to live on the enemy's side of the map. To give you an idea, he took 16 buffs to coast only 6 buffs in that game.
Gush, how do you even play when you don't have those buffs? You should actually just try to play a game without getting buffs so you can play against Meteos.
Definitely a less colorful game.
It's like, this is how you play against Meteos. We don't have any buffs, guys. Another week of LCS action comes to a close, so let's take a look at the standings now. In first place, it's Team Solo Mid with 9 wins and only 1 loss.
Then in second, we have Lemonation and Cloud9. Holding it in third is Dignitas, 6 wins.
Then in fourth, we have Dexter and Counter Logic Gaming with an even 5-5, and Curse sits in 5th place with 4 wins.
And in 6th place, it's the tie between Evil Geniuses and XDG. Then sitting in last is Coast, of course, with those 2 wins and 8 losses.
Indeed, the action returns Thursday with the EU LCS as SK Gaming faces off against Fnatic.
Then the 4th place, Copenhagen Wolves take on the 4th place Super Hot Crew.
Then the NALCS kicks off Saturday, February 15th, with Counter Logic Gaming facing off against Cloud9.
Then after that, Evil Geniuses will take on Curse, followed by Coast versus XDG Gaming.
And then in our 4th match, Team Solo Mid will battle it out with Team Dignitas. And in the NA Challenger Series, Sunday, we'll get our first spring finals with a best-of-3 showdown between LMQ and the winner of tonight's game between Determined and Cognitive Gaming. And a quick reminder, tickets are still available to attend the Challenger Series finals following our LCS show here in the studio on February 16th. Then, on February 22nd and 23rd, we will play host to the North American Collegiate Championship.
As usual, you can head over to LO Esports for all the details. Just click on the tickets link.
Now let's send it over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series.
Thank you very much, Riven. Welcome, everyone, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I am still David Freak Turley. We got a new face here, Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
Well, I'm going to be talking about video games with you for Riot in the Challenger Series, and I didn't mess up my intro. High five, man. Let's do this. Give him a schedule.
And the high five was good. So that's 6 good points there. Those are hard sometimes. I'm sure you guys have all missed a high five sometime. I know I have. Coming up tonight, we have our second North American Challenger Series semifinal, Determined Gaming versus Cognitive Gaming.
Yeah, and the winner of tonight's best-of-3 series will advance to next week's finals, where they'll take on LMQ live on the LCS stage.
Yeah, and because seeing is believing, let's take a look at the Challenger Series bracket. The winner of tonight's game between Determined and Cognitive not only advanced to the finals, they'll lock down a spot in the quarterfinals of the second spring series that kicks off in less than a month.
And while the winners will automatically earn a trip to the quarters, the losers of this week's semifinals, they aren't finished.
No.
They will compete next Saturday's third-place match against Skyline, with the winning team locking in the final automatic berth into the quarterfinals of the second spring series. Meanwhile, the 4th-place finisher of that match will have to go back to the ranked 5s ladder in order to requalify.
We'll see if they can do it. They made it the first time, obviously. Now, for the teams competing tonight, there's more on the line than just advancing to the second series. There are Challenger points up for grabs as well. Challenger points are what actually determines who advances into the Challenger Series playoffs that take place at the conclusion of the second spring series.
And the 6 teams that accumulate the most Challenger Series points over the 2 spring series will earn a spot in the playoffs. And the teams that finish in the top 3 of the playoffs will then advance to the summer promotion tournament and get a shot shot at making it into the LCS Summer Split. So there's absolutely no pressure on the two teams tonight or anything.
Yeah, LCS qualifiers,
Not
whatever.
a big deal. Want to play video games for a living?
I didn't have to win tournaments to get into the LCS.
This is probably the easier route, though.
Yeah, right. Just try casting, guys. Don't worry. All right, if you feel like all that information came in like a Rammus ball, simply make your way over to lolesports.com for a second look.
Yeah, there you'll find everything you need to know about the Challenger Series under the Leagues and Tournaments tab. Choose the NA Challenger Series from the pull-down menu, and knowledge buff up.
All right, guys, let's get to it. Our last semifinal series of the night. Best of 3 between Determined Gaming and Cognitive Gaming, a showdown featuring 2 of the 3 Challenger teams that participated in the North American Spring Promotion Tournament.
Yeah, and Cognitive Gaming was handpicked by Curse as the team they wanted to face in the promo tourney, and Curse, they had first pick.
Yeah.
So they thought that Cognitive was the weakest of the 3, and they shocked everybody and Curse when Cognitive took the first game off them.
Yeah.
And then they dropped the next 3 to Voyboy and Crew. And Determined Gaming, they didn't fare any better. They failed to win a single game against the newly formed Evil Geniuses and were swept into the Challenger Series.
So now both these teams automatically placed into the quarterfinal round here because, of course, they did qualify for the promo tournament. But last week, they both walked away with wins in those quarterfinal matches.
Yeah, Determined Gaming had a very impressive showing, taking out Curse Academy in 2 straight games. They were led to victory by their AD carry, Robert X. Lee, who racked up 13 kills and 12 assists while only dying 3 times.
Yeah, really good performance. Another player who put up big numbers for them as well was the newest guy on the team, mid laner Prolly.
Yeah, and although he's been on the Challenger scene for a while, most LCS fans will know him from his time on the LCS Summer Split team Complexity. And just a little fun thing to throw out there, DTG was picked up by Complexity last night, so Prolly's actually back on a Complexity roster now.
Yes, he is.
So, might requalify under the same name. Cole Prolly. Let's see it happen. So he played his first games as a member of Determined Gaming last week up against Curse Academy and put up a combined KDA of 17 in 2 games, and that's higher than anyone in the Challenger Series right now. He actually overtook LMQ last night.
Well, there you go. So some great performances by him. And now Determined Gaming, they rolled through the quarterfinals, but it did take Cognitive 3 games to advance to the semis here.
Yeah. Cognitive had a tough time against VVV Gaming White in the quarterfinals. Their last match went back and forth before Cog finally took down the NECS at the 58-minute mark.
An hour-long game, freaking A.
That's a struggle.
Yeah, but Cog was led to victory by the only 2 players with a positive KDA on their team, Nothing Here and Zamfira.
Yeah, and while I know that mid lane Lulu is all the rage in the European LCS right now, we've got hipster Zamfira back here playing Lulu mid way back in Season 3 before it was cool.
Yep.
And he's had mixed results just like Europe has. In the first game, he went 8-1-10 on her, and in the second game, he went 0-5-4. In the final game, Zamfira ended up picking up Yasuo and combined his score to a 16-9-23 in those 3 games in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, and so while Zamfira had 2 solid games in Cog's quarterfinal wins, it was their ADC Nothing Here that left nothing to chance. He cleaned up the team fights and earned his team a trip to the semis.
Yeah, Nothing Here was phenomenal in Game 1 of the series. He went 12-0-6 as Caitlyn. Then in Game 2, he was the only member of COG to not get crushed before showing off his Vayne mechanics in Game 3.
Yeah.
And overall, he went 21-4-16 combined in COG's 3 games.
Yeah. As these guys have played absolutely phenomenal. And I know one thing you wanted to point out as well. We talked about the mid Lulu. Lulu actually got through all 3 games.
He did.
Yeah.
He went down to Zane King in the bottom lane in the final one. And something else, too, is that both Robert and Nothing Here are Vayne players. Very high mechanics. I think I read yesterday, Robert had a big montage of his Vayne skills. He got 2 pentakills in that, and he has great positioning around his support, even when he doesn't have communication with them in solo queue. So just intuitively knows how to position.
Yeah, he's incredibly skilled as a player. So we're going to see what these guys end up picking and banning here as we get ourselves into champion select. The Kassadin banned away by Cognitive. The Riven dropped away from Richie Rich. Shyvana also dropped off. DTG, a lot of early top lane bans.
Yeah, going after Richie Rich right here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Renekton ban if they are going to ban complete top laner here. And it looks like COG has something else on the table. They're getting rid of Prolly's champion pool here.
Well, why not? It's his, signature champion basically here, the Ziggs.
The GG.
Yeah, type in GG, lock in whatever's left over. And what I'm also curious to see is if Kha'Zix gets dropped away as well. I know Broken Shard loves that one.
Broken Shard was phenomenal on that champion in the jungle. But Admiral Ziploc, the guy who gave himself a promotion, he was playing some esoteric things in COG. You know, they're kind of innovators here. They've done the jungle Amumu, they've done the support Morgana, and they've done the mid lane Lulu.
Yeah.
So we might see some new things here today.
We're not going to get to see it this game, though. Lulu is the final ban from Determined Gaming, so some pressure on West Rice with 2 top laners banned out. He's got his eye on something here. Now, we know Richie Rich is a big Renekton player as well, He's the R&R champions there for the top lane.
Well, he's got Richie Rich in his name, 2 R's.
Yeah.
You got to go with those 2 R champions.
If one of them falls out of the meta, he'll find another one.
Yeah.
Rabbitin's Death Cap might be an item he likes.
He's not Darien.
No, I suppose. Well, no, that was Zonia's, I thought. Was it
I don't know.
Zonia's
I've
Shyvana?
been seeing all these comics online.
Yeah,
where-
he buys whatever he wants.
Yeah.
It's fine.
He doesn't care.
Nope. But no jungler bans whatsoever, and it's going to be Westrice first picking there for his team. Broken Shard's going to get a lease.
You can't ban Broken Shard out, so they didn't even try to do that.
Yep.
They start targeting towards Prawley, gonna have him fall back on something else besides the champions we've seen from him so far. He's had great performances on those, so we're gonna have an Elise jungle here for Broken Shard and throw it over to the 1-2 spots of Cognitive. But what does he really have left now?
Well, the weird thing is, like, I feel like a lot is still left, especially because I feel like all the mid lane bans by Cognitive were one-sided bans.
Yeah.
And kind of the same way here for the tournament as well. And Cognitive just say, you know what, nothing's been touched in the bottom lane. What we want most of everything is Caitlyn Thresh.
Then they lock those 2 in for themselves. Caitlyn Thresh, high priority on that lane, picking it immediately. Kha'Zix is still on the table, so nobody wants to show their cards or their mid laner right now so that they can get counterpicked. But he's still extremely strong. LeBlanc is out there.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of play of her recently. You wouldn't think she'd be one of those OP champions, but bam, there she is.
Well, she's just, I feel like she's favored in a lot of ways. Like, because she's really adaptable too, right?
That's
you
true.
can max Q and be like, I'm going to kill you in lane, screw it, or you can go for the max distortion. Get like an Athene's if you really want it to wave clear if it's a bad matchup, and so she's adaptable, which I like.
We saw ManCloud do that previously. And
Yeah.
the fact that Mimic doesn't use the level of the spell anymore, it's just got a static thing for each ability depending on the rank that it is, is fantastic. Gives a lot of versatility to that champion. And there's the Renekton. Throw it up to Westrice, which might leave Richie with Mundo and just some standard things there. So
see what else he goes for here. Yeah, Renekton's always like the tall top laner where it's like, he's probably going to do really well in lane, and then you try to hope to outscale him. Thinking of everything else that Richie Rich really even plays, like, nothing that he plays that often anymore. Riven and Renekton, again, being his top 2. Jax, we considered Renekton actually the counter to Jax back in the...
It was like Worlds.
Yeah, in Worlds, exactly.
Where Shen was being seen all over the place. Saw him a little bit in Europe, in the jungle from Diamond Procs. And then we saw him up top once too. Not to huge success.
No.
Globals, they just haven't made their way back into the game.
Nah, we'll see though. Pantheon, I guess, we have seen somewhat
That's
of.
true. That's a new one that's emerging, the Grand Skyfall.
And I like it.
Yeah, he's really, really good at ganking people. Like mid lane, just bam, right on top of people.
Yeah.
Saw it multiple times all throughout the LCS right now. They were hovering over Malzahar. I was like,
I wanted to see it.
Is Cog going to do it? Are they going to bring it? And whoa, Shen, hey!
All right.
Okay, so, you know when I said the globals? Let's just rewind it a little bit.
Yeah, just kidding. Globals are back, guys.
Globals are back.
Globals are back.
Didn't say what I said previously.
Shen versus Renekton top lane, and a few teams, especially NALCS teams, I think, actually have been picking it up. So Kevin's been big on it for Millennium.
That's right.
Benny's been playing it from XDG. A couple of teams are starting to pick up the champion, and it seems like Richie Rich. I feel like any top laner hasn't forgotten Shen. So, like, even if you haven't played in solo queue,
that's true.
You probably still got the champion.
He's pretty safe. This will give him a lot of map pressure. He doesn't have to bring teleport like a Mundo does. So
you could.
You could do it. You could stand United somebody, then teleport back up to the lane. Just be like,
Yeah.
I didn't miss any CS.
Yeah.
But we got Dragon. So I don't know what you're doing here, Renekton. He's twiddling his thumbs trying to push the turret.
I mean, former MYM Sharu was like, yeah, I'm gonna bring teleport Twisted Fate. Not even a big deal. I've actually seen him make plays because he had both spells up. Actually, he teleported to a team fight and then caught a runner with Destiny. It was actually pretty sweet.
What?
It was last bit of the LCS. There was a play in one of the first few weeks. One of the few games that team won.
The mid lane teleports are always really interesting to me. Like when Peke brought the Kassadin teleport, he's like, I'm just gonna play passive and then
counter
blow
everybody.
Into exactly. Blow into these fights. Huge burst.
Pretty scary.
Boom, LeBlanc.
All right, so LeBlanc is going to come through as an actual blind pick mid laner here, unless it's mid Lee Sim, which I doubt. Sivir going to go through for Robert X Lee as well, and that to me is interesting because I personally hate playing Sivir against Caitlyn because you've got a 150 range disparity.
Yeah.
But we'll see if you can make it work.
Yeah, she can absorb her traps and stop her from putting the Yordle snap traps down.
Yeah.
Basically get mana back over and over and over again, so she can constantly throw out her boomerang blades. But so the matchup that's left here is the mid laner for Zamfira. He's been playing a lot of different things. I think he's been trying to throw off his scent. He's got some Teemo in there.
Yeah. Well, the weird thing is a lot of his big champions that I want to see, like AP Cog, AP Malzahar, I feel like would have a really rough time fighting LeBlanc.
Yeah, Kog'Maw against LeBlanc, no. That's just a nightmare for...
Dodge all the ultis, silence you just cry a little bit, and then blow up and do nothing. So, hover
That's
on Kale. Yeah.
That's a really good pick here.
Kale I like.
Yeah. You can stop the burst, use Divine Intervention preemptively before you end up having the Sigil of Silence blown up on you.
True.
And absorb all of that damage. And it's on a low enough cooldown that Mimic, I think, actually gets really close. So every time that Mimic's up, Kale will be able to Divine Intervention. It's very close.
It'll be close, yeah. Well, I know
max rank.
Kale's going to start with a 20 CDR item. He's going to rush Nashor's Tooth.
Yep.
Probably likely to go for Deathfire Grasp
So
more
he'll
so
have
than
the
the
CDR
Fiends. 10% from DFG. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know the
That's
numbers.
pretty much all she
my
gets
head.
in terms of CDR as well.
Blue buff. Eh. I mean, for what it's worth, I guess. But we are here, the end of champs, like West Rice. Still holding on a teleport. I want to see if that stays. Because I feel like... Actually, I like teleport Renekton. He's fighting a Shen.
Yeah, exactly. So he can get down and follow him.
Yeah.
So he's not going to fall prey to what we were saying before, where he's just going to sit there and be like, I'm coming, guys, running all the way to Dragon. I'm coming. I'm going to get there eventually. Just don't die first.
Across the map with Boots 1. I feel like that's less effective.
That happens so often in solo queue. It's just like, he teleported down here. I'm coming, you guys. Just don't fight. Just, I'm coming.
Show up late to a dragon. It's already dead. It's actually respawned by the time you get down there. It's happened to me before.
I'm a bad enough player that usually that does happen.
Yeah.
In the
I
top
get distracted.
Lane,
Fighting minions. Got to farm.
Pushing minions.
Yes. Pulling the Riv commentary there. It's great. So coming into this one, right, Determined, I got to say, do come in as a favorite. I think they were the... I don't want to say objectively, but like at least the subjectively stronger team coming into like the spring promo tournament, right? Got sort of last picked by the LCS incumbents, and they certainly have put up good performances so far here as well.
And back when they were napkins in disguise, they still put up great scores in other tournaments off on the side, and Cognitive was usually lower on the ladder. Like when the three teams that emerged, the NIP, the TWZ, and the Cognitive, were the three ones that were going to face off against the relegated teams.
Yeah.
I didn't believe it. I thought it was going to be Complexity, possibly Quantic and things like that, but then there were internal problems and all of that. But Cog really stepped up their game and took some Titans down in that one.
Yeah, they've done a good job of kind of buffing themselves up here. We'll see how these teams can fare now. Right now, the battle line is just drawn as usual. So for these guys, just making sure that they see that the river is still flowing.
They've got the line of scrimmage here, and they don't have a TP on West Rice. He took Ghost.
Offsides from Broken Shard.
Oh, you got to restart it.
5 yards
That's
lost. Football season's over, and I've now started the football jokes. Don't worry, it's the North American Challenger scene. I can say football and not have people yell at me.
Yeah, let's just hope that one of the teams isn't the Broncos.
Uh-oh.
Then you don't really have an exciting game on your hands.
I mean, points are still fun.
Yeah, well, if you get just put up 8 on the board, right?
Yeah.
As long as it's not a complete shutout. But yeah, West Rice took Ghost. He switched it at the last minute to maybe,
fighting people.
You know what? We were talking about running the dragon. That's what he's going to do. He's going to do it on foot with Ghost. He doesn't care about the TP. He's going to run straight there.
That does not seem like the right idea. Minions have spawned. Here we go. Let's see where these guys go. They're just sitting at the lines. Looks like Broken Shard is going to start as a blue buff. Top side start as well here for Admiral Ziploc.
And no sweeper lenses on the field.
Yeah.
So usually when you see a really offensive jungler like Elise, you'll take the sweeper lens, but Broken Shard is actually going to lend some vision to his team. They're taking this game very seriously and paying each other respects here.
Yeah.
Nobody's underestimating anybody else.
To consider it, like both junglers are very, very strong early game as well. I expect to see them get an early start. Actually already harassed coming down to the bottom lane. Zane King, nothing here, dropped pretty well. And by the way, I just got to point out, most servers I see in pro play start with Ricochet. It just contributes more damage overall to a fight.
Yes.
But when you learn it at level 1, you get the bounces in there. It's painful.
Yeah, it's also less mana intensive than using the Boomerang Blade constantly, and you'll get more damage out of it. And you'll push the wave. Fast push.
Yeah.
It's big right now.
5-5 in minions so far. Level 2 likely to come in first for Determined. See if that means much. Both junglers have now finished a buff and 1 camp so far. So we're about 40 seconds away from them showing up in lanes that they wanted to.
Yeah, we were speaking of fast push. Immediately Zamfir pushing that straight to the turret of Prawley. You know, no CS disparities just yet, but West Rice is out ahead of Shen with the aggressive Doran's Blade.
It's true, yeah. A lot of bully potential there available. Broken Shard now level 3, finishing his buff at about 3 minutes. Similar stuff here for Admiral Ziploc, level 3. So the next thing for me to track is going to be where these junglers go, because right now the bottom lane is pushing in for Determined, and Cognitive's jungler is nearby.
Yeah, and Broken Shard is making his way towards that river bush area. Probably does have chain available, and he's going in.
Root already lands Flash Cocoon on the Zamfir. Do they have the damage? Flashing away. First blood picked up, 361 gold. Wow, that started quickly.
Because it's before the 4-minute mark, it's worth less gold, but they still push him out of lane. They'll get a CS advantage here, and Brokenshard, he's going to get experience too from clearing this out. He's going to also put kind of like a marker on Ziploc and say, all right, you're mid. I know you're not going to be anywhere else. All my other lanes can shove and push.
And that they are already. Brokenshard still harassing under the turret. That takes a bit of damage. I'm surprised to see probably not backing yet. He doesn't cash in his first blood gold, so actually Zamfir is going to be back in lane with an extra Doran's ring and a ward now that he doesn't have flash.
Yeah. They know he doesn't have flash though, so Brokenshard can make a repeat visit, and he's harassing Admiral, and here he comes over the wall.
Ooh, dodges away from the cocoon and the root right there, so it's going to be a safe Admiral for now. No demotion for you, Ziploc.
Admiral's like, I can break these chains. You can't break those chains.
No, you need a QSS or cleanse, and you didn't bring either, buddy. So check yourself.
It's early game. He might go for a late game just to break the chain, just to prove he can do it.
Just to prove. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Or I guess Zane King can't pick up. Oh, close there.
Brokenshard.
Oh, that's a good dodge.
Wow.
He did not get reckoned with. What's Rice and Richie Rich?
See what you did there.
Yep. I got my ability names. Don't worry. We're good to go.
I reckon you did.
Yeah, there you go.
Became really American.
We're making it happen.
It is the NALCS or
I reckon you did. Oh dear.
All right.
This is gonna degrade very rapidly, guys.
Yeah, it is. Especially since, like, you've been telling those bad jokes.
Oh, do you want more? I feel like it's too early in the game for more.
It's too early in the game for more, but I gave them to you.
That's true. I told you
and
you
I
get
realized
Oh no, Zamfira.
He's going for it.
Stun. The pain is coming. Brokenshard. The damages. 100 health. Goodbye. Another kill picked up. 300 gold to Brokenshard. This mid lane, not too happy for Cognitive.
And I talked about it earlier where Brokenshard, he knows the flash is down. He's going to make repeat visits mid. And he's got to level up now on Ziploc so he can harass him out of lane. He's going to soak this experience while Prawley backs.
So Prawley's going to back with about 500 gold worth of kills and assists under his belt. And he rushes Sork Shoes. So Prawley's going to deal some real damage in that lane.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to close that distance and aim the chains a little better instead of reaching for them.
Sure.
And the range on it's pretty tricky, especially when you source at the same time.
See, Q, bit of damage.
You got
Pesky
the
minion in the way. It's okay, nothing here, picked it up.
Yeah, got it in range for him.
Yeah.
It's a good help.
Easy shot. Caitlyn managed to snipe that one away. Minions still, though, like, it's interesting because the Determined's like trying to push, but they're running out of mana now. But that was how they were keeping themselves from getting harassed. And I feel like with Sivir not having mana, it might get tougher for the Determined bottom lane here.
Yeah, and you were talking about how the range on Sivir is 500.
Low. Yeah.
150 less than Caitlyn's. They bring the Annie to the table with the 625. So Bubba Dub will be doing zone control and harassing.
True.
While when nothing here tries to go for some CS.
The actual total range of both lanes is equal if you add the ranges together.
Oh.
Did you know?
500 plus 625. And then Thresh is 475.
Yep.
Plus 650.
There you go. The maths.
You're blowing my mind, freak.
The math, they are here. I've got them. Just wanted you guys to know about that one. Zamfira also, he's still 500 range too, right?
Oh.
Babadub's in range. Babadub, really good play. The flash force. They're going to try to force this one down. I don't know if they're going to get anything for it. Okay, that was a really awkward ulti then.
So Richie Rich is now in a bad position. He's going to have to make some type of trek back and walk up top. Brokenshard, he actually goes straight up top. They know that he's out of lane. It's going to be a 2v1. He's going to get some turret damage here. And Ziploc, he's not falling for this.
He's too far into the trees, man.
He's in the
trees.
trees.
The camouflage.
Came out of the trees, man. His face was just right up against that.
He made it. Tree-hugging hippie Brokenshard, making himself.
He's a spider. They make their webs there.
Yeah, exactly. It's his home environment, man. Would only be better if he was Maokai.
It's going to go down so quick. I don't think Ziploc will be in range.
Smite
he has the W.
Picked up. Ooh, Ziploc tried to smite.
Brokenshard got it
early. Yeah, Ziploc smited early. So level 6 now on Brokenshard with a red buff steal. So far it's 3 buffs to 2 on the map. Nice jump in there. Zamfira taking damage. Turret firing back though.
It's that pen, and he still comes out on top. And Brokenshard is in this area that isn't warded, and he's just going to go for his blue, possibly hand it off to Prawley here.
Yeah.
And it's back to jungle routes.
Well, here's the thing is so I know with last night's game, we talked about how Xiao picked up 5 BF swords and said the sword is mightier than the pen. Well, Prawley's got a bunch of pen, and Zamfira has a sword. So I think Prawley's about to just kind of flip this one around.
Okay.
So maybe the
and
pen is mightier than the
LeBlanc
sword.
too.
Yeah.
So, and there is a sword on Robert Exley.
Yep.
He has that advantage over nothing here.
It's true.
By a good amount.
By a scepter. Pfft. What are scepters even?
It's just lane sustain, I guess. This is not going to help.
Lame.
Lame sustain?
Yes, it is. I know we picked you for a reason.
You know it was a bad joke when Freak laughs and you cringe it yourself?
That means it's a great joke. I don't know what you're talking about. This is going to go well. I'm looking forward to the rest of these games.
Oh, man.
Well, here we go. Robert Lee, Bubba Dub, chilling in the bottom lane. No GP10 by either support, rushing for the sight stones.
So Zamfira doesn't even go offensive build here. He goes straight for a Negatron cloak.
Ooh.
He's like, Brokenshard's going to keep coming here. I need help. And there's a 3-man gank mid on the LeBlanc.
Gigantic roam here. Admiral Ziploc looking forward. Richie Rich, can he get the early flash? That's smart by
That
Brawley.
was good.
Yeah.
Because Richie Rich had his flash available. Flash, taunt, flash. Either of them would have done that.
So, okay. Probably grabs the flash.
Distortion, too.
Yep. So, now Probably's got to keep track of his cooldowns. A little fade away.
When you W... Oh, nothing here.
Nothing here. Gets away from this one.
And there's nothing there.
Not anymore. That's his, actually, it's his name on live right there.
It is.
If you want to look at his most played, nothing there, the screen name.
Ziploc sees this.
That's a bit risky. Ziploc gonna go in on Bubba Dub. Ulti comes across as well. Nice fade across. Bullet Shield keeping him alive a little bit. The play coming through, but here comes the cavalry there, forcing the flash away from the support. Nothing here. Forced to run away. Brokenshard still chasing. 200 health on Zane King. Nice kick coming back. The flash auto from Robert Lee picks it up. 1-0. The BF sword pulling its weight on this one.
Brokenshard is so aggressive, and he's at the right place at the right time. If they stall for him, he is a menace right now. 100% kill participation in this game so far.
Very nice plays right here. Bubba Dub also looking to keep making plays. Tibbers still chilling in the river. I think he used that as a ward. Tibbers basically roleplayed as Evelyn there.
It's a 50 gold ward if you kill it.
Yeah.
So it's a little pricey. Admiral, he wants to take that.
I feel like he shouldn't try.
He shouldn't.
But lost the last Might Ward.
You can see it in his blind eyes.
Wow. Well, there we go. Gonna be dragged going down, picked up by Brokenshard. Ziploc's gonna go down 1-0. Bubba Dub trade back. 1-for-1 in this fight, and here comes Richie Rich as well. Brokenshard getting chased down. 400 health. The jumps forward. Nice repel right there. Goes the other side. Nothing here. Gets a red buff for his troubles. 2-for-1 in this fight. I gotta say, not too bad for Cognitive.
So I'm glad I said the 100% kill participation then, because now he doesn't.
Nope.
Oh, it was a good roam by Richie Rich to be there, using his Stand United to get into that fight. Westrise did what we said he was going to do if he didn't bring the teleport.
Yeah.
And
cried in top lane.
Yeah. He had the ghost, didn't even make the trek for it. So we're going to look at this again. Admiral Ziploc, he's just buying time. We have Kale coming down from the side. Probably's going to come in after the Dragon's done on Brokenshard. They're going to blow up Bubba Dub, and he goes after Ziploc. Ziploc taken out in the back, and it's just a good zoning there. And at the end, there was a nice flash after the taunt there. And Brokenshard, he repels up to avoid the damage, but he has to come down, and nothing here picks it up.
You know what's crazy to me as well is Zamfira was silenced and then stunned while his Lee Sin teammate went down. So actually, I never even saw the intervention come out in that fight, at least not at the beginning. Ziploc couldn't be saved.
Oh. You got to save yourself. That's what they teach you when you're that high up in the rankings.
Ignore teammates, acquire invulnerability.
He's like second from the top.
Yeah. Well, see what else these guys can do with this one. West Rice dangerously alone here in the top lane. Pops the ulti. Gonna try to run away. No dash available. No, well, he's popped Ghost. I don't know if it's gonna matter too much. Trying to lifesteal back up. Still just fighting back and forth. He is a tanky man. Has most of Sunfire Cape. Ulti's still there. Picks it up. Admiral Ziploc with a kick in the back of the head. 4-3 in kills.
Showing he's deserving of that promotion. They obviously taught him self-defense. Goes straight out there and probably put the aggression on Zamfira.
But I feel like it's much less impactful than before. Level 9 on both these guys. The trade's coming back. Probably, yeah, he maxed the distortion. He's got the wave clear, but
it's not Negatron cloak.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Really is paying off. He neglects all of Crawley's builds so far. Yeah, it just has penetration.
Yep.
So he's like, all right, I'm going to build a big magic resist item, and I don't even know what it's going to build into. Abyssal Scepter?
He's gonna
Banshee's Veil?
Yeah, at some point, Banshee's like super late
At some point. He'll probably hang on to it for a very long time.
It'll be like his 4th item.
Yeah. Yeah, because you want that Nashor's Tooth as soon as possible, and then back it up with Lich Bane. And then just more AP, whatever you want.
Exactly. Well, we'll see as the build progresses there. Finally, Probably goes back to base, picks up Home Guard boots on his Sork shoes, as well as the makings of a very important Deathfire Grasp for him.
And so once he gets that Deathfire Grasp, it's going to really be on Zamfira's shoulders to try and counter that. The hook lands, but nobody's in the vicinity, so he's not going to take that. And they're collapsing on this red.
Well, let's see what they can do. Brokenshard goes for it, picks it up, gets taunted though. He's not in a good spot. Flay comes down, does not land the box. Ziploc shows up, but there's a frontliner, Shen, taking a bit of pain. Tibbers goes down on the tanks as well. Ziploc goes in for the fight. Hook lands. Who's going to take the damage now? Lantern comes into the background. The damage comes across. Nice kick there onto the team. And both teams disengaged from the fight.
And Caitlyn is much closer than Nothing Here is. I mean, sorry, Nothing Here is much closer than Robert Exley. Sorry.
Yeah.
She just used the people's names. Don't interchange them. So
I do that. It's bad.
Yeah. It's like Caitlyn and then Robert Exley.
You like that?
Robert Exley was much further away, but he's actually going to try to start this blue. Probably's there.
This is a bit risky.
Kale's coming too, because that's who they want to receive it.
Looks like the team's going to be there first for Cognitive. So they realized this. They rotated in time. Broken Shard was not around. And unless there's a Miracle Steal, this should... Ooh, they're going to try.
Might as well. You can
Thwarted.
switch him back over.
Oh!
Oh, he got it. Robert
X. Lee from the south making it happen.
That's how they do it there.
Apparently.
Do it fast with boomerang blades.
Yep. At this point.
That was really
Blue
good.
F Sivir.
Man.
Alrighty,
It's your
so
fault. It's your fault.
My fault?
Yeah. Sivir, but when you say we, right? When people say riot, please, they're usually talking to Freak.
Yes, I actually do everything in this game. If there's a bug, it's my fault.
So if you ever have like a bad game or you lose it because of a bug, just tweet at Freak.
Yeah, it was. I forced you to lose that game. You're welcome for all the ELO lost. I've actually rigged all these matches here as well.
So who's winning this one?
Clearly, as you can tell by the scoreboard, determined so far. I won't reveal the end.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay.
just
No
messed up.
spoilers. Okay.
No.
So all right. So you're at least a good guy.
Yeah,
No,
I'm a benevolent ruler. Well, here we go. West Rice, Richie Rich, level 11 versus 10. Ulti is back up for Shen right here. Probably chilling out in the mid lane as well. I want to know where... I mean, he just keeps trying. Damage is going up there.
It's kind of reversing polarity, though. Probably's taking the brunt of the trades.
Yeah,
He went
it's-
for early home guards.
He's
too.
super squishy. He does have MR glyphs, 4-2 MR there, taking a little bit of the punishment off, but...
And instead of getting the Fiendish Codex, he goes for the home guard boots. So
Yeah.
every time he goes back, he's just he wants to run fast. He wants to get back to lane as soon as possible.
You gotta go fast.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You aren't first, you're last.
Exactly. Well, here we go. Determined, looking to make it
And
to
there's a
first.
Sivir, too.
They're gonna try. Mid lane turret taking a bunch of pain. Sivir pulled aggro. Didn't really want that. There we go. The chain lands. Looks like actually one of these guys hits chains, and it's not Zane King here. Probably forced back though. So the push not working for the Determined the entire time. Richie Rich has been pushing top.
Yeah. They've left him by himself. He has the Standing Knight available. So West Rice, they're making a move here. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. And this is a little bit of an early prep time for it. But in the meantime, Richie Richie's going to spend that gold so he has it when the Dragon's up for that fight. So it's not just gold burning a hole in his pocket. You want those effective combat stats.
Well,
Admiral
Ziploc. Oh no! Gets the kill. He jumps over the wall as well. Burn flash, but Zamfira now without the kill. No intervention here, but just walks away to the turret. That's going to be good enough. That'll intervene for him. Determined though, still in the mid lane. Richie Rich still top lane though.
Yeah, he actually didn't back. He canceled it and continued to push. He has the Sunfire, so he has that tool available to him just to push. Shen doesn't have an AoE ability by himself, so he has to rely on his items. And this is going to go over to DTG without a contest because they got Ziploc so low.
Nicely done. Determined, gonna get themselves a 4,000 gold lead. West Rice shows back up to the top lane before the turret goes down. Probably removes some wards, and Determined still looking pretty all right here. West Rice did add some more stats to himself. The Merc Tread's already done. The Sunfire Cape, we talked about that one a little bit ago. And let's see. DTG back to the split push game. And it's a little bit hard for him, I guess, to fight up against the Shen TPs.
Yeah. And he didn't bring TP to the table, so it's not as devastating.
Yeah.
He brought the Ignite, which is... he doesn't have a lot of kill potential on a Shen.
No.
So
he's just there to like kill minions and peace out.
And
They're just going to look menacing at each other.
The Ignite is going to help him if he gets a gank. Which
Yeah.
happened earlier.
Yeah, it worked.
Definitely paid off. Reduced the healing that came in from Polygamy. And DTG just going to push this turret. They have a lot of wave clear in this team. It doesn't look like it at first glance, but they have the Renekton, they have the Distortion, which is being maxed first from Crawley, and they have the Ricochet. There's an immense amount of wave clear there within this team.
Yeah, Jat made the point that Sivir is defensive wave clear.
Yes.
Like defensive anti-push because of the Ricochet, whereas hitting a turret is hard from 500 range. You're likely to get killed, as Sivers tend to do when they're in close range. So I understand. Life is difficult, but I mean, thankfully for them, COG are losing this game right now, so they're only going to be defending.
Yeah.
They've nullified their disadvantages by getting behind early game.
Wow. Are there any teams that don't do that?
Next level strategies right there.
Oh, I think you always want to be ahead. I don't think there's a team where you're like, well, we'll hand them the early game on purpose. Make them
I don't
think
know.
that.
I mean, that's a CLG tactic. Right, they win a game to
so
make
they
their
can,
fans
so
think
they
they're
can
doing
split
well.
push. Take our turret so
Yep.
that the wave is at our tier 2, and
that-
you go do other things like contest objectives. I'm going to farm here.
Yes. Have you not watched CLG for the last 4 years?
I have.
Yeah.
And I have been...
It's the exact game plan.
My heartstrings have been toyed with over and over again. I've been a fan all the way through, but man, oh man.
Man. But MonteCristo showed up as coach and said, guys,
yeah,
that's only one of our strategies. Try something else.
That was brilliant today. I really like that.
Yeah. Oh, they did win their game today.
Esports. I'm glad to see Monty giving the tip of his hat to the Esports Express. Top journalism there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they leaked it. He had to.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, well, it's been revealed, so he might as well.
Oh.
They're kind of like the whistleblowers. Esports Express is the Snowden of League of Legends. They're like, actually,
so
I
they're
know
going to get nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize
yes.
now? All
Yep,
right.
that's coming up next. $1 million.
They won't get it, but they'll get nominated for it.
Nomination will be there. Yeah. No one's going to vote for him. They'll vote for themselves, but no one's going to care.
And this blue buff just back and forth here. Shen, Richie Rich, he's going to back this fight. Man, all this for a blue buff, man.
This poor Golem keeps walking back and forth, and no one really likes it enough to actually kill it. All right, Ziplock's going to try. Nope, goes the other way. Smite comes out. Brokenshard gets it again. Ziploc not doing a good day with fighting. Look at the burst.
That was the money shot
goes
right
down.
there.
Yeah, that one hurt a little bit. There we go, Broke. Robert Lee. Ooh, he spell shields out a little bit of that. He's going to be safe for here, but it's a 1-for-0. The team is ready to siege.
See, Richie Rich, he could have used Stand United to maybe soak some of the damage, but Zamfir was too far gone. Maybe he could have soaked some, and then Divine Intervention would have come out, would have given him enough time for that. This turret's going to go down, all because of that blue buff. And man, in the spirit of Valentine's Day, that guy was so lonely. So long. He got 2 smites, though.
Yes.
Twice to 11.
Yes.
He was smitten.
But only one team could have him, and the heart was given to Determined.
No polygamy in this game.
Nope.
I'm sorry. Poor Golem.
Golem is not Mormon.
Oh.
What? It's not offensive. It's just a
No, it's not offensive.
Okay.
It's not offensive.
I like when I have to
Don't
say
worry.
it's not offensive
No.
to say it's not offensive. That's when you know you're doing a good job.
No.
It's like, I really like
It's
you,
a real
but...
thing. It's a real thing.
It's like, Zyrene, I really like you, but you're not making enough jokes with me.
What?
You're casting well, but...
What?
No,
just get these little... Okay, fine.
my jokes are hilarious, but...
But I need to laugh more at them?
Yeah.
Is that in my contract? It is in my contract, actually, that I have to laugh at Freak's jokes.
You only get paid if you laugh at every single one of them. If you make me feel awkward up here, you're done for.
Oh, okay.
Too late.
No! All right.
See? Now we have an awkward pause. You've done it
I
wrong.
was about to like... Okay. So before people start saying that we're high, again, because that happens like
I'm
every
high on
challenger,
life.
they're just like, yeah. Oh, Bubba Dub, the kickback!
Ooh, the kickback. Bubba Dub not going to like his life too much. Flashes down, slowed. There's the net coming in. Hook does not quite land. Bubba Dub, 400 health, and down he goes. Nothing here. Kicks the little child in the face.
They put so many resources into that, they had to come out with that kill. Bubba Dub used his flash. He won't have a flash Tibbers initiate available the next time he's up. And now, Cognitive going after, but Ziplock's caught again.
They're trying the 4v5. Determined going in hard for this fight. Let's see if they can do it. Fox comes down. The dive towards the back line. Richie Rich cutting way out to the side. Flashes away from this one. He's going to be safe. West Rice and Prawley are not done. Look at the damage coming out. Admiral Ziplock gets the demotion. And Zane King going to go down as well. 2-for-0 in the lopsided engage. Working it nicely for Determined.
Back to Commodore with you, Ziplock. I'll put him above Captain a little bit.
Okay.
You know, he still deserved a little bit of a promotion.
Okay.
I can't completely retcon.
Commodore's above Captain?
I think it is. I believe it is.
I forget.
It sounds cooler than Captain.
It does sound cooler. I was always sad that Commodore...
Oh, nothing here. Oh, the chain!
1 chain, not 2 chains. That's not enough damage. You didn't do 2 chains.
It's disappointing.
Yep.
Disappointing. You got to have the 2 chains. That's what's going to do it for you.
Birthday song for best song ever made. It's... we'll just move on. Okay, so Baron goes down. I didn't want to pass any commentary. I'm just personally not a fan of Birthday Song. 36,000 gold.
But you said it was the best song. You can't take back what you said.
We're going to move on. Don't worry about it, guys.
All right.
Enjoy music at your own risk. Cog, Zamfiro forced back from the mid lane. Probably wearing the fashionable purple Baron buff. The rest of the team doing the same. Another Dragon to go to Determined as well. These guys are holding on to the game pretty nicely. Couple of early game falters, but by and large, the objective game has gone to Determined.
Yeah, and we've seen what Cognitive has started to do here with their composition. The Divine Intervention and the Stand United can stop probably from 100 to 0ing somebody. We saw it there on Nothing Here, who's the squishiest member of that entire team. Yeah. Out of everybody, he's going to be the one that gets blown up the quickest, and probably still couldn't do it.
Nope.
So it was a good play there, and this composition might work out for COG in the very late game, but they're going to have to hold on and try to make up for this 9K deficit.
Yeah, because in the interim, both Barrier and Standing United are now down, whereas Probably's got his ulti back.
But Divine Intervention, we'll just throw that one out there.
If he's around. I mean, last time they stunned him and he just dropped immediately.
Yeah, that's true. They focus Zamfir. Go for the person who has the invulnerability. It's
Yeah.
like, is there a Lulu? Just go, get her.
As long as you don't overcommit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you chase too far. Singed players like this. You just keep running at them and you're
Rule number
poisoned.
1.
Don't chase Singed.
Rule number 2.
Don't chase Singed.
Now you can be a member of Fight Club.
There you go.
Congratulations.
That's also rule number 2.
Oh.
It's actually a combined rule. It's like 2A, don't chase Singed, 2B, don't talk about Fight Club.
And then 3 is, if it's your first day on the league, you have to fight?
Yes.
For the Rift?
You have to first pick.
Oh, okay.
That's how it works.
Okay.
I don't know.
I like that.
I made it up.
I like that.
I think it works, though.
We should establish a Fight Club for League.
Okay.
The Rift Club.
You got to first. But what happens if everyone went there for the first time? Is it just a blind pick game then?
Nah, we gotta.
Because there's an inaugural game at some point.
We gotta start small. So it'll be 4 members that start, and then we
It's
just
a
start
2v2?
bringing people on. No. We'll just queue into 5s. It'll be a ranked 5s team.
Oh, wow. The other guy won't even know about it.
You add that new guy in, right? And then he becomes inaugurated. And
But you
then
can't tell him about it. How would he know?
See, isn't that how, like, in Fight Club, the club wouldn't get any bigger unless people talk about it. It's just so good.
So the
You
club
have to
is
trust
full
in
of
human
rule
nature.
breakers.
Yes, exactly. You have to trust in human nature at first. Then you beat it out of them after they're gone. You're just like, you're breaking rules. That's fine at first because you're spreading our name. You're being free advertisement. And afterwards,
You just kick him in the teeth for telling people about it.
And that's Project Mayhem.
Okay.
Yep,
Well,
absolutely. And DTG is bringing the Fight Club 5v5 in the mid lane.
Yep. Turret down below half HP. No one's even trying to stop him. That's going to be turret number 6 here for Determined. 25 minutes in. Baron's already off the table. So is Dragon. And they got wards freaking everywhere.
Yeah, they can only have turret objectives in their sight right now, or people. They can
Yeah.
take people off. Getting these deep wards in. If we look at the map, pink wards all around the Baron area. None have been swept out. DTG has this advantage and a level advantage across multiple members here, typically just by 1.
I'm trying to... Oh, we got 2 between the 280 carries. Oop. And for the rest of it, actually it averages out. Uh-oh, nothing here.
Nothing
Taking
here.
the pain. Flash for the E. Probably gets it.
And there's nothing there anymore.
Nope.
There's
a corpse.
He just got taken right off the map there.
Off he goes. Turret now under fire. Rubber sleeve. Watch out. You got turret aggro. Okay, he's safe.
Hope he's just taking it. He'll lifesteal that up off of the minions that aren't there.
Yeah, at some point he'll get it. That was actually nearly a hook that landed, though.
If
Rubber
he got
sleeve.
hooked right into that Q, Ziploc probably would have kicked him back.
Likely would have gotten the kill, absolutely. But he didn't do that. Didn't happen. New minions are here. Nothing here, not alive. 5 versus 4, and the dive comes in. Box comes down. Sun on a Richie Rich. Zamfira, good buy. Goes down. No ulti able to be used. 1 for 0. Turret goes down. Inhibitor now under fire.
No nothing here on the table either. Probably he's going for more. Go straight back. Oh, they want the inhibitor. Just zone control there by LeBlanc with the chains.
Well, as you can jump on back, I got to say, there's been a lot of really nice moves by LeBlancs over the course of this game. And just the LCS
LeBlanc's
in
over the
general.
course of this game. So Probably.
Yes.
So Probably's been making the moves.
And the clone, if you ever got low enough, which I'm not sure he even has.
The LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah, I don't know. Ziploc shows up. Nice kickback. Going to be a kill back on a Richie Rich, though. Turret aggro. Just kind of going onto the tanks. Not a big deal here. Another one goes down with Admiral Ziploc. The respawns come in, but COG hasn't fought with 5 members for like the entire game here. Another turret falls, and now the inhibitor under siege.
He's going for kills.
Bubba Dub gonna burn down with the ignite, but it's still a trade back. 1 for 1 on the fight. Inhibitor now under fire.
Wow. This is going to be a second inhibitor to DTG. And then, Robert blocks it, and it's a surrender from COG.
He flashed a spell shield just to be flashy. They saw the surrender come out. 12-5, 27 minutes in. It's a pretty resounding victory.
Oh, yeah. No. Probably didn't die at all. No deaths on the table for him. And had an outstanding game. Controlling the mid lane. Broken Shard got him ahead. And just snowballed that game with that assassin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You saw Kale open up with a defensive build, never really activated the damage potential. Every fight I thought was coordinated so well because you saw like multiple times Zamfira not able to ult anyone. He died during CC.
Yeah, they had a lot of CC there. The cocoon coming in. Broken Shard was really on top of those skill shots.
Yeah,
and
and
that's not slacking at all.
And that's what's scary about it too. Is like go down the list of like people in this game and their champion pools of scary things they can play. So we'll start on COG's side.
Okay.
He banned Lulu. He had Kale, and it was like, I mean, early game deficit, but sure.
Yeah.
But like look back, so it's like okay, Broken Shard got first pick jungler, got Elise, did well. You got Vi, Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, champions you would love to play, still there in the background.
Yeah.
You got the rest of the lineup. Like, It's hard to beat them in picks and bans. I think in general you're at the point where teams don't lose in picks and bans.
Yeah.
And you've got to get a strategic victory for Cognitive.
Yeah, you can't ban anybody out for the most part.
No.
On DTG or COG, I think they all have deep enough champion pools and versatile enough champion pools that they could always bring something to the table. But the question is, can you make something of those champions that are left up?
That's true.
Can you make a cohesive 5v5 unit?
Yeah.
And COG, they had the workings of it. There's some pieces missing.
Yeah, I mean, think about Cognitive's 2 wins they had. Both times Richie Rich was on Riven. All 3 games they had Lulu, and those were 2 bans that stood out to me that determined are probably not going to switch when it comes to game 2 either.
Yeah, and Yasuo was Zamfira's fallback in that game 3.
Yeah.
It was available here, didn't pick it. So he didn't want Yasuo. It wasn't going to synergize with too much. It can synergize with Lee Sin's kick for some ganks, but against the LeBlanc, her cooldowns are low enough that if she throws her all in out the wall,
and especially when
she can dodge things too. So.
Yeah, and you think about it, right? Like LeBlancs are maxing W now, and W does not get hit by wind wall.
Yeah.
The Q and E and the mimic versions of those can be, but if you play around the wind wall and you dash to the other side of it, land the abilities afterwards, like you remove that entire option there. There's a lot of it would be a difficult matchup.
Yeah, it's a skill-based matchup, definitely. Yeah. So I wonder what would happen if Zamfira played Yasuo in that match, because there was a lot of lack of synergy between the Lee Sin jungle and the Kayle. It was basically like Lee Sin, oh, I got half HP bursted by LeBlanc. I need some way to get out. And that's all Kayle was really used for, was just backup.
Yeah, that's
and the
true.
Divine Intervention. So they needed something a little more, and they needed more presence there. And Broken Shard made huge props to him and Prawley, the synergy there, obviously showing that Prawley's a great addition to the team. And his KDA still going up because he didn't die.
Still going up.
He's got to be going crazy right now.
Yep, doing a great job.
He was sitting at
He's
17
embodying
before that.
Ziggs at this point. He's going crazy, blowing people up, doing good stuff. We'll see what Cognitive can do in game 2 if they can pull it back. Guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when you return, it's time for that second game in this Challenger Series semifinal. Cognitive Gaming versus Determined Gaming Part 2 right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, and it's time for Game 2 in this best-of-3 semifinal between Cognitive Gaming and Determined Gaming. Now, with one more win, DTG locked down a spot in the first Challenger Series final against LMQ.
Yeah, and Determined Gaming had a great Game 1, forcing out a surrender from Cog. And probably he had another big game in the mid. This time on LeBlanc, he went 3-0-8 and raised his KDA to 28 for the Challenger Series. Still at the top.
Fairly big number.
I think he's doubling or even tripling the closest person to him.
So I would say he's probably doing really well.
I would say he's
Easy
probably doing
joke is
great
easy.
right now.
All right, so he's off to a great start. Let's talk about the other guys on this roster as well, of course. Broken Shard hitting really hard too.
Yeah, Broken Shard, in their games against Curse Academy, Game 1, he got bottom lane fed and got Robert going.
Yeah.
In Game 2, he carried that game with Kha'Zix. And in this game, he got Prolly going. So he's making everybody look great on his team.
Yeah.
And you got to give props to him, too. Junglers are usually a little overlooked.
Yeah.
A little bit with support, too.
Sometimes.
Because Prolly made huge plays. Great plays.
Yeah, he did.
But, who set him up for that? Who put the who put the ball on the tee?
The Shard.
Broken Shard.
The Shard. I'm
The
nicknaming
Shard.
him. He's just the Shard.
The Shard.
Now. It just sounds cool. The Shard.
We got the Prolly and the Shard show coming up next.
Sure.
All right.
I don't know if it's a show. I just kind of want to say like it sounds menacing.
The
Like-
Shard. Oh, like he's looming.
Yeah.
Watch out, we got the Shard.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can you cast the entire voice in that game?
No. Then can I cast the entire voice in that game?
Shut up, okay? Can you cast the entire game in that voice? Don't do it.
I don't know. I'm not going to do it.
That's fine. And of course, Robert X. Lee as well had a great game. 3-0-7 on Sivir. A great showing.
Yeah. Robert, another one of their standout players. We talked about him previously at the start, having great games. And his champion pool, he's great with a lot of things, especially those short-range champions. We were talking about his Vayne, the 525 range champion there, or 550, sorry. 550 range. With the Sivir being 500, he knows how to position to get the most out of his range.
Yeah.
And that is key for an ADC, and he didn't die at all.
No, he's fighting a Caitlyn lane, right? Caitlyn Thresh got first picked. Every bottom laner available, unless you wanted to like run Kassadin something, like Kassadin Lulu.
Is that a thing?
Those were. I'm
please
just saying
don't
that they were banned. I don't want.
Okay.
I don't want to force a meta. I'm just saying they typically picked bottom lane champions, all available. Cog ran for Kate Thresh, and Robert was like, shortest ranged AD carry in the game, whatever.
Except for Urgot.
Yeah. Okay.
People are gonna poke you on that one. They're gonna be
fine.
like, "Oh, freak! It's Urgot's 425 range."
Okay. Okay. Well, second
I know.
second shortest.
Yeah.
Marksman. I don't want to say AD
okay.
carry.
Yeah, that's true.
Marksman.
Is Urgot even a marksman?
I believe he's still classified as marksman. Yes.
Yeah.
More than anything else.
He's like a caster, tanky bug.
He's a lot of things.
Half robot.
Bug? I mean,
he's like you with the metal legs.
Gosh, I hate you.
Oh,
Don't you dare.
Freak got.
Freak got, that's
Yep.
me. All right. Well, we'll get ourselves into the game here. Cognitive gonna add LeBlanc to the ban list here. Gragas still coming through. Is it also gonna be Ziggs? And will they steal away junglers?
And there's absolutely no surprise there with the LeBlanc. I mean, probably fantastic game on it. We touched on it, at least being banned out this time by DTG.
Yeah.
So Broken Shard's not going to have that. Kha'Zix's still available, and they're thinking about what they want to take off the table here as the final ban.
Lulu or Riven are my guesses here, right? Or they somehow pinch a really good jungle matchup as well. I'm not sure what's in the champion pool. No, it's gonna be Shyvana. So I wanna explore the Riven matchup real quick because I feel like Cog's gonna go for that with Richie Rich.
Yeah.
Back in the end of Season 3, determined there were three big top laners. It was Renekton, Lee Sin, and Riven, and Jax. Those were actually the four. And they said, okay, we ban Renekton.
Did you say Lee Sin?
Lee Sin. For some guys. Like
Okay.
in NA Challenger, like West Rice was
So
a
like
big
West
component of
Rice,
this.
and yeah, he's big on those mobile top laners.
And I remember
Ollie's great too.
talking to them about the matchups there, and like, yeah, we would ban Renekton, and then West Rice could beat any matchup with Lee Sin. He would just like outskill you and win it anyway.
Oh wow.
So potentially Riven's left on the table on purpose, and West Rice has been playing some Lee Sin again in solo queue. Maybe.
That's true.
We'll see.
That's true. And apparently, with West Rice in DTG, he will play Akali when he goes, Akali's good here, and the team won't even argue with him.
All right.
They won't even be like, I don't care about composition. He's like, Akali's good here. Akali will win this. Akali will stomp this.
Okay.
And they aren't unfamiliar to actually swapping Prolly to top lane. He's played top lane before in some matches when they do swaps. He'll be like, oh, I'm going to Gragas top or I'll Karma top.
Yeah.
I've seen him do that before. So he knows how to do that matchup and even survive in 2v1s, and they'll put Akali mid and use West Rice's mechanics on that.
Well, they actually did that when they had Arthlon on the team.
Yes.
Game 1 against EG, West Rice went mid with Kha'Zix, Arthlon went top with Mundo.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, didn't work out, nor did their Game 3 Akali pick. but they are willing to do that. We'll see what happens.
There wasn't a lot of research to be done on EG. You have no idea what they're going to pick because they're a newly formed team, right? There's hours and hours of footage on DTG, or I guess NIP back at that time, or NID. Ninjas, napkins in disguise.
Well, that wasn't the entire same roster, though.
Yeah, there was a little swap there.
There's some. Well, let's see.
Everybody's hovered over Shaco like once. They're just
he's just a cool guy. They miss him because they didn't have enough nightmares from solo queue.
I forgot that I've been watching so much competitive play that I forgot that there are champions that just stomp solo queue. Like I'm like, oh, it's a Tryndamere. He's not. Oh my god, what's happening in my team?
Yeah, he's.
Or it's like, oh, it's a Shaco. That's not gonna. Oh my god, what happened?
Really, you forgot about Shaco?
I forgot about Shaco. I forgot how devastating he is when there's no communication on the team.
Okay.
Right? Because like you never see him in competitive play ever.
Okay, he was played in China a couple times.
Probably by Saigon Jokers, right? You gotta get their mascot out there. I don't actually know. I'm just throwing that one there. But so you never see him, but then when you see him in solo queue, he just wrecks your team. Like 3-minute mark, you're like, get ready for the ganks, guys. 250, he's gonna be done with every. Oh.
And then first blood.
Yep, first blood.
Well, a couple of different picks coming through there though. Determined, of course, did not put in a Lulu ban, and instead they grab it. I mean, the thing is, that's Probably or Bubba, right? Like.
Yep.
I feel like the personality of Lulu fits Probably, so he knows the champion.
Well, Bubba, he actually has 1,500 games between Lulu, Zyra, and Thresh.
Yeah.
Those are his three main champions. Zyra's fallen out of popularity. They first picked Thresh, so his fallback is Lulu right now. Not a big Leona player. And Lulu's actually part of the meta. We've seen more in LMQ run it. And
everyone in every team play it, basically.
Yeah. And Bubba, when he streams, he has this big Lulu hat.
That's right.
And he's got this giant stash. So it looks like Lulu was like attacked by Draven and mugged for her hat. It's so awesome to watch.
Oh, man. Well, we got to get packing these picks and bans, because there's a lot of fun ones going through. It's going to be Pantheon picked up, presumably for jungle. The Yasuo in here as well. And that's another champion that I feel like would work for Westrise or for Crawley.
Yeah, they don't want to leave Yasuo open when there's a Vi on the enemy team. Because that's just way too much lockup for too long. It'll add a second to the Assault and Battery on the last breath.
Yeah.
So he's actually going to pick that one up for himself. And if he's in a little bit of a bind, Lulu can wild growth him, and he can use his ultimate last breath off of that.
Yeah.
So there's good synergy there between those two. And they still have their final pick to come out here. But Karthus, so they're going to go do an OGN lane here.
Yeah.
So Zamfira channeling his inner Faker.
Yep.
Going to go up against that Yasuo.
Let's see. Faker held against Dade with it.
Yep.
And there's Kennen. Now Westrise is actually his most played in solo queue right now. Westrise bringing out the Kennen back to the top lane here. Against the Renekton. Richie Rich, of course, even with Riven actually available, didn't go for it. Just went back to Renekton there for the team. And here we got the Linus, man. It's a lot of new stuff on both sides, actually.
Yeah, that's a team fighting composition here.
Yeah.
Not really a split push. It's I'm going to dunk in this area. I'm going to Grand Skyfall. And then we're all just going to team fight. And DTG, I do like their composition a little bit better.
Okay.
But on the flip side, Cognitive, they have the tank. They have the tanky line up here in the top lane and in the jungle. Pantheon, he doesn't get that tanky. You don't really build any defense on him. You rely on his passive, and you build a Warmogs and Black Cleaver for the HP.
Yeah.
And then they are going to need good HP because there's a Karthus on the field. And he's bringing Exhaust to the table, too. At least he could swap that over. He could pull a Westrise from game 1.
Yeah. Almost everyone runs Exhaust on Karthus, though.
Because when you're right in front of him.
Yeah. Lay wastes are easier. You get all in less. Your life is pain. You get hit with the file.
Yep, exactly.
It's pretty bad.
Speaking of pain, you can put down the wall of pain, too.
Yeah. Good catch. I got you. Nice one. I got to say, though, only one synergy for Yasuo. You mentioned the Lulu. It is support Lulu, after all. That is the only knock-up or knock-aside on the roster for Determined. So I feel like Probably's going to activate less than usual.
Probably can just do it himself with his Steel Tempests.
He probably could.
Yeah. Ah, you got me again. Freak!
It's not even a real joke because it's been done so many times. It's like, let me ask you a question. It's like, yeah, we've all heard that one, Freak. Shut up.
Over. Oh, Karthus liked it.
He did. Oh, man. From the past, Zamfira heard it. He can't use your skull. You have a misshapen head.
Do I? Oh.
He said so. Zamfira laughed at my joke and insulted you. And then laughed again at how much I'm making fun of you. Yeah, he knows.
Like, they have no idea what's going on.
They do.
But they find this hilarious.
French Canadians are actually psychic.
Are they?
Yep.
Wow.
I mean, how else would you explain
I would
Zamfira?
believe it. I would believe it. They're up on top of America, so they're always on our heads. And then they just get in our minds, and they know what's happening.
Yep. And poutine is delicious.
Not right there, though. They're psychic right there.
Well, Zane King's not.
I think he may have saw the tip of the death sentence. He's pinging that one like crazy.
Guys, there might be dudes in try, but the thing is, Westrice not like throwing Qs. He doesn't want to confirm. But that's fine. Whatever. They're all safe. No skills learned. I'm surprised Xmithie hasn't learned a skill, because I feel like level 1 Wall of Pain like wouldn't even be worth it in a level 1 team fight.
No, you would want the lay
okay,
waste.
He's got it now.
Yeah.
Didn't brush check though.
Pretty much always going to take the lay waste in
like,
that matchup.
I could see Defile on a level 1 if you're like, it's going to be a hardcore 5-on-5 engage. You'd run out of mana, but you get a lot of damage there.
Just
I don't know.
auto-attacking people with Karthus
And just the E, just like ticking away. I don't know. We'll see. Broken Shard, not even waiting to get a brush. He's just chilling, watching the sides of the map.
You run straight into people like that. Yeah. So Broken Shard on the Pantheon. Kha'Zix was still available. So he is probably going to go, like, this is what's going to happen.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Broken Shard will hit 6.
Yep.
He'll just dive mid, fall right onto Karthus, and then he'll do it again, and again, and again. If he gets flash once, he'll be
and
like,
again?
Yeah. No, he'll just do it that many times.
Just 3 times.
He'll do it that many times. We'll actually keep a counter here of how many times he does it. I'm actually...
The number of man drops onto Xmithie. Does it have to be in lane or in team fights counts too?
See, here's the thing. If I stretch myself too far and go for team fights, he might do more than 3. You know what? Just lane. Just lane.
Just lane. 3 in lane.
Just lane.
Once any phase ends, we'll see. Xmithie triggering Prawley's passive shield. This guy, he'll get it back. These guys trading minions so far. 2 to 4 in the mid lane. I can count, apparently. Or read, as the case is. Prawley in these guys trading blows. Okay, so the junglers, I gotta say, Pantheon arguably stronger early game, has the point and click stun, has the spear shot as well. He's gonna be going to his blue buff soon here. That's Broken Shard in the red trunks for the determined. Admiral Ziplock, he can earn his stripes again this game. About to start his blue, and we'll see where he goes.
Yeah, and he has a sweeper lens this game, so he's going for a more offensive route. And once he visits top, or possibly middle, he'll sweep where he is, just double check, and make sure that there's nothing on top of him. If he gets a ward, then great. If he doesn't, then he's also more confident in the gank.
Okay.
And the fact that he won't be counter ganked, because that happened multiple times last game.
That's true. We'll see if it happens here. Looks like level 3 has been hit, and Vi, Admiral Ziplock, is looking for the mid lane. Prawley has been pushing in. Nothing happened just yet, actually. We're still waiting around. Bubba Dub stands on a ward on the brush. Determined once again actually pushing this bottom lane. They're not getting gank help just yet, nor are they getting ganked.
Is actually rotating all the way top.
Okay.
Through the tri-brush. If he waits for the wave, he won't be seen.
He's not spotted so far.
Ken's level 3, so it's possibly as a point into his lightning rush.
We'll see. They actually ping a brush, but there's actually no ward there for Westrice. He's going to go around. The minions are there.
Oh, he's got the rats. Richie's in.
Ooh, goes the correct direction. Flashes.
Flash
Q. It's going to land. Red buff is there. Does he have the damage? No, he does not. I don't know if that was worth the flash.
He got the flash, though.
Yeah, but then he flashed after him.
Yeah, it was kind of an aggressive move there.
Yeah.
So Ziplock probably could have held off on his flash. He knew and saw that the flash was used. Richie Rich wasn't able to back it up, had gotten stunned with the Mark of the Storm.
Yeah. It was an admirable effort.
But it wasn't Admiral of the Navy type of effort. So he's not actually getting that ultra promotion.
No.
Be the head honcho.
Nope. I mean, he's got to make it to the promotion tournament itself to get that promotion. So like, there's not even a chance yet.
It's not just a promotion tournament for the team. It's for Admiral Ziplock.
Yes. Broken Shard will become Fleet Marshal Broken Shard if he makes it.
He'll swap all the way over. Oh, yeah, he'll join the Air Force.
Yeah.
That's right, we'll have General Odd One, Admiral Ziplock, and Fleet Marshal Broken Shard.
Yes. Don't forget Drill Sergeant...
St. Vicious?
No. It was the AD carry for Velocity. I'm forgetting Odd One's brother.
Oh.
Well, Richie
Maple
Rich.
Street.
Yep, Maple Street, that's who I was talking about. Westrice chasing it down. Flash is still available. Ignite goes down, flashes the Q.
And the spear shot.
Yeah,
hits
that one still hits him.
Yeah, still hits him. Man, back in the day when Flash would remove everything flying at you.
It's only a little powerful.
Where's the counter play?
Hit F at the right time.
Right?
Don't you dare say D for Flash.
I do use D for Flash.
You're a bad person.
F is for fire.
You're fired.
That's why I use Ignite.
And what do you ever use other summoner spells?
Teleport?
Okay, well, here we go. Game is afoot. It's going to be a lantern not used. The hook lands. Admiral Ziplock going to show up there. A lot of damage that Robert Exley does not have any summoners left. Barrier used. More damage coming across. Bubba Dub shows up and actually makes the kill happen. The E landed, I think, because of Bubba Dub.
There's actually nothing here still being in range. And he may have actually queued off of him. So that might have helped.
Yeah.
But he did actually get it with auto attacks. He was far enough up. Xmithie playing it back.
I still blame Bubba Dub.
Good games down there. Okay. Okay.
Just cause. Yeah, absolutely well played. Sure. No, actually, I think stashes are sweet.
I wonder if they have a ritual. Like, you know how the Copenhagen Wolves always do the howl?
Yeah.
What if they, like, stroke Bubba Dub's stash before the game for luck?
I don't know. I feel like they don't.
I feel like they should.
I mean, they're already, well, not this game, I suppose, but they won the first game without it.
We don't know that. They could be doing it.
Okay, fair. Well, whatever they're doing usually works for them. Richie Rich and West Rice in a battle. Richie Rich has a giant minion wave hitting him, though. I feel like it's a bit of an overextension there. Loses a couple hundred health. Sweeps away the rest of this wave, taking some harass. 400 gold so far, Cognitive's way. They got a pretty good start here. They got the kills. Ziploc earning a stripe so far.
Yeah, and this is a double harass top lane here. Kennen has always been a lane bully. There's the auto attacks and the fact that his W, you charge it up, hit somebody, you're automatically going to get that Mark of the Storm double charge on there.
Yeah.
And Richie Rich, he'll do the same thing on Renekton. He's actually going to go place a ward. It's about that time, and there's a pink ward there. Are you going to do it?
Apparently, I think he was baiting a Pantheon stun. I don't know.
He actually didn't have a... He had his ward available, and he actually decides to put it in the bush over there.
I think, I saw this actually in a top lane tutorial by MegaZero. He said he would actually walk over to the tri-brush to make it look like he had spent long enough time to ward there, and then put it in the other brush. He would fake the brush he put it in. Problem is it was pink warded, so they knew.
Yeah.
But for what it's worth, he made it look like he was going to ward there.
The mind games, and the fact that you can actually see if somebody's ward goes on cooldown, their trinket, you can't see that when you're on the other team.
Yeah. You get it by the time they're gone.
They still saw his ward because there was a ward also in the river from them. So it was good. It was good.
Good
That's a good takeaway.
Yeah.
Just spend enough time and it'll pay off. Richie, he's a little far up here.
Well, Rich goes for it, lands the stun, damage coming across to West Rice, level 6 on both these guys. Under the turret, maybe a bit farther. Rich, I wouldn't do that. He's got Slicing Maelstrom.
Yeah, Dominus is used. So Richie's actually going to wait for the Fury build-up and his cooldowns. Oh, here comes the man drop.
Is he out of range? Yes, he is.
Zoned him a little too hard there.
Yep. Broken Shards and Crushed Dreams for that one. Didn't manage to land it where he wanted it.
And West Rice still has a Slicing Maelstrom, so he'll be able to have that for an engagement if he goes all in on Richie. Richie, of course, in a back-and-forth team fight, or back-and-forth 1v1, you know, he'll come out on top.
Yeah.
Because he's got the regen. He's going to get back up to full HP before another engagement happens. Or he'll get pinched off here, and Broken Shard will make a move.
Well, he spots out that the blue buff has been taken already. He's about 10 seconds too late there, Broken Shard. And the buffs are respawning, though, on his side of the map. Blue buff is available. Looks like no rush for the Determined squad, but that's fine. And I got to point out, actually, just now in this game, hold on, they're fighting.
He's going to make it back to the turret. But Broken Shard's here.
There's no flash. He's taking the Q and stunned up. Broken Shard turns it back. 450 gold for that one, putting the gold lead back in Determined's hands.
Broken Shard was going back and forth in that jungle for a long time.
Yeah.
They pinged him out, and then they kind of just gave up and said, you know, he probably went home. And it looked like he was going home, and then he went back, and then he looked like he was going home, and then he went back again. And this time, the Slicing Maelstrom was used, and he was able to pick up the kill.
Well played.
Yeah, if he had not gotten an assist or a kill on that, it would have been a complete waste of time. And then he probably would have wanted some turret damage.
Yep.
But they end up getting a kill there for him. And Lantern backwards.
All right, who do they go for? They get the knock-up on Robert X. Lee. He does not have flash available. Beautiful hook there from Zane King as well. Robert X. Lee gonna go the way of the graveyard. Down he goes.
That's a lot of walk-up onto one target. They pick up Robert X. Lee. No chance. Actually, I guess there was a chance to barrier. Decides to not use it, so good.
Yeah. Not worth barriering.
It was good. It was good that he didn't. And now they're going to start rotating towards Dragon, getting this control. And DTG, they're like hugging their blue buff. Don't take this.
That's
Don't take
interesting.
this. It's
Yeah.
the same one from last game.
I think this is safe for Cog. Smite is not up. There's no chance. Picked up there. Dragon goes to Cognitive. I'm a little bit surprised, though, they chose not to try to get greedy and take the blue buff as well. I don't know if they didn't think it was up or not, but they just took the Dragon and said that's good enough for us.
Against this team right now, you don't want to pinch yourself off this early. You want to just get those early objectives. That was a higher risk.
Well, and he has stun in 2 seconds. He can flash stun right now.
Oh, he could.
Doesn't go for it.
He could slice flash stun.
Yeah.
West Rice?
No. Well, there's a stun.
Oh.
And that's it. Nope. Well, I don't know. No, he's not going to go for it anymore.
It was good on paper.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Manito number 2 at the top lane.
That thing takes 5 hits.
Rich is in stun range. Here we go. Attack's coming through.
Oh,
gets
he
the
goes
E
backwards.
and gets the other one. Nice escape.
That's really good. You take a step back into the person so you can get the slice and it'll activate the dice. If you just slice forward, it's not going to be as much distance as if you had taken one step back to go through
Got
their
two
body.
dashes, yeah. I like it. So, good play there, knowing the champion. I would expect so from a player of this caliber, but certainly putting on the tutorial right there for you guys. Take a step back, land the Q. Land the E, I should say.
He did throw a Q in there, too. Yep. Just a style on him a little bit.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
It only costs a cooldown, doesn't even stop you from moving. But
Resourceless champions.
Yeah.
So balanced.
Cooldown's still a resource, let's be fair.
Yeah, so I guess cooldown reduction is really good on him. I always have the Renekton, I'm like, Spirit Visage?
Yes,
or
please.
Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, right.
Because I know Banshee's Veil is still extremely strong, though.
Sure.
And I don't know. Against a team like this, not wanting to be knocked up, it could pay off.
Probably still Visage myself,
Yeah,
personally.
Visage because it, it works with Cold, the Meek, and all
Exactly.
his other
10
tools.
CDR is nice. So
Yeah.
the other thing I actually want to point out, though, is the pink ward that's there for Determined in that top lane Tri-Brush.
Still there.
Right, and you talk about it takes 5 attacks. And Broken Shard oftentimes has the man drop available. So if someone goes for the ward, it's like, you're overextended, and I know you're there, and he can set up ganks with that.
It's gone now.
Well, it was a good idea.
He just chopped that sucker right up. Can you Ruthless Predator? You can
Yes.
Ruthless Predator
Yes,
wards.
you can.
Because if somebody throws down a pink or a green, you're immediately like auto attack,
Auto W.
Ruthless Predator. Boom.
Yep.
It's gone.
You get the hit. Same with Twin Bite.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
I don't know why I had to ask you about that.
Because I know everything, and you just trust
Oh
me.
no, you've shown me things I didn't even know about. I was like, what is that, freak? I didn't know.
That you were this good at this game. But it's
Uh-huh.
true. I am this amazing. It's just a fact of life. It's
Show me
okay.
things about my name, too.
Yeah. Did you not know? So, Zyrian's first name is Aiden. He had never heard anyone ever say Aiden Abetting before.
Yeah.
You never heard that in his
Wanted
life.
me to change my screen name.
To Abetting.
To Abetting.
Yep.
So I'd be Aiden and Abetting.
Yep. It's a good choice. Slicing Maelstrom comes across. Westrice trying to run away into Lightning Form, and here comes the man drop as well. Ulti comes by as well. Richie Rich stunned up, but not in turret range. Is the damage there for Broken Shard? More auto attacks coming. Ziploc, one charge from stun, but gets away. Richie Rich still getting chased. Broken Shard, one hit to go. Gets the stun back onto it, but gets the kill picked up. Now Admiral Ziploc, not in a good place. He's in the wrong neighborhood, really, and Westrice has got nothing to do with him. One more auto, and down he goes.
Had to do a little dance for him there.
Yeah,
Put
might
the
as well.
back up. Neon Strike value, you got to flaunt that thing a little bit.
It's better than your taunt.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well.
An extra animation. DTG, they're bringing it back. They're even in gold, despite giving up the dragon.
True.
No turrets have been taken in this game, so nobody has that map control. And I guess Broken Shard's paying a lot of attention top and not to mid. Still a chance for him to do 3-man drops there, though.
We got time. Karthus wants to sit in lane for a good long time. We just passed 13:37 into the game. I always try to check and see if something really cool happens at 13:37, because then I'll post about
just
it.
for elite.
Yeah, it was like, oh my god, that was like a 5-man pentakill. As all pentakills are.
At 13:37, somebody gets a pentakill. That
I'm just
game is
saying,
over.
Wouldn't that be awesome,
That
though?
is over. Oh.
That would be fate right there.
But yeah, there's a tier on Karthus. He also has just the Ruby Crystal, so he could possibly go into that Rod of Ages and go for the late game build.
Yeah.
From Karthus. So, like you said, he's going to spend a long time in there, and probably he's actually ahead. He's actually ahead in CS right now. Karthus, you usually see
Got
him
a
as
static shift done.
Yeah, he's at 160 at the 14-minute mark. So he's ahead of that 10 per minute.
He is. He's doing a great job. Words go around. And kind of pointing out the other big factors in this game. I got to say, the bottom, you talk about Broken Shard spending time top and getting Westrice ahead. Westrice has been a part of every single kill in the game for his team.
Yeah.
They've all gone onto him, basically. But got to say, Cognitive's bottom lane is the one that's winning right here. Equal CS, Lucian with 2 kills, though, as well. That's where this game comes from right now if you're Cog.
Yeah. Cognitive, they got the bottom lane going, whereas DTG has the top lane right now. Top lane jungle, that's where that pressure is. But, the Dragon's going to go into Cognitive's hand if they keep the pressure on the bottom lane.
That's true. You're right. That's the lane with
that
the Dragon. That's why the gold is so close, despite the kill lead for Determined and the minion lead overall as well. Most of their lanes are actually winning in minions.
And when DTG ends up finishing that Zonia's Hourglass onto Westrice, he'll be able to join those fights, slicing Maelstrom, zone off the Dragon area. Because Kennen is such a great Dragon fight character.
Yeah, he
champion.
is.
Same with Rumble. I mean, we saw Cloud9 taking Kennen Rumble constantly in the summer split.
It's a really strong combo. It's a whole lot of fun. They can just wait, go to a team fight, and be like, we'll press R, back off. And then the other team goes, okay.
Or
until we modify your keyboards, we can't beat you.
Yeah, if they're at the dragon first, it's even worse for them.
Yeah.
If they're just trapped in that little chokehold, you'll take up the entire pit, seal off the entrance, they got to take that damage. But speaking of guaranteed damage, level 2 coming out, or level 2 ultimate for Zamfira coming out.
And it's about up from cooldown as well. Rod of Age is completed. He's going to start stacking up even more than he was before. And, I mean, Cognitive, to be fair, really, I feel like they are and aren't waiting for the late game. Renekton will fall off, but Karthus will keep going up.
Yeah. He's going to keep scaling into that late game with that guaranteed damage. Dragon just came up. They looked like they were going to make a gank down bottom and then possibly rotate to it, but DTG has beat them there.
Yeah, they're just there first.
And oh, he's looking for it.
Ooh, nice try by Ziploc. He doesn't lose anything. Q's over, takes the lantern. But that's making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah.
They showed up Dragon late, but had their best chance for a steal, with not really any downside.
Yeah, it's a very low risk play. If you're going to attempt to steal the dragon, just do it.
Yeah.
Attempt it, especially with a Thresh and some type of gap closer that goes over walls on your jungler. So there was low to zero risk in that. Maybe you could have been stunned for a second, but they would have had to stun chain him.
And Cognitive didn't
make him pay or punish him for it.
Yeah. But speaking of punishing, didn't even try to go for Prolly there. They had the Vi ulti, had the mana, had a blue buff on Karthus.
He's holding that thing for a long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single Vi gank. No, he got some bottom lane.
He used the Assault and Battery onto Robert.
Yeah.
But he's holding on to this ultimate. He hasn't used it for a while. It's been up. And he's not being trigger happy on it. I mean, you have a Karthus who, if Prolly ends up flashing away, it's a long distance to close for the Assault and Battery.
He's might as well burn the flash. Like, I feel like he's playing too passive right now.
Okay.
Just because
Okay.
they've been winning the bottom lane. They've got a Thresh down there for lantern ganks, and we haven't seen him in such
You
a
feel
long
like
time.
they have a timeline right now. He's going to have to make aggressive plays now, or it's going to bite him later.
You're winning your
That he
bottom
didn't.
lane. You have a Thresh Vi. Like, that
Push your
just
advantage.
should be kills.
Or what you had as an advantage, because now they're behind 1.2k. It's not that big.
No.
But you have to make a move and make the plays first and have people react to you, or else you're always on your back foot.
Yeah. Well, you heard Cloud9 in the interview.
Yeah.
They were saying, I believe it was Meteos, and he was like, yeah, last year we played really passive. We waited for them to come to us, and yeah, we won a lot. But we think that in the long run it's better to play in a more aggressive style, force the issue, and they're just learning it. And I mean, there we go. Ulti gone onto Westray. Richard shows up into the battle, takes a bunch of pain for it, but the ulti is now down. Backs up after the ignite. Westrice, don't give him the kill. He's taking some damage. Good stun. Back on a Ziploc. There's the Requiem. One more hit. That'll be the kill picked up. Force a flash for it, but hey, kill picked up there by Cognitive.
So Ziploc flashed as well. May have been a little over aggressive there in his use of flash, but he really wanted that kill. If there was no ultimate from Zamfira, and there's no guarantee it would have gotten off.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going down there. Probably may have had a last breath, or sorry, a Steel Tempest charged up. Actually, here goes Broken Shard at the top.
Lands it right onto Ziploc and actually gets a turret shot for his troubles, but there is Richie Rich, who waited the entire time. Can he get the damage? Broken Shard gets one. Can he run away now? Puts the attacks back on. One more block. Oh, he's going to go in for this one. Oh my god, Broken Shard 1v2.
The Aegis of Zionia is going to block the attack. It also resets your shield. He was perfectly safe there, and with Heartseeker, the guaranteed crit at low HP. Great play there, 2v1ing in the top lane. Broken Shard, not just man dropping on people, but being a man after the fact too. Wow.
That was great stuff.
That was really good.
4-0 now.
Just knowing what he could do. The abilities of the character. So obviously he's not picking up last minute.
No.
Yeah.
Elder Lizard, Giant's Belt, double longsword. When he goes back, we'll see what he goes for this one. Stayed in the lane to push a little bit. Recalls after, I believe, red buff. And he's going to have some cash money. Let's see where he goes. Probably Brutalizer.
So he's got the Lizard Elder, and he's got the makings, and now the Brutalizer.
Yep.
And it was funny because Bjergsen made a tweet the other day. And it's like, jungle is the best role right now for snowballing the game. You get ahead, Lizard Elder into Brutalizer, I hate my life.
Kill some people. Added an Ninja Tabby too. Mostly attack damage to the other team. I could see it. Let's see where he goes from here. So far, Determined have been making the best of most situations here, honestly. They got the Dragon. And I actually wanted to make a point about that Dragon. So last game, Broken Shard won every Smite battle I saw against Ziploc, and the same here as well. I feel like Broken Shard's like 3-0 in Smite battles across the series.
Broken Shard is on top of those things. Every time he contests, he'll usually get it. And those were tiny objectives like blue and red. But they still count for a lot. If you get one early, it's a huge detriment. Somebody did a calculation on how much the second blue buff is worth, and it's something like, it came out to 2,000 gold.
Yeah, depending on how you value the mana regen.
I was like, wow. That was
Yeah,
obviously you don't want to give that.
You
thing
basically
over.
borrow it. You basically borrow 2,000 gold, and then it kind of goes away.
Yeah, temporary stats for yourself.
Yeah.
And they aren't exactly in combat stats aside from the cooldown reduction, but it allows you sustain.
It's
And down
important.
bottom,
And the flash
4v2.
jump over the wall. Look at the burst coming across, and that is the knockup. That's going to be Zankin going down as well.
That's a big man right there.
Yep.
You're a big boy, aren't you, Broken Shard?
6-0 Pantheon.
Oh, he's really big.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're getting scary. The only guy who could actually make the Yasuo ult happen, but it's the jump in for Broken Shard, the Lulu ulti, and in comes Yasuo.
They really haven't used it that up. That's the first last breath this game, I believe.
The first last breath. I mean, you're grammatically correct. I think it's funny.
It's the first last breath with, the last breath. I guess it would have, like, what, apostrophes over it?
No.
What are those called?
I mean, it should
not,
be a
not
proper
quotation
noun.
marks, but just, okay, yeah. I
All
guess
right.
proper noun would work. Here comes the man drop.
Zamfira.
There's one onto him.
They're putting fear into his heart. Here comes the damage. The Vault Breaker coming back across. 2v2. No, it's going to be a rough one. Probably forced to run away. Broken Shard on the retreat as well. No more Q's going to land. There's the ulti. Is it enough? Probably has the shield. It's enough. Wow. Just enough.
That was so close. So close. That shield is ridiculous. 690 at level 18. And right now, absorbed the entire thing and just took a little bit of his HP. And Cog, they're going to push this turret. Bubba off on the side, and Kennen is available. Westrise, he has the Slicing Maelstrom and the Zonias. And he's going to engage.
This is not good for Zamfira. The hook comes in. Where's the damage going to come across, though? Bubba in the front. There's the Zonias and the Slicing Maelstrom. Bubba going for it. Hardcore picks up the kill. Just onto Caitlyn. Westrise does go down in this battle, and actually 2 kills coming across. It's actually a better fight for the tournament than you would have thought. 2 for 2. Robert Xmithie making the play, picking up a kill and leaving. Burns flash for it, but worth it. Crazy fight.
It's a 2 for 2, but it was a 3v5.
Yep.
So Determined standing their ground. They go even in kills, but they don't give up a turret. So overall, it was a good trade there for DTG, and they're going to start pushing this mid lane with full HP characters.
And Prawley, with his 2 big items done already, puts down the wind wall.
No Ardent Blaze for
nothing
you.
Here for helping. Yep. Not going to be enough to keep the turret down, but Broken Shard grabs the dragon on his way out, so even more gold coming in. I got to say, Determined looks great.
Soloed that thing with no damage taken to him.
Well, sure.
That's how farmed he is that he's doing enough damage to the dragon so that the regen from, or I guess the life steal. I don't know the actual name of it because it steals.
It's
life
just a
and
butcher unique passive.
Yeah, it just
returns health and
there
mana.
you go. The health return.
The return
was enough to keep him at 100%.
Didn't need a receipt for the return. Still got it. Dragon is a benevolent shopping center. Shopping center? I don't know.
Shopping center?
Store. You do get gold back.
It's a good-looking dragon, though. I would buy noodles from that dragon.
Noodles from the dragon.
Yeah.
Of all things.
It looks like it would be like a Chinese restaurant dragon.
Okay.
I would totally buy noodles from that dragon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't really want dragon noodles.
Does it look shady?
They'd be cooked really interestingly. They'd be cooked by fire-breathing dragons, which is freaking awesome. I'd buy it for the novelty.
That's the best way to cook things.
Prove it.
Oh, well, there's no dragons in real life.
Okay, so then you don't know.
All right, you know what, let's just jump into the rift. There, it's the best way to cook things.
You still can't prove
There's
that.
a lore thing there.
That's not true.
No, I read it.
My uncle is Riot. He told me this
Your
isn't
uncle's
true.
Riot?
My uncle is Riot.
Is your aunt Rito?
Yes. It's weird. They happen to have like almost the same name.
Yeah. And she's the one that people blame when you mess up.
Yep.
Yeah,
Rito,
okay.
please.
Yeah.
It's like Rita, but it was just like misspelled in the birth certificate, and they just went with it.
Yeah, they went with the masculine ending.
Yeah.
With the
well,
O instead of the A.
Richie Rich walking into 1v3, but as backup, he's okay.
Yeah, that's pretty masculine.
It's a good little lance. Probably chilling on the bottom side of the map. No easy turrets to go for, but whatever, when you're Yasuo, just acquire gold.
Yeah, and now we have a lot of items coming out here. He has the 100% crit build down if he's running that 5% in his runes.
Likely.
And then Zamfira, he's completed Seraph's Embrace, and here comes the second drop in mid lane.
The battle begins, and the damage output is rather high. Zamfira in the back lines goes down right away. Nothing here on the back side, trying to make it happen. Broken Shard pushed away, 1 for 1 so far. Big rep, but here comes Crawley on the back side. Can he get the damage? Finds 1, finds 2 for the team. 3 for 1 battle so far. Determined to win in that one.
That was a 3v5 at the start of that with the engagement from Westrise to keep them there with the Slicing Maelstrom and the flash to get him in range. They're going to push this middle turret. Determined coming up big on this one. 8k gold lead, and they might push another here.
Well, let's see where they go with this one. Still 3 members dead of Cognitive, making it a 4 versus 2 in this mid lane. And the siege begins. Q from Robert X. Lee. Easy kills on these minions, and this turret indeed will fall. Now the question is, do they stay for inhibitor? They look at Baron, do the steal buffs, where do they go?
They're going to get the inhib. They're going to start pushing side lanes. Oh, no, they aren't. Actually, they're going to back off, and Westrice might be in trouble.
He's in a bit of trouble. The knockup comes in. A very big commit there from Ziploc. He's going to go down. I feel like not the best choice.
He saved the inhib.
True.
He went really hard, and it cost him his life. They didn't even get Westrice for it.
No.
So
he didn't have the backup.
It's hard to gauge that trade because they kept the inhibitor, which was crucial.
But it's a low level
It's
like.
not there, Zane King. You missed.
On the side, yeah. It's warded by. Oh wait, no, it's warded by Cognitive. That's actually not a hard one to
that's their
get.
own. They wanted to know that where it was.
We're good.
And they picked it up.
They got that one. All right, happiness there. Nothing here. Chilling in the mid lane, sweeping away the minions. Robert X Lee gonna trade those back. These guys, for everything, I gotta say, the AD carries being 9 minions apart at 26 minutes, it's pretty interesting. They just managed to completely trade equally.
Yeah, and speaking of that bottom lane, Bubba Dub has a Talisman of Ascension now. Zane King, it's not completed on him. So the next engagement we might see is a Talisman of Ascension straight into that fight with the Maelstrom. And oh, nothing here. Go after Westrice, still flash in the takeout in the mid lane. Totally missed that one.
Greedy recall.
So
shouldn't have done it.
Admiral Ziploc ended up sacrificing his life to try and get Westrice.
Yep.
I guess it pays off in the end because he gets picked up. So not a complete waste. Stalled him there, Westrice.
Yeah.
Gets the flash for it, though, from nothing here, so he won't have that available.
Yeah, but I feel like he's already Lucian. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah,
Has a
he'll be
lantern,
fine.
too.
He'll just slip and slide right out of there.
So here's a question for you.
What's up?
So you want to buy noodles from Dragon.
Yeah.
But would you buy West Rice from Determined?
I would.
You would?
I would.
Okay. Is West Rice, like, the best rice?
It is.
Okay.
It is the best rice.
It's because it rhymes? Or any other reason why?
No, it's because East Rice is too
Whoa,
traditional.
hey.
Oh, whoa. That's not offensive.
We broadcast
That's
on the East and West.
It's not
here.
offensive to say it's...
Oh, dear. If you missed that in Game 1, it totally made sense. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah.
But if you're here for Game 1, then you and I are in for an inside joke, so congrats on being part of the club.
But no, East Rice, no.
No East Rice.
They give you the least rice.
Jeez.
I like big portions.
But that's because it's quality over quantity. Yeah.
When it comes to rice, though, how real quality can you get on those things?
Oh, there's quality rice.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I know there's bad rice. But when I eat rice, I'm usually like, I want a lot of rice. I want to be full.
I mean, rice is really good if you want to eat a lot of something.
Yeah. It's like a hobo food, right? It's filling.
I just more
Like a bunch
mean
of
that,
bread.
like, if you're like, you know, I could eat something like salty, something sweet, or I could just eat something that's very numerous.
Lots of rice.
Rice is like a really good food for that. Hummus, also good.
Huh.
I
I've
think.
actually never had hummus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I should get on that. But
Yeah.
then, of course,
It's numerous. Couscous.
The
I meant
numerous
couscous.
hummus.
Yeah, couscous, even smaller than rice. You need even more of it.
So they're doing a 4-1 split push right now with Prawley. He's actually going to rotate, and they're going to actually try to make it look... Well, actually, you know what? I take all of that back.
They're not going to make it look like that.
No. They're trying to mask their movements. So when somebody pops out, it's going to be, oh no, they're right on top of an objective, whether it's that inhibitor or this turret. So... Kobe was making throws to it. The scrying orb would be really good right now.
Yeah. I feel like
cognitive.
I feel like that's like the new like casting like betting game is like how many times they're gonna say scrying orb in a cast, and you get a high five for each time that we say it.
It would be really good right now. If
At some point they're gonna buy it, and we're gonna be like, I told you so.
Somebody's gonna buy it, and who's ever doing, the analysis for that is totally gonna jump on that and be like,
man.
"What I tell you, new meta."
Hey, that's how TSM beat Cloud9. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's rock paper scissors, man.
50% of Cloud9's losses came from scrying orb.
Yeah, they do need to tweak the numbers on the cooldown on that thing.
If you say so.
No, I mean,
still like it.
Warding Totem beats Scrying Orb. Scrying Orb beats Sweeping Lens. Sweeping Lens beats Warding Totem. So it's rock, paper, scissors. But oh my god, Westrice going straight in there.
He's going for it. Pops on his damage, and nothing here does not block the ulti. And here comes the battle onto the backside. Xmithie on the left, getting chased down by Prawley. Can he get the kill? Knockup comes in, and he's going to flash out 1 for 0 so far. Requiem is available. Not even going to go for it. Health bar is not low enough.
Probably running in circles, getting that shield. He's like, I got to get that thing up. I don't want my GA to be popped by the Requiem. Holds off on it. They get the inhibitor, and Robert retreating now. Taking a lot of poke on his way out.
Oh, they're going in for Westrice anyway, though. Do they have the damage they need? Westrice down to half. Ziploc forced back, gets stunned again by Broken Shard, but flashes away. He is safe for now. Windwall comes out. Probably still there. Broken Shard out of mana in the front
breath.
lines. Probably low on HP. Ooh, pulled around. Has a GA. Keep that in mind. Richie Rich now getting chased. Robert Exley finds the last shot. Another kill comes through. Determined, trying again to back away. This time not getting caught out.
And that was a good engagement there by Zane King. Actually, wait, no. I'm not even thinking right. That was Admiral Ziploc.
Yep.
Going straight up there with the Assault and Battery. I looked at Zane King and I was like, oh, he got the Talisman of Ascension finished, and that was the name that popped into my head. When you like look at something and think about something and then talk at the same time,
it's hard.
It's hard.
Yeah, multitasking with your mouth.
So we're gonna look at that again. He goes straight in, flashes, and he goes right after West Rice. Actually, he doesn't flash. He goes right after West Rice. He gets very, very low and zoned off. And probably he has the Steel Tempest here and the Last Breath available. If he would have landed this on nothing here, it would have been a kill. But he eased off to the side, and they end up getting Richie Rich with a nice crit at the end there for 264.
Good play. Good play. Well, we are back into the game. A nice picture frame to make it look all awesome. Dragon did go to Cognitive after all that. Determined ran out of health bars, basically. And so Ziploc sacrificed a teammate in order to give the team a Dragon. I think that's pretty much worth it overall. We are here now. I had a joke and I forgot what it was, so never mind.
Was it a bad one?
None of my jokes are bad.
I beg to differ. I really beg to differ.
You're wrong. Speaking
tell me a joke that isn't bad.
Okay.
If you know one.
Are you ready?
No, I'm never ready for your bad jokes that you think are good.
Okay, you actually know the punchline, but I'll tell you anyway.
Do I?
Why did the banana ladies cross the road?
Why?
To try on a banana wedding dress.
Why do I laugh at these things when they are fun?
Because they're hilarious. That's why.
Why would the banana get a dress when it's just going to get peeled on its honeymoon anyway?
Look, it's just, you got to be fashionable. It could have been a rental to try on, not buy.
Okay, to try on.
Yeah.
So it's not like a complete sale.
I'm not.
Is it
I
a
don't
Chiquita
know.
banana?
I didn't talk about it. I just said.
Is it marrying another banana?
Look, I don't know. I just know how the joke is.
Okay.
Just gotta calm down. I don't know all the answers. Okay.
You should. You told me you knew everything earlier.
Yeah, I just don't like telling.
You're lying to me, freak.
No, I'm just keeping you in the dark.
Oh.
You will never know the answer.
You're
You will lay awake at night wondering what that dress was for, and I won't be able to tell you. Or actually, I just won't.
It was for a wedding, but I don't know if it was
how it was acquired,
or who they were marrying.
Yep, that's too bad. I mean, what if they were just trying on the wedding dresses just to, you know, like play
Just to
dress
try
up?
them on? Oh my
yeah.
God.
And they like lived their lives alone.
A lonely banana.
Or it was like a civil union. They never actually got married officially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he's marrying another banana.
I'm not making any comments.
Okay. I'll let you add that.
Those are the details I'm giving you, and the rest are up to you.
Probably split pushing. 4-1 split push. Recall coming out here.
It's not even a 4-1 split push. It's like a 4-man defense, and Prawley's alone.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to stop the back. Karthus goes back. He's going to get this turret, so when Zamfira shows up, he's not going to have that backup. He's going to have to 1v1 Prawley. 1v1 me. Come on.
He's not going to go for it. The team able to collapse back down. Now Prawley running into 5 people.
Oh, they're going to actually
Ascension
that
used.
right
Nothing
now.
here, getting cut out. A lot of damage, gets the Lantern. He is safe.
Ooh.
The engage comes back. Richie Rich forced to run away. The team is here now. Fox and Wall of Pain come across. There's the engage. Zamfira into the back line. The battle has certainly begun at this point. Zamfira forcing them back, pops into the shield, finally goes down though. Robert Exley safe in the back line. Crawley's GA has been popped, goes back up, has a shield. He's going to be safe. Doesn't even break the entire shield. West Rice pops these Zonias as well. It's a pretty fruitless Requiem.
And they might make a move towards Baron now. They don't have Zamfira alive, so he was the big threat there. He was, when you fight a Karthus, he can just run into the pit and die, and constantly do damage to anybody who's attempting to do the Baron. And DTG, West Rice, he's going to do a little bit of zone control here, probably. They get it.
Okay, there's
Everybody
Baron.
engages.
5v4. GA is down. They're going to chase on in with the Ascension. Zane King up the front line. Big damage coming in from Robert Exley. Ooh, the slow and a Richie Rich. Do they have the damage they need now? Probably 2 Qs away from the knockup. There's the first one. Q's going to be the Tornado next time around. There's the Lantern. Does not get stopped. Can they get the damage? The rest of the ones that they need. West Rice in the front lines. Lands a bit of damage. Puts the wind wall down. Good choice there. Richie Rich still on the run. Ulti coming in from Caitlyn. The stun in as well. That's the kill picked up. 7, 1, and 5 now for Broken Shard. Inhibitor number 2 about to fall, but Admiral Ziploc is back in the mix. They're going to stop and go for Zamfira now in the front lines. He's going to drop down again very shortly. No, he's going to Zonia's first, but another backline getting crushed down. Nothing here drops.
Kill picked up now 3 for 0 so far in this battle, and they're still going for this one.
There's so much going on right now. The fight just getting split there. DTG, they're going to go after these Nexus turrets right now and secure their spot.
Yeah, they got 25 seconds to go. Only Zane King alive. Surrender again for 5.5 minutes in. Determined 2-0 on Cognitive.
Wow, that great showing there once again by Broken Shard, probably in the mid lane. But Westrice up top really pulled his weight. Cognitive, there was a little bit of back and forth in the bottom, but ultimately their solo lanes were really doing a lot of the carrying there for DTG.
Yeah, and I am impressed with Determined now because they have played 4 games, they've won them all, and every single lane has been like the early game carry lane. So, very first game of the quarterfinals, stacked up in the bottom lane, and they got Robert X. Lee running to carry that game. Game 2, Broken Shard and Kha'Zix did everything by himself.
Yeah.
Game 1 here in the semifinal, which is the 3rd game they played, they got it onto Prolly, and Prolly made all the moves on LeBlanc. And then this final game, they set up a bunch for Westrice, the cannon up top. So every single lane has worked here for these guys.
Yeah, fantastic showing there. They definitely deserve to be in the finals with the way they've been playing all throughout this tournament. Just a great job. Huge props to them.
Yeah.
Overall.
Very well played by this team. And now, guys, now that the North American Challenger semifinals are in our match history, let's take a look at the updated bracket. With their 2-game sweep, Determined Gaming advances to Sunday's finals, where they'll face LMQ live on the LCS stage.
But up first on Saturday, it's the 3rd place match between Skyline and Cognitive, with the final automatic berth in the 2nd LCS Spring Series on the line.
Yeah. Now, before we shut down the cameras and switch off the computers, I got to remind you that Week 5 of the European LCS kicks off in just 4 days. Up first, Peke and the struggling Fnatic look to snap their 3-game losing streak when they take on SK Gaming.
Then, immediately following the game between Gambit and Millennium, it's time for the EU Challenger Series 3rd place match, Meet Your Makers versus Tick, Trick, and Duck. The action begins at 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central European Time.
And with that, it's time to say goodbye. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.